Today we're doing right the full day, which is part one of of a module that comes much later, actually, in the Discovering Buddhism curriculum. But we're doing it so that people can start doing these practices. And so this one is called establishing a daily practice. Right? So really, mainly we're going to cover three things today. One is the 6 preliminaries, which we'll cover fairly briefly. And then we're going to go into detail about 2 main practices, the and Vajrasattva practice. But so even before, though, we get to the 6 preliminaries, like it's called establishing a daily practice, right? So practice means Dharma practice, right? It's not practice for something else. And so that means that that the very first thing is to set our motivation, right? Because if it's your motivation that determines actually if what you're doing is Dharma practice or not. So I'm going to give an example. Like the very first of the 6 preliminaries is cleaning your meditation place, right? And putting out symbols of the enlightened body, speech, and mind. You know, so if you don't set a motivation that's that's Dharma, right? Then you're just cleaning. You know, that's not you're not practicing, right? But the same goes, you know, if you're meditating, you know, even if you're meditating, the same thing applies, right? You can be meditating and not practicing Dharma if you haven't set a motivation that accords with the Dharma. So that's why we have to. There's no, you know, we have to begin, right, with setting the motivation. And so recently we've been doing the class called Presenting the Path, right? Which talks about the 3 scopes or levels of motivation, right, for Dharma practice. And so so the minimum motivation, right, to make something, you could say Dharma practice, or in this case we could even say a spiritual practice, right? So the minimum motive, if you're doing something mindlessly, like just because oh well, I'm supposed to do water bowls in the morning, right? So you think I'm supposed to do that, so I'm doing it. And that's not a spiritual practice, right? That's just, what's the word, like mechanistic or something. It's not, it doesn't have anything to do with spirituality. It's just, you're going through some motions the same way somebody else would do, whatever, make their coffee or something, right? Like, so that's not a Dharma practice. And then if you do something, according to Buddhism, right, if you do something because you think, well, it's fun to do it, that's fine, that's a good thing, but that's not a spiritual practice. And then if you do something because you think it'll make you happy, right, that's also fine, but not a spiritual practice. Right? Because they often point out, like, there's nothing spiritual about that, right? Like people go out to the bar and get drunk because they think it'll make them happy. And nobody's judging that, but that's not a spiritual practice, right? So the spiritual practice is determined by one's motivation, if it's a Dharma practice or not. So everything we're going to do, right, like all the way, like I told that story before, right, like because we're going to talk about prostrations, right, prostrations of 35 Buddhas. So I told that story before when Lama Dromdonpa, who was a lay person who was the previous incarnation of the Dalai Lama, right? And when he had the student, and the student was doing prostrations, and he came and said, that's nice that you're doing prostrations, but it would be better if you were practicing Dharma. And the guy got upset because he thought he was practicing Dharma, right? So we don't want to make that mistake. So it has to be a spiritual motivation. So we're going to go through the 3 levels just briefly, right? So the minimum, motivation that makes something a Dharma practice, right, is that it has to be beyond this life. So beyond the happiness of just this life. So if a person were doing something, like we're making offerings or making prostrations or meditating with the motivation of achieving a good future rebirth, right? Like of achieving happiness in their future lives. That's the bare minimum, right, to make something. Then it's the Dharma practice. Khenpo Rinpoche, I thought, was always, as he always is, was very astute and very precise in pointing out that's a Dharma practice, but the person has not yet entered the path. Right? Whereas the person is not yet on the path to enlightenment, but they are practicing some Dharma. Are people allergic? We can get the cats out. Maybe we should get them out. Let's if we chase them out, then we'll maybe just shut that door. It's a Dharma cat. He was trying. But okay, So the minimum motivation, right, is something beyond this life, so it would be motivated for good future lives. Actually, I just was looking, there's a story about the Buddha with his I think his cousin, and his cousin was, so the Buddha was already enlightened, and then he had this cousin who was not a monk, was married, and was extremely attached to his wife. Like so somehow, what was it? The Buddha went to his house, like with his begging, the Buddha every day would go begging food, right? Like all the monks did back then. They didn't keep any food, right? So they would just go around, whatever somebody offered, then that would be one meal a day, they would eat that, and that was it, right? So he went, and he gave his cousin his bowl, right, to fill it, and the cousin was, of course, happy, because it was the Buddha, and it was his cousin. And then the Buddha left, before the cousin could give him back the food, so the cousin's following him with his bowl of food, and the Buddha was kind of walking just a little too fast. So the guy keeps following, hey, wait, kind of thing. And finally he gets to the monastery, and then the Buddha gives him some teaching and says, well, you should become a monk. And so the cousin goes, well, I don't really want to become a monk. He was thinking this, right? I don't really want to become a monk because I'm attached to my wife, but, he's the Buddha, and he's enlightened, and maybe it'll be something, So he decides he would become a monk, but maybe he'll sneak out after a little while and go back to his wife. And so he becomes a monk, and then one day he tries to sneak out, and he walks out the door, the Buddha's right there. And he goes, oh, hi, I was just, taking a stroll, and he walks back in. But then there comes a point where the Buddha's disciple takes him to some, a god realm, right? And he shows him what it's like in the god realms, and he shows him all the beautiful goddesses and the palaces, and then the guy says, and the guy goes, how do you get reborn here? And he says, well, if you keep your monk's vows well, you can be reborn here. And so the guy goes, wow. This place is way cooler than my house. These goddesses are way prettier than my wife. And he says, okay, I'll stay a monk, I'll keep my vows, and maybe I can, get reborn here. So that's a pretty minimal level of spiritual motivation. But that was a spiritual, in other words, that was better, that was beyond, at that point his motivation had gone beyond that lifetime. Right? So that's the bare minimum. I think that same disciple eventually took him to a hell realm, and he saw a pot of boiling cauldron or something, and I forget, there was like some hell being there. He said to the guy, well, what's that for? And he said, that's for you if you break your vow or something. But anyway, eventually the guy, so he was like, he was this minimum level practitioner for a while, but then eventually he started, so then he actually started keeping his vows, and then he started listening to the teachings actually. Then he started thinking about them, and finally he generated a motivation to become, for individual liberation, which is the second level of motivation, right? He thought, actually, I want to escape samsara. So he went from a lowest scope to a middle scope practitioner, right? And then he started actually practicing the middle scope practices, which we talked about last week. Remember, they're ethics, right? He was keeping his monk's vows, then concentration or meditation, and then wisdom. Right? And they say then he became an arhat in that life. So he actually achieved, he set the motivation finally to achieve his own liberation, and they say he achieved liberation in that very lifetime, which was, I guess, easier with the Buddha himself in person. But so that's the middle level of scope, right? The middle level motivation is wanting to achieve a permanent cessation of true suffering and the true cause of suffering. Wanting to escape samsara and achieve nirvana. But then, for the practices we're doing, right, we're going to try to have the high scope motivation. So then for every practice actually, so for all these 6 preliminaries, for the prostrations to 35 Buddhas, for Vajrasattva, for all those practices, what we try to do is generate bodhicitta motivation. So people, most of you already know this, right? But bodhicitta is the wish to achieve full enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. Right? Grounded in a sense of great compassion for others, and in a sense of universal responsibility. So, you don't have to do these practices, you don't have to have realized bodhicitta, right? But you have to generate it. So you actually have to pause, right? And this is, so if you're establishing a daily practice, the very first thing you would do in the morning is to try to generate bodhicitta motivation for your day, right? Does that make sense? Otherwise your day, so that would be the very first thing, right? And so, like Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's fine to do that actually even before you get out of bed in the morning. So while you're still in bed, you can, it's good to generate bodhicitta. Or if you set up, go sit on your meditation thing, if you do that first thing in the morning, and then meditate on bodhicitta, either way. But that should be the very first thing you do, is to establish that kind of motivation. So, you know, there are many different, you know, things we can contemplate to generate bodhicitta. But I'm just gonna go through, since this is like a good way to start the morning, okay? Just like as a beginning point before we would do our, because then we're like pretending we're just at home, right? We're gonna do our altar and all that, right? So you wake up in the morning, right? And actually, I'm gonna go through, yeah. So you might start like this. Actually, this is before bodhicitta, right? You might think that you're happy to be alive. Actually, right? That's a good starting point for the day. So you think many people died, right, in their sleep, or or they weren't sleeping, they died last night. I could have died. Right? Anybody can. In other words, every day is precious. So I'm so fortunate to be alive and to have this kind of body. Right? I'm not some other kind of creature. I'm a human being. And then you know, you could actually go through the entire contemplation of precious human rebirth. I'm just going to do it briefly right now, right? Where you could think, you know, that it's unbelievably precious that I have this kind of human life. You know, compared to the lower realms, and you know, we can't see hell and hungry ghost beings, but compared to them, and then animals, right? That in terms of being able to progress spiritually, I have the most precious kind of life. And then not only do I have a precious human rebirth, but I've met, you know, the most perfect teachings. Right? The teachings of the lineage of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, which are like most precious teachings through which one can, you know, even beings, they say that, right? Even beings in the pure realms, right? Beings in Amitabha's pure realm, right? Pray to be reborn like you, because you can be teachings that unify Sutra and Tantra and present the stages of the path to enlightenment. So there's not a better place for if you want to become enlightened than where you are. So you can actually think, I have the most precious, like most excellent. You know, if the goal is to become enlightened, there's no better life form than the one I have right now. But there's no guarantee it's going to last until the end of today. That's just a fact. You can't. You know, you can just you're contemplating like this. So you're thinking. So I have the best life I could possibly have. I've met perfect teachings. You know, easily you can get any kind of Dharma books and download, and you know, so you have all this opportunity. But there's no guarantee that I'll live 1 week or 1 year. It's not even a guarantee I'll live today. So at least for today, so now you generate like this. So at least for today, I'm going to focus on Dharma. You know, I'm not worried about tomorrow because I'm not thinking about that. But for today, I'll focus on Dharma. And then you can think, so what's the best Dharma practice to do? It's bodhicitta. Right? And there's this, Shantideva says that, right? You know, that even the Buddhas themselves, if they search throughout the entire universe, and they try to find the most profound Dharma, that they can't find something better than bodhicitta. So, you know, so we can guarantee, you know, so you're thinking like this, right? So I can guarantee to myself, there's nothing better than practicing great compassion, right? And bodhicitta. If there's any if I have to leave out some practice, that's the one I don't leave out, right? So for today, you know, even if there are other practices, I'll do those some other time. Today, my focus is bodhicitta. So then you have to just think, at least briefly, right? There are countless beings, right? Countless sentient beings who are suffering. Most of them don't have the opportunity that I have, right? Most of them don't have access to the teachings, don't have a brain that works like a human brain, right? Don't have all the opportunities I have. So it's my responsibility, actually. The responsibility comes to me. I have the opportunity, and so it's my responsibility to be of benefit, to achieve enlightenment in order to benefit all those sentient beings who are suffering in different realms. So for today, I totally dedicate my life to being of benefit to others, to compassionately striving to free others from their suffering, and to achieve enlightenment in order to be able to bring about that welfare. So today, you know, so for today, my focus is to practice Dharma in order to progress towards full enlightenment, so as to be of benefit to all sentient beings. And if you want, you know, there are different contemplations, right? You could actually go through the like faults of self-cherishing, the advantages of cherishing others. You can go through, you know, you can go through all those. If people know them, you can go through more. I won't cover it all right now, but there are lots of you know, we'll cover them throughout discovering Buddhism. But anyway, so you would think a different way. You also sometimes Lama Zopa, she goes through each of the 6 realms. Right? You'll think of the beings in the hell realms, those realms, animals, humans, demigods, gods, beings in the intermediate state, and dedicate. Right, my day is dedicated for each of those beings in each of those 6 realms, plus those who are not in any realm because they're in the bardo, who just died. And so you're not leaving anybody out that way, right? Like, so that's another way to contemplate, right? So you think, I totally dedicate my day to all of them, right? To to achieving Buddhahood for the benefit of each of them. Which includes, right, every human being, but also every other realm. And so you just keep contemplating until you really feel a sense of, okay, so that's the purpose of my day. I dedicate my day to others. I dedicate my day to be a benefit to others, to compassion, and then especially like to this feeling that it's my responsibility, that I'm not shirking it, I'm not saying, oh, somebody else can enlighten them. It's my responsibility to do that. And so I'm happy to dedicate my this day totally to bodhicitta practice, striving to become enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings. Everything I do, that's the motivation. So that's the key. So then we're going to, I want to just point out something that you keep doing that all day then, right? Like in other words, as often as you can, you keep remembering that, right? That's actually the most essential Dharma practice. If you do that, then whatever else you do becomes Dharma, right? Like, here's if you don't do that, then even if you're in a retreat, you're not practicing Dharma. Right? If you do that, then even if you're really busy walking around and working, then all that becomes Dharma. You see the difference there? That's really important, right? That's why Khenpo, if you remember that story, he's told that many times here about King Pasenajit, the famous ancient Buddhist king at the time of the Buddha, where he came to the Buddha and said, oh, it's really hard for me to practice Dharma because I'm a king, and so I have so much responsibility. And in Khenpo, the reason he tells that story here, right, is that he's like, well, you're all busy, we're all busy like that, right? We're not kings, but we're all busy all day, just like the king in ancient India would have been. And so the Buddha said, he gave 3 practices. One was generate bodhicitta all day, right? Just keep doing that. Then everything you're doing is Dharma practice, right? And then he said, then rejoice in the good deeds of others and dedicate your merit to full enlightenment. Right? And that if you do that, then your entire day, entire life is Dharma practice. So we can do that. There's no thing of like, oh, you have to be a monk, or you have to be in retreat, or you have to be somewhere else other than here. If you do that all day, then you're practicing Dharma all day. So even when you're at work, if you think I'm working for the benefit of all sentient beings, my motivation is to become enlightened, right, then your work is actually Dharma practice. So does that all make sense? So that's really the most important thing, actually. But okay, so then, after you've done that, right, then come the 6 preliminary practices. And so we'll just go through those. I'm not going to, we'll just go through those somewhat briefly. But yeah, it's good to cover. Well, that's part of this. So, and I want to say this too, though, about these 6 preliminaries. Like, many times people skip them, right? Because they think, well, I just want to meditate on emptiness, or bodhicitta, or mahamudra, or tantra, or vajrasattva, or different things, right? Because if you compare, and I think Westerners are particularly bad about this, that we think, well, there's cleaning your meditation place, and there's meditating on the ultimate nature of your own mind, which seems cooler. So people then think, oh, I'm going to meditate on the nature of my own mind, or something like that. But actually, I'll show. This is the proof it's a mistake. Lama Tsongkhapa did them himself. Khenpo Rinpoche still does these himself, right? Whereas he doesn't have somebody else do them for him. And so then you have to think, well, okay, so am I higher than Khenpo Rinpoche and Lama Tsongkhapa? So if you're beyond that, then sure, you can skip it. If not, then you should do them. Okay, does that make sense? Like Atisha did them himself, and he, Atisha was like the great, so if those masters, right, did the 6 preliminaries themselves, then probably we should too. So you can't, don't skip them, in other words. Khenpo Rinpoche actually said, if you do these correctly, they're the foundation for your entire practice, and all the realizations come from the 6 preliminaries. He said that that's actually the source of all the realizations, otherwise the realizations don't arise. So that they're actually the source of gaining the realizations. So anyway, so they're important. Okay, so the first one, and again you have to generate the motivation, right? So the first one is, like I said, is cleaning. It's called cleaning the place of meditation and setting out symbols of the enlightened body. So as you clean the meditation place, right, you just sweep up or vacuum, or you can just wipe down your altar a little bit or something. But the idea here is that even if we don't necessarily clean every day our house, right? But the idea is just to do a little bit in your meditation place each day, actually. So you don't, it's not like, even if you don't clean, even if you're only cleaning your house once a week or something, for the meditation place you just do a little bit because of the symbolism, because of the meaning, because it's part of your Dharma practice. So it's not that you don't just wait till it has to be clean, you just do a little because it's part of your practice, actually. And you think, right, there are many ways to think, but just briefly, One is that instruction from that the Buddha gave to one of his disciples, whereas you're cleaning, basically there are different verses, but basically you just think like this. You think, I'm cleaning out the dust and the dirt of my own mind. That's the meaning behind it, right? Or I'm clean, as you clean up the actual physical dust, you think the meaning is that I'm cleaning up my own delusions, my afflictive emotions, and their imprints. So that's also, there's a thing, right, that sometimes there's a verse that says, I clean out the dirt and I clean out the stains. But the dirt is your own afflictive emotions, and the stains are the stains left behind, the imprints, or the imprints left behind by those. So does that make sense? So you think like that. So the meaning of cleaning then is quite profound. And there's even like there's even a teaching that Kentram mentioned where he says, as you're cleaning, you can think, that let's say the broom is emptiness, actually, right? Because that's actually what destroys the delusion. So you think the broom is the wisdom, understanding emptiness, and the dirt is the afflictive emotions, and that's how we get rid of them. So those are different ways to contemplate as you clean the meditation place. And then it says setting out the symbols of the enlightened body, speech, and mind. So this one I wanted to talk about just a little bit to people because so the meaning there, right, is your altar, right? That for this kind of practice, right, for practicing Dharma, if you can, if you can't, then it's okay. If it's impossible, like Milarepa didn't have an altar, So
Number 2.
this is still number one. There's two categories. There's two parts of number one of the first preliminary. So if it's impossible to set up an altar, then that's okay. But if it's possible for you, it's good to do it. Is the instruction. So if there's a way to do that, but it doesn't have to be elaborate, right? I mean, you can do a very elaborate altar if you want to. But the three things there are a few things that are supposed to be on an altar. Right? So one is though your altar should be. There are a few instructions. One is your altar should be higher than you. Does that make sense? So ideally, like that's why like we're using this today. Right? But wherever you're sitting, meditating, you don't sit higher. Like it's not auspicious if you're sitting up here and your altar's down there. So your altar should be up higher. Where you're putting in the Buddha statue or whatever, or picture should be higher than yourself. It should be clean, right? Obviously, that kind of already covered that in a way about cleaning the place. But of course, that should be clean, right? And then, and also one other thing is like in terms of what to use for your, in terms of like cloth or not cloth, that's up to you. In other words, it's not like a requirement. But the idea behind the altar is this: is that whatever your own resource, it depends on your own resources and what you have available. But for your level of resources, it should be nice. Does that make sense? So like, it's like so if you're using silk sheets and like beautiful, whatever the most beautiful thing on your bed. And then you bought like a really cheap thing to cover your altar, that wouldn't be auspicious. Does that make sense? But it's not saying everybody has to use some beautiful cloth. It's just like whatever your normal thing is, try to do at least that nice for your altar. That makes sense, right? Because it's for your own mind. In other words, it's a sign of your own respect. That's all. So it's not like you have to buy silk or you have to buy brocade from Asia. There's nobody ever said that. But just something that from your level is nice. And then you can include many things in your altar, but the three main things that are said. One is, so I said, the symbols of the enlightened body, speech, and mind. Right? So that should be on your altar. So let's start with the enlightened body. So that would be usually that would be a statue of Shakyamuni Buddha, the historical Buddha. In this case, we have actually a statue of Maitreya Buddha, future Buddha. The Buddha, Maitreya means the loving one, so the Buddha of love. Because it belongs to the center. So. But so you should have a statue that symbolizes, and it doesn't have to be a statue. If you don't have a statue or you can't afford a statue, a picture of the Buddha is fine. Anybody, you can nowadays, anybody can download a picture of the Buddha, right, a nice statue of the Buddha, and print it out and put it in a $1 frame from the frame stores. It doesn't have to be. Again, it depends on your own level of resources, but it should be a nice image of the Buddha, of an enlightened being's body. Usually they say, the Buddha, and then if you have one, it's good. You can include a picture. A statue or a picture of Lama Tsongkhapa as well, if you like. And then any other beings who, if they're, then it's up to you. If there are certain practices that you really like, you can include a picture or a statue of them. Or is that just up to you? But at least of the Buddha. The Buddha should be the central figure. But if you feel a connection to Lama Tsongkhapa, you can put a statue or picture of him. If you feel connected to Tara, you can put a picture or statue of Tara. If you're connected to the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, then you put that. So that's up to you. But the central figure should still be the Buddha, or in this case, it's Maitreya. Does that make sense though? Okay. So you can put whoever else you want there. And also under body, right? You can also include pictures of your teachers if you want to. So that's why we have His Holiness the Dalai Lama there. But and usually, but that's up to you, right? But whoever's your own, if you have teachers who you relate to, who have taught you the Dharma, like Khenpo Rinpoche or His Holiness the Dalai Lama or Lama Zopa, that it's good. Usually we put their pictures up high, on the altar. Right, and that's another symbol of the body, though, right? What I'm saying, enlightened body. Then you should have a symbol of the enlightened speech. So right here we have what's actually usually traditionally used, which is the perfection, a book, it should be, right, the text. And what we have here is the Perfection of Wisdom in 8,000 verses translated into English. Usually it's on this side. I'll show you. We should put it in front more actually. But here it is. Yeah. So here we have, this is the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. Mantra in there too. Okay. But so you should have a book, a text on your altar. And again, anybody, these days, anybody can get a Dharma text, right? You can get a book by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. If you can find anybody can find that actually, the Perfection of Wisdom. Usually they say the 8,000 or the 100,000 verse Perfection of Wisdom is very auspicious. Because what they're saying though in part is, the ideal thing is the actual words of the Buddha. So if you, for example, if you have the Guya Savaja Root Tantra, it's good to put that there, things like that. So it's actual words of the Buddha, but if it's a book by your teacher, that's fine. Does that make sense? Or a book by, Lama Tsongkhapa or some other historical, some other historical teacher, then that's fine. But there should be a book there because it symbolizes the speech of the Buddha, which is especially important, right? Because it's actually the Buddha's speech that causes us to be able to understand the Dharma and practice it. So the Buddha's speech is a very important symbol for the altar. And then the third thing that should be on your altar is a symbol of the enlightened mind. So here, can people see, there's the stupa, right? There's a Kadampa stupa there, the golden color one. So the stupa symbolizes the Buddha's mind. The alternative, so you can, and again, anybody can download now. If you don't, we have a few stupas, but there are different styles of stupa. There's the Enlightenment stupa that's square at the bottom, and this one is the Kadampa stupa, which is more rounded and kind of a little bit different shape. There are many different shapes of stupas, but you can, if you can, they're easy to buy. You can buy small ones nowadays from online easily. But or you can just download a picture. Again, if you can't get one, download a picture of one, print it out, frame it nicely or something. And stupas symbolize the enlightened mind because actually, if you study them, I have a book, we can go over it sometime, but each part of the stupa actually symbolizes a quality of the path. So that actually does symbolize, like for example, there are those little rings going up, those symbolize the bhumis that a Buddha goes through. So each part of a stupa symbolizes part of the path the Buddha went through, because the only way you can understand the Buddha's mind is by understanding the path. Whereas the Buddha's mind is inconceivable, right, the way it is now. So they say the way to understand the Buddha's mind is by contemplating on the path that the Buddha went through to achieve that state. And then you can sort of say, oh wow, so like they have this quality, they have that quality, they have this quality, and then they have something that's beyond any of those qualities, right, which is full enlightenment. But so the stupa is a reminder of those qualities of the Buddha's mind. Does that make sense? The alternate, if you don't want to, there's an alternate to the stupa. There's another symbol of the enlightened mind of the Buddha that's, if you want to use instead of a stupa, is a Vajra and bell, like a dorje and a bell, which are, there's a Vajra, this blue Buddha, Akshobi is holding a Vajra, right, and then the bell also has like a Vajra top. So the Vajra, usually there's 4 prongs on each end with a single prong going through the middle, so that's the 5. There are also other numbers of prongs, but most Vajras have these 5 prongs, right, so there's 1 prong going this way and then has like 4 prongs and 4 prongs at the ends. So if you put a Vajra and bell, but if you have a Vajra and bell, you should remember the symbolism of it, right? That it symbolizes the Buddha's mind, and in particular, the Vajra symbolizes both compassion and great bliss. And the bell symbolizes wisdom, understanding emptiness, and they're together symbolizes that they're inseparable in the mind of the Buddha. So if you want, then that can be there. So that's all you need. You can add other things if you want to. You can make a very elaborate altar, but those are the things that should be there for it to be a complete altar. And then offerings, which is going to be the second of the preliminaries. But first is the symbols. So before you put the offerings, you have to have the symbols there. Does that make sense? So that's the first preliminary. You set up an altar like that. And again, in your house, it's very good. You know, again, if you want to make a whole big room, you know, or something that's wonderful, and you can have tonkas, and you can have, you know, lights and all that, that's great. But you don't have to do that. Or you could have a tiny corner with, you know, table and just those three things and some offerings, that's sufficient. So it's just up to you what you prefer. You know, if you like elaborate things, do elaborate. If you like simple, do simple. Any questions actually about the altar before we go on to the offering part of it?
Location.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. So yeah, actually, it's not so it's not so auspicious if you put the altar where your feet are pointing. So it's not so good to put it at the foot of your bed. Actually, that's not the ideal place. It's better actually, I'll tell a quick story about it. I thought was like Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I'll share this. So Khenpo Rinpoche makes very simple altars usually for himself. I mean, his altars are usually very, you know, he has the light in body, speech, and mind, but usually it's fairly simple. Whereas Lama Zopa Rinpoche likes very elaborate altars. So if you see I've been to like his house in California in Aptos. Like he had he put like, you know, basically the entire everything up from the floor like is pictures of deities. You know, so like on the top you could have like, you know, just so many pictures of his teachers and offerings everywhere, and then pictures of every, you know, 20, you know, there are pictures of the 21 Taras, and then another picture of the 21 Taras, and another picture of the 21 Taras, and then statues of all 20, you know, not just one Tara, but 21 actual statues, and you know, and then, you know, Avalokiteshvara, and then, you know, and Buddhas, and so so his altar was his entire house basically, right? So then his room where he had, you know, just everywhere there was offering, like you could, if you go to his room, there's like hundreds of water bowls and then statues and tonkas of his teacher and pictures, and so then so then this nun goes in and says, Rinpoche, Lama Zopa was famous for not sleeping, right? So it's like 4 in the morning or something, and he's sitting like this, right? So then she says, Rinpoche, you have to lay down and rest your body, you know. And then he points out, he says, there were Buddhas everywhere. He said, I wouldn't put my feet. He said, I wouldn't put my feet towards the Buddha. So she's looking like there's no place left to put it, you know. So then he sat up all night, you know. So then he never laid down, which I guess is, you know, which is typical for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but not practical for most of us. So then it's a little difficult. But so for us, we don't have that elaborate altar, so at least we can not put it where our feet are. And I guess other than that, you know, usually they say, also like, you know, for your personal altar, it's not a decoration to show off, it's not like a decoration in that sense. So you also don't put it somewhere where it's like, oh, people think, you know, like, you know, show, you know, oh, like how pretty, you know, like you're not doing it like, oh, I bought a nice brocade or I bought a pretty painting today, and people come in and admire it. Like, it's not like that, right? So it should be someplace where it's for your practice, you know, or for other people's practice. It's not for like, what's the word? You know, just like decoration.
Display.
Yeah, it's not for display or decoration in that sense. It doesn't have to be private and hidden, unless you're practicing tantra. Then it should be private and hidden. But a general altar, like where we're talking about, doesn't have to be hidden, but it should be. What's the word? But it shouldn't be like, you know. You should arrange it so that it's not to show off in that sense, or you know, it's not decorated in that sense. Other than that, you can put it wherever you want it. So then, the second preliminary is making offerings, and so you know, there are like countless offerings you can make, right? But the basic instruction, right, is it's good to at least. They say it's good to at least make water bowl offerings, right, which we're going to go over in a minute. You know, if you want to, it's great to offer flowers. Like somebody brought flowers. That's you know, and actually there are many different benefits. Khenpo Rinpoche taught this recently, right? There are different, like, so offering flowers actually because they're beautiful and they bring joy to your mind when you see them, right? People look at flowers like, oh, how pretty, right? So they say it creates karma to have beauty in future lifetimes. Each offering has its own thing, like offering incense, because the scent of incense is said to correlate to having very pure morality. You know, so in this and future life. So each offering has its own qualities, you know, and so different flowers are different than incense and so on. But, you know, so you can offer many different things, right? You could offer lights, right, which is what these are, right? You could offer, you know, incense and perfumed water. You know, you could offer all different things. But at the minimum, we're going to do the water bowls, right? And I thought it's funny, they say, why offer water? Like, why offer water bowls, right? Because one thing is, like, it's not like the Buddha is going to come and, you know, it's not like the Buddha's thirsty or something like that, right? The statue can't be thirsty, right? That'd be like, so, actually, the reason to offer water bowls is this: is remember that we're practicing generosity, right? And so, the key to generosity isn't giving; it's generosity, right? It's your mind; it's not the physical act. And so, what they say is that people aren't too attached to water, so that's why. Whereas if you offer something you're attached to, and then you think, oh, I'd like to have that. Like, let's say you offer, if you offered chocolate, and as you're offering, you're thinking, oh, I'd really like to eat that, and maybe I'll take a piece. I'll take one piece and I'll give the Buddha half or something. Then your mind isn't feeling generous, so it's not helpful, right? So Pabonkar Rinpoche says offering water is a good idea because even we selfish people don't mind giving away some water, basically. If you were a different, like if you had a different level of mind, maybe you'd offer, gold or I don't know, something like that. But then we'd like be going, oh, maybe I ought to sell that. So you want to offer something that's easy to offer. But you can offer other things too, right? You can offer also food like apples and oranges. You can offer whatever you want on your altar, but water bowls are a typical one.
Isn't that a good form of practice, though, to offer something that you're not totally non-attached to?
Only, yeah, but the teaching says this: if you regret the offering, it's better not to have made it at all. So
Right.
it has to be something you won't regret. Yeah.
Right, but you could still want it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
But as a daily practice, but as a daily practice, this is good. But yeah, no, you can yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'd be
Right.
great. Yeah, no, you can add in other offerings for sure.
Right.
Yeah. And it's also water. Also, they say that it symbolizes. I'll just mention this. So I'm going to mainly go over the water bowl offering. But you can actually do what water mainly symbolizes. Two things. One is cleansing. Right. We use water for cleansing. So offering water has a correlation, auspiciously, to being purified. And also it's moist, right, and causes growth. And they say so it can be auspicious for actually succeeding in realizing bodhicitta. So those are two benefits to offering water. And also I'll say one other thing, because we're gonna go through this actually in the Vajrasattva sadhana. So I'm just going to show how to offer water bowls. But actually in the Vajrasattva sadhana there comes a part, right, where you do that practice of Om Vajrasattva Argam Padyam Bhupe. If you watch the monks, they're always doing right, every sadhana. If you watch at the Kala Chakra, or with anytime you watch the monks do pujas, there always comes a part where they say Om, and then whichever day. In this case, is Vajrasattva, but it could be Medicine Buddha, or right. And they say Argam Padyam Bhupe Dupe Alake Gande Nude Shabda Pratijam. So it's always part of the pujas, and so in Tibetan they're doing that, right? So the water bowls actually also symbolize, are the basis for that offering. So whenever they're doing that, usually there's water bowls there. Right? And so what happens is that they're visualizing, I'm going to do this at Vajrasattva, so it's okay to share it. Right? That there comes a point where you're visualizing your teacher, or the Buddha, or Vajrasattva there, right? And then you're imagining sending out offering goddesses, actually, who have, so Argam is water for drinking, and Padyam is water for washing, and Pupe is flowers, and Dupe is incense. And so on. So you do go through these different specific offerings. So actually the water bowls symbolize those offerings. And what those are the offerings, they're actually the traditional offerings from ancient Indian culture, the time of the Buddha, for when you invite royalty to your house. Right? So you would offer them water, music, food, incense, all these things, right, that makes a person really happy to be there. Because the idea here is that you're inviting, this is why we cleaned also, this is part of the reason we clean up and stuff, is for our practice, we're inviting the Buddha to come, right? We're inviting the Buddha in front of us at some point in our practice. So that was partly why we cleaned up and all that, right? But then these are also, so these offerings symbolize those. And I want to say one other thing too, because it'll come up in the Vajrasattva sadhana, because sometimes people ask this, and we see like with when the center does pujas, right, these practices, is sometimes there are different numbers of water bowls to be offered. And people always go, oh, how many do we offer, and and which way are they? And so the thing is it depends what sadhana you're doing, what practice you're doing. But there'll be a certain number of times in that practice that there's this Argam, Padyam, Pupe. Ideally, you would have as many sets of water bowls as there are times that appears in a practice. Does that make sense? So that's why, if you like when you're at the Kala Chakra, there's tons of water bowls because there's tons of times that they're doing that. Does that make sense? So it's the number, you do a number of sets. So there's some practices where you do that 7 times, and you would have 7 sets of water bowls. Of course, that's a lot of water bowls. You may not have that many in your house, but anyway, so that's the meaning behind that. But Khenzo Rinpoche has pointed out also that you know, if you can, in other words, again, it's like this. If you can do that, you should do it, right? In other words, so if you have that many water bowls, and you're gonna do that kind of elaborate sadhana, and you have the ability to do it, and it's not, you know, you have the time, then you should do it just right. You know, you should set up all those. If you don't have the resources, you know, and it's not out of laziness, then you can do it with just one bowl, right? Like, Kenshin Rinpoche told that story one time about a guy who, all he had was his own begging bowl, so he would like, you know, monk, right? So he would eat out of it, then he would clean it really well, and then he would do his water bowls with that, because that was all he had. And that was a perfect offering, right? So it's not that he was missing something, you know, because that was what he had, and so he was offering in that, right? So it just depends. So the main thing is you have to judge for yourself, am I being lazy or am I being generous? Does that make sense? So it's for yourself. So, but again, if you have the ability, then, you know, if you're doing a sadhana that has 3 times that, then do 3 sets of water bowls. You know, whereas it's good if you do it that way. But if you can't do that for some reason, then do what you can do and then proceed with the practice. Don't not practice because you don't have enough water bowls either. But okay, so I didn't fill the water bowls because I wanted to actually do it, you know, and show you how to do it in the correct way. As you're lighting the incense, I want to go through a few things. One is, ordinarily you actually, there's a mantra you say as you do, oh sorry. But so there's a mantra you say as you do all your offerings. And that mantra is Om, Ah. Om symbolizing enlightened body, Ah symbolizing enlightened speech, and Hum symbolizing enlightened mind. And so you actually say that mantra to bless the offering. Does that make sense? And so in technically that comes from Tantra. So actually you can think, if you want to, that the offering is in the nature of emptiness, right? And it's the intention of, so in other words, you could go through a whole meditation if you want, right? There's lots of atoms making up this incense. Is any one of those, you know, and then like, what are the atoms of incense? It's carbon, other, right? Are those incense? No, right? You combine them together in a certain form and you label it incense and then it's incense, right? So you could actually meditate. There's no incense from its own side. It's a merely labeled appearance, right? Dependent on causes and conditions, there's an appearance of incense and a labeling, and then there's a labeling and then an appearance of incense, but there's no truly existent incense there, right? That's one part. And then you can think the function of offering this incense is to give rise to great bliss in those I'm offering it to. In this case, let's say my guru, right? His Holiness the Dalai Lama, right? So you can think like that. So does that make sense? So you can meditate on the emptiness of the, so you say Om Ahum, Om Ahum, Om Ahum, and you can think, you know, there's no truly existent, independent, self-existent, inherently existing incense from its own side, but there's the appearance of incense, and I'm offering for the benefit of all sentient beings, to my, to give rise to great bliss in the mind of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and my teachers. And then there's one other thing, which we're going to go through, is you also, it's very good if you know, it's fine if you just offer one stick, but another practice is to think, I'm offering this to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, right? So I'm offering countless. So even though there's just me, one body, offering one stick of incense, there's a visualization you do, right, where you can think, you know, the scope of my motivation is so vast. There are actually 4 infinites. So you can think, there's an infinite motivation, right? I'm offering this stick of incense for the benefit of all sentient beings. That's infinite, right? Another one is I'm imagining offering infinite sticks of incense, right? They're infinite, so even though it's one stick, imagine that in every Pure Land, right, in front of all the 7 medicine Buddhas, in front of the 1,000 Buddhas of this eon, in front of the 35 Buddhas of prostration, in front of Vajrasattva and Chakrasamvara, and, you know, in front of all my gurus, in front of all the holy stupas and statues, I'm imagining manifesting bodies offering incense. So it's, so it's infinite motivation, infinite bodies, infinite objects, right, infinite sticks, and then making those sticks, so when you actually offer them, then it's infinite offering. So that makes sense? That would be 4 things. So if you think like that, right, then it's perfect. There's no better offering, right? If you think with bodhicitta motivation, then you think of emptiness, you think of the purpose is to give rise to great bliss, then you're manifesting countless bodies, then you create infinite, merit just by offering one stick of incense. So Om Ahum. I would say too, if you can't do every single step, then do as many of the steps as you can. You get that. There's, you know, you don't have. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's good to do. It's good if it's perfect. It doesn't have to. But do as much as you can do. So. So then, and I'm just going to go through like the really correct way to do it, so that then people know, right? So another thing is you don't have like I put saffron in this water, right? Which is nice, and we had some from the center, and so on the center's behalf, it's good. You know, but you don't have to do that. Right? In other words, that was just because we had it, and it's nice to do. And then in terms of the water bowls themselves, like you know, there are beautiful ones from Tibet, right, with like not brocade, what's that called? Like embossed symbols on them. But you can use anything, right? So any kind of bowl, there's not like a requirement that it be a certain size. You know, Lama Zopa Rinpoche doesn't tend to use those. He tends to use those really big crystal bowls because he likes very elaborate, extensive offerings. Right? So whether you know, so it doesn't matter. And these are just dessert bowls probably originally, but now they're offering bowls, right? It depends how you label them. They used to be dessert bowls, now we're labeling them. But again, the idea, right? It's the same thing. You could do those four immeasurables, right? Immeasurable motivation, and then imagining there's countless water bowls, countless people countless emanations of me making offerings, and actually offering them endlessly, particularly the bodhicitta motivation. Then you can meditate again on emptiness, and that the function of it is to give rise to great bliss in the person I'm offering it to, the beings I'm offering it to, right? And then there's a process with this, right? So one thing is, Pabonka Rinpoche points this out in his Liberation in the Palm of Your Hand. You don't want the offerings to be really far apart, like that, and they also shouldn't be touching or clanging together. So they should be close together. He says a distance apart, like one rice grain apart, is what his advice is. So that's good advice to follow. And he says there's an auspicious, symbolism there. And again, if you think of the symbolism, which is not to be too distant from your guru, if it's too far apart, but not clanging together is not having problems with them either, right? But to have the right relationship is the symbolism. And then also, if you're doing it precisely, you don't want empty offerings on the altar, like so you don't turn them all over and then fill them. That's not the way it's usually done. So actually what you do is this, this is the traditional. You would pick up the first one, and you actually swipe it through the incense. You're incensing the water bowl, right? And then you're thinking, now the whole time you're thinking, I'm offering this for all sentient beings, right? And you fill the first one while you're holding it. And again, the whole time you're trying, it's a meditation actually, right? So I'm talking, so it's like, but the whole time you'd be meditating, I'm offering this for all sentient beings. This is not, actually this water belongs to all sentient beings. I'm just their representative. I'm offering on behalf of all sentient beings. It's giving rise to great bliss and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. You know, so you're meditating like that, right? Over and over. Now what you do is, again, you would incense it, right? And then you leave a little bit in this one. And then you put that one down. So that's your first one that you put down. There's a little bit of water already in there, right? And then again. So I'm putting it at the correct distance, and you want them kind of in a straight row, right? And you get the point, each one has a little bit of water in it, and then you're filling the next one. And you check it to make sure they're straight, right? Because you want them in a straight row, as you can visually see. I'll do the same. And do you see how this itself should be? Does that make sense though? That all those points, because actually this is going to apply to everything we're going to talk about today, is the symbolism, right? Like, you know, the symbolism of the water bowls being close together, but not clanging, and the symbolism of, or the meaning of them giving rise to great bliss, right? Like, actually, I'll ask you a question: is there an inherent symbolism to offering water, a correlation to great bliss? You know, if you give your friend a glass of water, is there an inherent correlation to great bliss? There's not, right? There is the meaning. So why does that? Why do we say that, right? Or that the moisture has a correlation to bodhicitta. Right? That's not inherently true, actually. So what makes that so is that we contemplate it, right? Whereas if you're thinking, because everything is led by the mind, right? You know, sometimes if a person, there you can imagine a situation where a person could offer water, right? And it's where the other person really wanted juice and you gave them water and it's to like insult them or something, right? Then that'd be like totally the opposite. So it all depends on your mind, right? So the idea here is that the more you, because this is going to apply like to the 35 Buddhas and Vajrasattva and all that, is the idea, right, is that the more levels and meanings behind it you understand, then the more meaningful the practice becomes, right? So if you're just like, let's say you never studied much and you just thought, okay, I have respect to the Buddha, I want to offer a water bowl, right? And then you just offer a water bowl, right? Well, that's good. There's respect there, so there's some meaning, right? But if you're thinking, right, it all depends on your mind. If you're thinking, okay, there's no truly existent water, water is merely labeled on the parts, right? It's totally empty from its own side. Its emptiness manifests in the aspect of water. Its function is to give rise to great bliss in the mind of the right? Well, then that has a whole different, right? Well, actually, the karmic result of that is what? Is that you're going to realize emptiness and you're going to realize great bliss, right? So it's a matter of being skillful. You see what I'm saying? So it's all a matter of what's in your mind, right? And if you think, I'm offering this for the benefit of all, actually, right, if you're thinking in your mind, actually, because this is really an important point, right? If you're offering water bowls thinking, I want to be rich in future life, right? That's a Dharma practice, actually, right, according to the minimum requirement. But what's the result of that? Well, you're going to be rich in some future life, right? And then it'll run out. That's the idea. Like, in other words, that's what actually Shantideva points out. Like, let's say somebody does it. They think, okay, I really want to be rich in my future lives. I'm going to offer a lot of water bowls, and they do that. Right? The result of that, because it is a spiritual practice, right? There's something beyond this life, is they'll be rich in some future life, and then that karma will run out, right? And Shantideva says that's why other virtues are like a plantain tree, right? Whereas they grow once and then die, right? And then they're finished. And he says bodhicitta, the virtue of bodhicitta never ends, right? Whereas so if the person is thinking, I'm not doing this just to be rich in future lives. I'm not doing this to be rich in this life. I'm not doing this just for my own liberation. I'm doing this for all sentient beings, on behalf of all sentient beings, in order to benefit all sentient beings, right? Then the result never finishes because the motivation never finishes, right? In other words, until all beings are enlightened, there's still some connection there to that previous motivation. So even someday when you're a Buddha, that virtue will still be there, manifesting as you having resources to help somebody. Does that make sense? Because that was the motivation you did it with, because everything is led by the mind. So that's why all these levels of symbolism are important, or levels of understanding meaning. But okay. So then, once they're all laid out with some water in them, then you fill them. By the way, and oftentimes, I'm talking because it's the purpose here, right? But oftentimes you don't really want to talk over this because that's not so nice either. Oftentimes you cover your mouth even like this, or sometimes they wear like a little mask or something. Obviously, because today the purpose was to explain it to you guys. I'm not doing it. That's the one thing I'm not doing right today in a way because I couldn't explain it otherwise. And with the filling it, you don't want to fill it only halfway, and you don't want to fill it so it's overflowing. Right? So you want to fill it fully, but not to where it's risk of overflowing. And again, you're meditating while you're filling it, right? And then at the end, again, you would kind of, and then you would actually offer it right in your mind. You think, okay, and I'm offering it to the Buddha, inseparable from my teacher. And again, you can contemplate all those meanings if you want to again, or you can just think that, right? And then we'll get to later, when you get to the part of the sadhana, we're going to offer these again, right, in the form of argam, padya, and pupa. But for now, that's that. So you made the offerings, right?
What is the purpose of keeping them totally straight? Like, what is the symbolism behind keeping it, like,
I have to look that
just
up.
on the right path? I mean, like,
Yeah, I don't know. There's I'm trying to remember. It's slipping my mind. I know I must have heard it, but you can look it up. I'll look it up at lunch break and check.
what about covering your mouth? What is the significance of that?
But that, I mean, that's not absolutely required. But it's just you don't want to be breathing. You know, it's like the same thing. Like if you were, you know, it's just that simple. Like in other words, if I were, it'd be like going, oh, here's your drink. You know, but it just that's just that. You know, like, it's just a respect thing. They do that also, like you know, if you're serving your teacher lunch, you know, you do the same kind of thing.
A lot of times with the monks and nuns, they'll take a kata and tie it around, and it's so they don't breathe at all on the offering, so it's pure.
So, okay, we'll keep going through the 6 preliminaries. The rest I'm going to cover fairly briefly. I'm not going to cover them in huge detail, because they'll come again later in Discovering Buddhism, but they're important, so we'll cover them. So the next one, the third of the 6, is sit in it's either the 7 or the 8-fold posture of Vairocana and generate refuge in bodhicitta. So that's that whole one. So the again, we're going to cover, actually, in the next module, how to meditate. We're going to cover the 8-fold posture in detail. But, you know, for today, just in brief, I'm going to say, like, there's I'll say this, for meditation, posture is very important, actually, because especially, you know, to meditate, you're working with your subtle body and winds, so it's very important that way. It's important for your concentration. But so at the minimum, I'll say this, when you're meditating, for sure your back should be straight. Does that make sense? So really keep your back, you know, straight. They say like a stack of coins, right? Like, you know, if you're going to stack coins up, they have to be really straight or they'll fall over. So like that. Keep your body like that. Another one, because even a lot of people here sit in chair, but so one thing we can do is keep our back straight. That's important. Also, I'll just mention a few, right? One is that. Another is your hands, right? Sometimes people put their hands all different ways or something. But actually, the best way to put your hands is your left hand on the bottom, your right hand on top, and make it like a little bit of a triangular shape and put it by your navel. Does that make sense? That's really the best position for your hands to be in. So try to keep your hands like that. And the third point I'll make is, I'll make one more, then I'm not going to go into the rest of the detail, but also like with your head, right? You don't want to be looking up and you don't want to be looking down, but you want like your gaze, like your head can be just very, very slightly tilted forward, you know, so it's like kind of like that. But with your back is very straight, but your head is just very slightly looking, so you're looking kind of downward like that. And you keep your mouth in its natural position. So you don't have to like put your mouth in some unusual way, but kind of keep your mouth so it's natural and have your head, you know, so you're kind of gazing this way. And ideally, you don't want to close your eyes when you meditate. You know, if you look at statues of the Buddha, right? The Buddha's eyes are usually like that, right? They're not quite closed, but they're not they're not like this, right? But they're not closed. They're kind of gazing downward and like half closed. That's the ideal way to keep your eyes when you're meditating. You know, if you're very distracted or something and you need to close your eyes for a short time, it's okay. It's not like it's against the rules or something like that. But if you develop that habit, it's not such a good habit, because then what will happen is, as you get deeper into meditation, you're likely to develop a habit of having a mind that's too lethargic and kind of sinking. Not even sleepy, but just like, I mean, at the beginning it could be, you know, close your eyes, you could fall asleep. But later it's going to be hard to have the vibrancy in your meditation that you need. So it's a bad habit to get in, to always close your eyes. So that's why if you have your eyes just a little bit open, that light sort of keeps a vibrancy to your practice that can be helpful in preventing that sinking mind. So that's important. And then for this third preliminary, you generate refuge in bodhicitta, right? So people know refuge, we just covered that, and then bodhicitta we just talked about. So you would generate that motivation. Then the fourth preliminary is to visualize the field of merit, the merit field. And so they're all different merit fields. But actually, the meaning, right, is what is a merit field, right? Field means something you grow stuff in, right, for your own nourishment, or in the nourishment of others, right? Like a crops. But in this case, you're not growing crops, you're growing merit, right? So what's the best field to grow merit in is, actually the best field is your teacher. Right? So if you have a guru or a teacher or a lama, then the best field to grow your merit in is them, actually. And then the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are also a good field of merit. The Arhats and the Pratyeka Buddhas and so on, the protectors and the Dakinis, those are all fields of merit. They're beings in relation to whom you can create merit. But the best field of merit is your own teacher. And so the idea here is that you, for the sake of your practice, you visualize some symbol or being, something, like a Buddha usually, or enlightened being, who's the embodiment of, who's inseparable from your teacher. That's actually the idea. So like, if your teacher's the Dalai Lama or Khenpo Rinpoche or Lama Zopa or something, then you visualize, right? Somebody give an example, so in the Guru Puja, that's a very elaborate merit field that has like, Lama Tsongkhapa in the middle with the Buddha in his heart, and then, Maitreya, Sangha, Vasubandhu, coming down to Atisha, and then the Gelugpa teachers, and then on the left side, Manjushri, and so on, and then in the middle, the tantric lineages with each master there, and then all the Buddha, tantric deities and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So if you want to do an elaborate one, there's beautiful, beautiful elaborate ones. We don't have the really elaborate one here. But, oh, there it is, yeah. It's behind the stupa. But for our purpose today, the merit field can be the Buddha, right? In other words, you can just visualize the Buddha there. Or, let's say you're doing Vajrasattva practice. Right? Your merit field can be Vajrasattva. So you can think of, at this point you would think of there in front of you is Vajrasattva, inseparable from your teacher. That's sufficient. Right? There's a teaching called the, Khenpo Rinpoche actually pointed this out, there are very elaborate merit fields, right, like this one. But there's what's called the condensed jewel tradition, which is all in one, actually, right? So you can actually visualize, let's say Vajrasattva. I'm going to pick that as easy. Well, I'm going to use the Buddha because we're going to do the 35 Buddhas practice first, right? So in this case, the merit field could just be the Buddha himself, who's later going to manifest the other 34 Buddhas. But you think, the condensed jewel tradition means this. You visualize the Buddha just there, right? Like, holding the begging bowl, his hand like this, and the earth touching mudra, the traditional Buddha. Right? And then you think, that image of the Buddha in front of me is the embodiment of my teacher. That Buddha is also the embodiment of all Buddhas, and all Bodhisattvas, and all teachers, and all gurus, and all deities. So you can think like that, it's more meaningful. Does that make sense? So if that's fine. Just visualize one Buddha and think they're the embodiment of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and teachers and everything. But if you like elaborate, then it's great. You can do like the Guru Puja, and then you can have that as your merit field. So it's up to you. Does that make sense? There are lots of choices actually, right? Everything from, Vajrasattva, if you like tantric one, to the Buddha, if you like Sutrayana version, to the Buddha with Vajradhara in his heart, if you like both, to, all the way up to like the Lama Chopa with, hundreds of figures. So it's totally up to you which merit field you want to use, but it's good to get familiar with one and use it every day. Does that make sense? So part of your practice should be that you should get familiar with some merit field there. So then, having visualized the merit field, you then do the 7-limbed prayer. And that's going to actually come, I believe, in the Vajrasattva practice that we're going to do. So if it does, maybe I'll cover it then. Let me just make sure I'm correct. I'm pretty sure it comes in here. Yeah, so there's a whole thing of the merit field of Vajrasattva, offerings. Not all 7. Yeah, let's see. Well, maybe I'll briefly cover what the 7-limb practice, because actually this practice, the 7-limb practice, is the, just checking if it's in. Yeah, no, it has offering, but it doesn't have the whole 7 limbs. Okay, yeah, no, so we'll talk about it now. So this 7-limb practice is extremely important, actually. If they're, in terms of, because actually, having visualized the field of merit, it's the 7-limb practice that allows you create merit and purify your negative karma. And this whole day is actually, so this is really an important point, because this whole day we're mainly going to be focusing on purifying, right? The 35 Buddhas practice and the Vajrasattva practice are both for purification mainly. Although you create merit with them too. I will explain how, but so these are hugely important practices, and actually they say, because since everything depends on karma, right? Your experience, in other words, everything in terms of your experience depends on your karma. That these are the basis for happiness, actually, and the basis for all realizations of the Dharma. So again, these especially, if you skip these and think you're gonna, I'll just meditate on emptiness, and then I'll realize it, I don't need to do those, then you won't realize emptiness, right? When Lama Tsongkhapa, there's a famous story that when Lama Tsongkhapa was trying to understand emptiness, he was meditating, he kept trying, and he wasn't able to get satisfied. In other words, he studied extensively the great treatises and with his teachers, but he wasn't satisfied with his experience of the view. And then he was such a high practitioner at this point, he was able to actually talk to the Bodhisattva, the celestial Bodhisattva Manjushri face to face. He could have these visions of Manjushri. And there were a lot of his dialogues with Manjushri are very funny, because Manjushri, it's not like Western, in our culture, like oftentimes if you see a movie or something, it's like, I don't know, light rays and then they say, some very profound thing. But actually they would have these real discussions, like, he would talk to Manjushri like, okay, but how about this? All right, how about that? And Manjushri would sometimes even tease him, right? And so sometimes Lama Tsongkhapa would say, well, have I realized the correct view? And Manjushri, have I realized the prasangika, the ultimate view? And Manjushri would say, you haven't realized the lower view yet. What are you talking about? So they would have these dialogues back and forth, right? And so Lama Tsongkhapa kept asking questions, and finally Manjushri says to Lama Tsongkhapa, actually it's not useful anymore, stop asking questions. Stop asking me, because you're not going to realize it by asking me questions. And there's nobody on this earth who can teach you any more intellectually than what you've heard now. You need to purify your negative karma and accumulate merit, and then you'll realize the view. And so he said, go off and do practice, and stop, and I'm not going to answer any more of your questions about emptiness, and you're wasting my time, basically, go practice. And so, what did Lama Tsongkhapa do? He went and did the practices we're going to study today, actually. That's what he did, He went into retreat, and he just did those intensively, and that was when then, he actually gained the ultimate realization of Mahamudra. It was through these practices. So it's not like, so it's a really important point, right? In other words, the highest realizations come from these things. Does that make sense? And that's a special instruction that's come down then from Lama Tsongkhapa, right? His practice, and especially he mainly did the 35 Buddhist practice. Actually, that was his practice he did a ton of at that time, around that time. So these 7 limbs are important. So the first limb, I'll go through each one, is prostration. And we're going to cover that in a lot of detail in the 35 Buddhas. I won't go through it, but the first limb is to prostrate. And the minimum prostration is just, you can go like this, right? Or you can do a short prostration, or full length, all different prostrations you can do. But the first limb is to prostrate. There are huge benefits to prostration that we're going to talk about. The next, we can go in different order, but then to confess, right? Am I doing? Oh, rejoicing. Was that offerings of rejoicing? Then yeah. So the next one is making offerings. So we did that, right? But you can actually elaborate, right? You can imagine offering all kinds of things, right? But again, the key here is that you're offering to who, right? That you're thinking, I'm offering. In this case, we said Shakyamuni Buddha, right? So it's the Buddha who's the manifestation of your teacher. Right? So you're thinking like that. So you're creating extensive merit. So okay, yeah. So you do like that. So you offer. So here you would pause and actually offer, right? So there are verses for this, right? And if you can do elaborate ones, you can do short ones, but do some. In other words, don't leave it out. This is one not to leave out in your daily practice, right? So whether if you look, actually, I just want to point this out. If you want to do an elaborate version, right? Actually, the most elaborate that's easy to do in English is Lama Zopa Rinpoche composed combining the Jorcha, which is the preliminary practices, and the Guru Puja. That's a very extensive version. So that's a really nice, actually. It's very elaborate. That one has a lot of offerings. You offer a bathing house and a towel and bath and water, and then all the other offerings. You offer tons and tons of different offerings. If that's too long, then you can just do the Guru Puja. That's like fairly long, but that only takes like half hour or something. If that's too long, there's a short one to Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga called the Gyandan Lagema, the 100 Deities of the Land of Joy. That's a very short one, actually. Just like it has just one verse for each of the 7. So you can do that every day. there's a practice that's similar length to that one, that's not, but instead of having Lama Tsongkhapa as a central figure, it has the Buddha as a central figure. That's like that Lama Zopa Rinpoche composed. Actually, I just ordered it because we're going to use it as part of discovering Buddhism. So that's another version that's very short that has these 7 limbs. If you want the briefest one, there's just like there's one verse, right? Forever the Prashna Bhaisi Shmana, I make countless offerings. It's like one verse that does it. But do some version and meditate on the meaning. Does that make sense? Okay, so you do prostration, offering. What's the third one? I'll check it.
Confession.
Confession. Right? So confession, right? You can hear that particularly you can confess all your negative deeds over countless lives, but particularly any ones you've done recently. Right? And then in the practice that we're going to be doing, you would do the confession in an elaborate way, right? Using the 35 Buddhas or using the Vajrasattva or both, actually. So that'd be confession. So we're going to get into more detail about that. Then what comes next? Rejoicing. Okay, I'm doing the right order. So rejoicing is the easiest. Actually, rejoicing is an excellent practice. You should really get into rejoicing. I want to say just something brief about it, right? Rejoicing, first of all, it's so easy, right? Like it's the easiest practice of all the Dharma practices. It's the easiest practice to do. All you have to do is think, how, like, and it's a really good practice for lazy people, because like you don't have to do that much, but you create a lot of merit. Actually, I'm not making this up. Lama Tsongkhapa said that, and actually, I think it was Gunhang Rinpoche. He said rejoicing is really great. You can even do it laying down, resting. So like. So think like this. If you're just like laying, and you can be laying on a couch, right? You can be thinking how cool it is that the Dalai Lama, His Holiness, is doing all these amazing things, right? Like he's giving teachings to thousands of people, and he's traveling all over the world. And he's going to like he teaches in India, and America, and then Germany and Australia. And he's like going everywhere, and like thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people come, and they get so inspired to practice compassion. It's so wonderful. Isn't that great? You haven't really, you're just laying there, right? You're creating so much merit because you're rejoicing in the deeds of the Dalai Lama, and then you're rejoicing in the tens of thousands of people who went and listened, right? So those teachings, and you can think, oh, and how great it is. Like, this is like, if you read biographies, then you could just like think back, like how cool Milarepa was amazing. Oh, he did all these things. He like, went through all those amazing hardships, right, for to do out of devotion to Marpa, his guru, and then in the meditation he's in those caves. Wow, it's like, and Marpa, like he walked over the mountains. That was so hard. And Lama Tsongkhapa, he did 3.5 million prostrations to 35 Buddhas. I'm so happy he did that. Like you don't have to actually do the prostrations for this part, right? Like so that's why it's good for like even when you're lazy. And they say that actually it's weird. Like it's funny. They say if you have more merit than the person you're rejoicing in, you actually create more virtue. In other words, if you're a higher practitioner, you're actually creating more merit than they did by actually doing the thing. And they say that if if you have less, then you're still creating a percentage of it. So it's really easy. Sometimes I feel almost guilty. Like I'll think, wow, all those people in Tibet who did like prostrations across the entire country. Then I'm like going, wow, I'm just sitting here thinking that, and they did like they like went across the Himalayas. It seems a little extreme that I'm not making more effort, but anyway, that's a practice, right? You rejoice. So you can think of everybody who's gone to Bodh Gaya and offered like so many light offerings, and it's like you don't actually have to fly there. And it's strange, right, that if you haven't, if some of those people weren't such good practitioners, then you're creating more merit than they did. So it's funny that way. And one other quick thing I want to mention about rejoicing, though, is because I don't know if people have heard this or not, but so because everything's led by the mind, right? That's the point here, right? So just rejoicing in somebody else's good deeds, you create tons of good karma. But be careful, because the same goes for bad rejoicing. You also create negative karma by rejoicing in the wrong things. And this is a danger of watching TV, actually, right? So, so if you watch TV and like you're happy that, let's say you're watching something and you're happy that somebody killed somebody else, right? Like, they killed this dictator, or they killed. Now, if you're happy that people have been protected, that's different. But I'm talking about actually rejoicing in killing. I'm saying, like, it's easy to do, right? Like, in other words, to rejoice in, or to rejoice in somebody who you don't like having something bad happen to them, right? Like, let's say you don't like somebody in politics, and then they have some terrible thing happen, right? Like, or just something that makes them suffer, and then you think, oh, that's great, yeah, now they're pushed down. Like, that you create bad karma that way. So it's very easy to create, it's easy to create a lot of good karma, right? But it's also easy with rejoicing to create a lot of bad karma, especially if you watch the news, actually, or read the newspaper. So be careful, but it's also possible with your friends, right? Like, or not your friends, but your enemies, actually, right? But your friends too, right? Like if your friend does something where like, they do something negative, but they win, then you're happy for them. Well, that's negative rejoicing too. Right? So So be careful with rejoicing. Because you can create a lot of good karma or bad karma with rejoicing, because again, we don't often think this, that it's our mind that's so important. Okay, what's the next?
Requesting to turn the wheels.
Yeah, so that's an important one, right? So there, you request your teacher, right? So you're visualizing the Buddha there in the form of, your teacher in the form of the Buddha, right? And so you say, and so there, here you request, right? You say, please teach, please turn the wheel down, please always teach us Dharma, right? And I want to point out something else about this one that's I think worth thinking about. Is again because everything. One is you purify the negative karma of having disrespected the Dharma by doing this. Actually, it's a good way to purify. Another is by doing this you create the cause to actually hear Dharma teachings. Right? If you don't request, actually, because there's a teaching that says the Buddha taught, don't teach unless somebody asks. Right? The Buddha said that. You shouldn't teach. Here I am blabbing. Nobody really asked, but. I'm a very bad karma.
We did ask.
Right.
So I'm wrong with it. I'm making a mistake. But the Buddha said don't talk if somebody has a request. So you won't get teachings if you don't ask, right? And so you should request. You should visualize the Buddha there. And I want to say something else about this, just for your own thinking, right? If you want to someday in this life or future lives study and realize something, right? If you don't request that teaching over and over, it's not going to happen, right? So I want to say here, don't just say my advice to you. This is the teachings say just at least request, right? But I want to give a personal small elaboration here. Is when you're visualizing your teacher in the form of the Buddha there, this is a good time. Like, don't just say, may you teach the Dharma, but actually think like, may I be able to study every detail of the teachings on bodhicitta? May whatever Atisha studied with his guru about bodhicitta, may I study it with you? Whatever teachings Lama Tsongkhapa heard from Manjushri, may I also hear them from you? Whatever, you should elaborate here and say all the different teachings that are so profound, right? All the subtle points of the stages of the path teachings, may I hear every one of them and be able to understand them well from you. May you always teach them continually, not just to me, but to all beings. May we all be able to understand them so precisely, and just elaborate there. In other words, if there are teachings that you, let's say you've read a biography, right, and you hear that, Marpa went all the way across the Himalayas to study something with Naropa, right? And you think that teaching sounds interesting, request it then, right? This is the time, may I be able to study, just like Marpa studied Guya Samaja teachings with Naropa, may I be able to hear all those teachings from you, every detail, just like Marpa heard from Naropa. All the teaching, so you can elaborate. Does that make sense? So at this point of requesting, because think about it, actually, how do you create the karma to hear those teachings? It's through this, right? It doesn't just happen randomly, right? The Buddhas can teach, the Buddhas know everything, right? But they can only appear in accordance with the karma of sentient beings, right? So if you continually request those kinds of teachings, then suddenly a teacher will appear and teach them somewhere, right? And you'll say, oh, how cool, wow, they're teaching it somewhere where I'm happening to be? Oh, that's great, right? And if you don't request them much, right, if you don't create this karma, then you'll say, what, they gave that teaching? I wasn't there, nobody told me. Why didn't somebody tell me it was happening? And you'll say, what, my phone wasn't working, whatever, something will be an obstacle. So it depends on your causes and conditions, right? So anyway, so that's a really important one, is to elaborate that requesting part. Then next is requesting not to pass into
To
prayer.
remain.
Right, yeah. So that one, you request your teacher not to pass away. What's that? Oh,
That's
they go
actually
different orders.
before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's reversed.
But so in that one, and I want to say a couple of things about this, right? One is actually, this is a very important practice. They do whole long life pujas, right? Sometimes you read that, right? They did a long life puja for the Dalai Lama or a long life puja for Lama Zopa. So this is actually a very brief version of a long life puja. And you may think, well, what's the big deal? Why should I, but actually, there are a few things. One is, if your teacher is a Buddha, if your teacher is actually an enlightened being, then the main cause of them remaining is your karma, right? And the karma, again, karma is led by the mind, so it's requesting. So actually, you have to have good merit to have a Buddha manifest to you, right? And and if you've had how should I say it? If you're around teachers, then it's easy to take it for granted. I guess that's what I'm getting at, right? In other words, it's easy to say, oh well, this teacher's coming and that teacher's coming, but it's very, if you actually look realistically, it's very easy like that, right? For there to be nobody, for there to be nobody left who can teach profound teachings, and you know, if you've had the experience of being, you know, of knowing teachers and they die, right, and then it's like, wow, you know, like, and there are a lot of things, right, nowadays especially, because it's like, you know, because the Tibetans are in exile and all that, like the circumstances, Lama Zopa said, actually the teachings are very thin. And there's the lineage is very thin. There's not many people left who can actually teach, especially like tantric subjects and things like that. It's like, you know, so, and oftentimes if you meditate on this and you think, wow, like, you know, if one or two teachers were to suddenly die, then like where would you go? It's actually really like, you know, if you want to have if you have a question about some advanced subject, who can you ask, right? So this is a very important subject, is requesting the teacher to remain. If you're, you know, if you want to actually study Dharma, you need a teacher there, right? Like, otherwise you can't study, there's nobody to study with. You can read books, but it's like, when a question comes up, you have nobody to ask. So it's a really important point, right, that you want to have a relationship with a teacher who's actually manifest in a body, you know, in the world. So this is a very important point like that. And requesting is one of the ways that creates the cause to actually have teachers who live long and are there and good for you, who you can actually interact with. Otherwise, somebody else might have a teacher, but you won't have one. And you'll say, oh, I don't know, I can't find anybody. I had this one teacher and they passed away, and there's nobody. Right? So requesting is important. And for your teacher to live long, actually, they say that requesting teachings and also getting along well with your Vajra brothers and sisters, your fellow students. Those are the two really important causes. So not fighting and arguing and having problems with your fellow students, and requesting are really important practices to do. Also, requesting your teacher to live long, they say, is also a cause for your own long life too. It's like a long life puja for yourself too, karmically. So anyway, there are a lot of benefits to requesting the teacher to remain long. Oh, and I didn't say this also. When you request your teacher to teach, if you want to, this is optional, but you can imagine you can imagine offering a golden wheel that symbolizes turning the wheel of Dharma. You can actually, or you can imagine countless bodies manifesting offering golden wheels. And they say that correlates to that when the Buddha, after he became enlightened, you know, he sat for a while, didn't teach, and then Brahma, right, the god Brahma, appeared to him with a golden wheel and offered it to him and said, you practice for 3 countless great eons with your vow to benefit sentient beings. You know, now is the time to benefit us, sentient beings, and I, the god Brahma, on behalf of sentient beings, are requesting you to teach. And they say that was when the Buddha then got up and started teaching, because he doesn't teach unless requested, right? So Brahma had to be the first requester. So there's an auspiciousness to imagining that. And then when you request your teacher to remain long, if you want to, this is optional again, but you can imagine offering a throne, and that's symbolizing, please stay here on this throne and teach us. Now what do we get to? Dedication. And so then dedication, right, this is important actually. So yeah, this is a really important one too. Going kind of longer than I thought on these preliminaries, but they're important, so that's okay. Dedication is very important too, because now if you just do those 7 limbs, right, we've done 6 limbs up to now, you've actually created, you may not think so, but the reality is you've created a ton of merit, right? If you do each one correctly, right, you think I'm offering this as nature of great bliss, understanding emptiness, and then you do the prostrations, and you do the rejoicing, you've actually created huge amounts of virtue, good karma. So then dedication, where you dedicate your good karma determines where it's going to take you, or how it's going to manifest. So like, one is the motivation, but the other is the dedication. Those are the 2 things that determine how it will manifest. And so if you just do a lot of good karma and then you don't think about it, like then you go, okay, oh now I'm busy, I got to go to work, and you don't dedicate. Right? Then, first of all, then it's not so definite how it will ripen karmically. And also then, if you do something negative, it can destroy or harm the good karma that you created. So, for example, if you do a lot of good things, Shantideva says, right, one moment of anger destroys so much virtue. I think Dave asked that question the other day. So, if you dedicate the merit, then it protects that merit, especially if you dedicate it to full enlightenment, or to the teachings remaining long, or if you dedicate with an awareness of emptiness, right, that the merit is dependently arisen, merely labeled by the mind, totally empty from its own side. I am also dependently arisen, empty of true inherent existence, self-existence, and the result is also empty. It'll rise dependence on these causes and conditions. So they're all empty of intrinsic reality. And so with that awareness, I dedicate to attaining full enlightenment of Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. That's perfect. And there are lots of dedications, right? May I and all others realize bodhicitta. May the wishes of May the wishes of all my, may the wishes of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and all my other teachers be completely fulfilled. These are all very extensive dedications, right? Because the meaning is extensive. So anyway, so it's important. It's very, very important to dedicate. I'll just share what I thought was good. Was Khenchen Rinpoche said, merit is like gold. Like if you have some gold. And he said, but your dedication is what you're going to make it into. And he said, so be careful because, like, he said, if you have some gold, if you give it to a really good statue maker and commission it, they can make a Buddha statue that's beautiful. But he said some crazy person can also make a toilet out of gold. And he said either way it's gold, but the toilet's not as, then you just have a golden toilet. That's not so great. So that's the meaning. So dedication is important. And then the final of the 6 preliminaries is making requests. And so there are various kinds of requests you can make, but this is a very important one also. So you're requesting, who are you requesting to, right? You're requesting to your guru, in this case we're using this one, so in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha, right? And so, again, don't leave this one out, because actually this is part of the instruction. I mean, this comes from ancient India, but this is part of the instruction also that Manjushri gave to Lama Tsongkhapa. Right? He said, if you want to gain the realizations, purify your negative karma, accumulate virtue, and make requests to your guru for their blessings. Right? And what does your guru's blessing mean? Actually, you're requesting the blessings of your guru. The guru's blessing just means that your mind transforms. Right? It's not like some mystical, what's the word? It's not like a vision. We're not saying you say, oh, I have the blessing of my guru. I saw 1,000 deities floating in the sky. That's not the meaning of blessing. The blessing means like you actually got rid of selfishness, and realized compassion, right? Or you got rid of self-grasping at true existence and you realized emptiness, right? That means you received the blessing of your teacher. So you request those things. There are many. If you look in the text, there are many beautiful requesting prayers. And there are different kinds, right? There are some that are very elaborate, like there's a request where you request actually all the teachers of the lineage, so you go through all the lineage masters you request them. Those are very elaborate ones. But then there are very simple ones also, right? And if you were only going to do, if you were going to just, anyway, you can, if you want, I mean, I can give them to you. There are many different, and actually in the book that we're editing by Khenchen Rinpoche, I just finished editing the section on requests. And he goes through 3 or 4 different kinds of requests, and they're all wonderful. But if you were going to do just one, maybe it's good you can do, there are different versions of this one too, but in the Lam Rim they call it planting the stake prayer. Or in the Guru Puja, it's that verse, you are my guru, you are our gurus, you are our yidams, you are our dakidis and dharma protectors. From this moment until enlightenment, we need seek no refuge other than you. In this life, the bardo and all future lives. Please hold us in your compassion. Grant us from samsara nirvana, free us from samsara nirvana, sphere us, grant all attainments, be unfriendly friend and guard us from interference. That is, because that includes everything, right, all the way up to Buddhahood. So you want to make a request that has a vast meaning. That's fine. But so there are different requests, but you can if you just include one verse like that, then that fulfills it, or you can do elaborate requests. But okay, so those are the 6 preliminaries. So next, I'm going to just introduce this, and then maybe we'll take a short break. So next, what we're going to do is talk about the prostration practice to the 35 Buddhas, which, as I said, I just want to introduce it now, and then I'm going to pause for a minute before we actually start it, or pause. But I said this earlier, right? Like this, I just want to say this though. Like, so this actually is a sutra. I want to point out that first of all, this is not something. This is not a Tibetan. This doesn't come from. I mean, Tibetans practice it a lot, but actually, it's a sutra from the Buddha. Actually, so the Buddha taught this. So it's actually called the three. It's a section out of a sutra called the Three Heaps Sutra. And maybe I'll just briefly tell the story. The story goes that there were 30, I think it was 35 bodhisattvas actually, who did some kind of negative action. They were out doing something and they did something wrong. And then they regretted it because that's what bodhisattvas do. And they came to the Buddha and the Buddha said, I'll help you purify, and he taught this practice. So that's why there are 35. No, it's because there are countless Buddhas, but he taught this practice of these 35 Buddhas to purify those bodhisattvas. So it was all teachings of the Buddha always happen in a context. Does that make sense? So whereas the Buddha didn't just, like I said, it was always requested. So if you read the sutras, it's always somebody came along, or something happened, and then somebody asked a question. So that was the context in which the Buddha taught this particular practice. And this practice is for purifying negative karma then, right? And And I'll say one last thing and then I'll pause. So the other thing I want to say is this, so these 35 Buddhas, there's a particular meaning here, which is that when somebody's on the path, a bodhisattva is on the path, right? There comes a point, right, where they've realized great compassion, they've realized bodhicitta, right? And there's one of the powers is the power of prayer, right? And the power of dedication. And so what happens is, like, different Buddhas are different bodhisattvas are different, right? They have different careers towards their enlightenment. So these 35 bodhisattvas who became the 35 Buddhas, the 35 Buddhas themselves when they were still bodhisattvas, they particularly saw the incredible suffering that comes from negative karma, right? They gained a deep realization of that. And so they made prayers. They said, when I become a Buddha, I'm dedicating my practice so that anybody who recites my name will have this purification, such and such kind of purification. Does that make sense? So that was like and they kept practicing and dedicating, and that was a focus in their practice, or one of the focus in their practice. And so now, if we recite their names as part of our practice, we connect with their past vows and we gain some kind of purification. Does that make sense? So it's a relational issue here. Our practice, they can't purify you only through their own practice, right? Their practice purified them. But because they dedicated that way and we're developing a relationship with them by visualizing them and reciting their names, then we get some benefit through that relationship. Does that make sense? The reason why, the main reason I'm covering this is it's a hugely important practice. Also, I want to say this by way of introduction, because it says it on this completion card page. And actually, I have more completion cards for people who are doing Discovering Buddhism fully, but I want to explain something about this, which is, I'm just going to explain this one part for now. That for people who are doing Discovering Buddhism for, wanting to complete it, one of the requirements is to do, it says here, 100,000 prostrations to the 35 Buddhas, right? So that's part of the reason why I'm teaching these out of order, right? In theory, this class should have come later, actually, right? It's module 7 or 8. But I'm teaching it now because people need to start. People who are wanting to do Discovering Buddhism to complete it should probably start on that. So that's going to be one of the requirements, and I didn't make that up, Lama Zopa did, so it wasn't my idea, but it's a great idea. So you'll start, so those of you who want to take Discovering Buddhism, and complete it, and get a completion certificate from FPMT and all that, then you would start doing your 100,000 anytime after today, right? You start tonight if you want. But I'm going to clarify also, and I'm going to do the same thing because you'll see that on there, Vajrasattva is also there, right? But I'm going to clarify today also how you do this, right? In other words, from a FPMT's, in other words, there are different ways of doing the practice and different approaches to complete that. So I'm going to both describe, how to practice in daily life this practice anytime, but I'm also going to explain how you complete 100,000 too, so it's clear for people how to, options of how to go about that. Actually, maybe since I'm talking about that, maybe I'll say something else. Like, so the 100,000 thing, right? Like, why? Like, why is it 100,000, not some other number? Right? And in one way, it's 100,000 because that's a tradition in all the traditions of Tibetan Buddhism. There's a tradition like that, actually. Like, so they do 100. They call it the Nundro, the extraordinary preliminary practice. We just covered the six preliminary practices, right? But then there are what are called extraordinary preliminaries that are particularly done by people who are serious about practice. In other words, these are not like they're serious practice. It's like for people who are really serious about trying to get realizations and make progress. Then there are various preliminary practices that are done. In all the traditions, there are four that are often done. So one is 100,000 prostrations, 100,000 Vajrasattva recitations, 100,000 mandala offerings, and 100,000 practices of refuge with bodhicitta. Or sometimes the refuge and bodhicitta is combined with the prostrations, and then it's 100,000 Guru Yoga recitations. So there are different ways of counting that. In the Gelugpa tradition, actually, oftentimes people who are going to do like a 3-year retreat or a great retreat, they call it, there are 9 actually, so there are even more.
Wow.
So if you really want to get serious, then there are 9 preliminary practices, which include also 100,000 water bowls, 100,000 Samaya Sattva, which is another purification recitations, 100,000 Dorje Kadra, which is that you use these little black sesame seeds and you do fire puja offerings, so there's 100,000 of those. And so I wanted to say something too. So today I'm going to teach about, or explain about the 35 Buddhas, the prostrations, and the Vajrasattva. I'm going to make an offer. if anybody wants to commit to doing 100,000 of any of the other 9, I'll explain. I'll offer to explain how to do it. So if anybody says they want to do 100,000 Miksema, which is the Guru Yoga, or 100,000 fire puja offerings, then we'll do another class sometime as part of establishing a daily practice, and I'll explain it. Because actually, in the FPMT thing, it says that's an optional. In other words, you have to. These 2 are the required, but if anybody wants to, the others that's recommended and wonderful, but it's not required for discovering Buddhism. Does that make sense? And some traditions, like in some Kagyu practitioners, they actually make this a requirement to study Tantra. Like in other words, that before you can do tantric practice, you have to do 100,000 of each. The Gelugpa tradition doesn't traditionally do that. Usually they say you have to do the 100,000s before doing a 3-year retreat. But also they say you should do them anyway, and you should do them. And actually, most Gelugpa actual practitioners, I want to share this too, they don't do 100,000, they do way more. Whereas the real practitioners don't do just 100,000. Like, so I want to share about like the Confession of Moral Downfalls, right? This 35 Buddhist practice. Like, most really good Tibetan practitioners I know have done millions, actually. You know, like, whereas they don't stop at 100,000. And I'll mention about, like for example, I'll just share one example of Khensa Rinpoche himself, right? That he's 76, I think, and he still does 100 prostrations every day doing this practice, or more. Sometimes 200. Sometimes he does 200 a day, right? So if you're 76 and you do 100 or 200 a day, how many have you done? Like hundreds and hundreds of thousands, right? And I want to share one more thing. So Khensa Rinpoche was thinking about doing a long retreat at some point, right? And I was talking to Tashi about that. And I said, oh, what would he do? You know, where would he go and how long would it be? I was asking some just quite logistical questions for the center, not being nosy, you know, but trying to know how long he'll be away for. And Tashi said, well, the first thing you do is his Lundro. And I said, Khensa Rinpoche doesn't. I was like, what do you mean? Like, he's already done those. You know, first of all, he's Khensa Rinpoche, right? And secondly, he's already done hundreds of thousands of all these practices. And Tashi said, well, he would do them again. Like, he would do 100,000 of each. Again, you know, like, as the beginning of his practice, he would do 100,000 prostrations, 100,000 Vajrasattvas, 100, you know, like, so it's not some sense of like, you know, so I thought that was really a good teaching actually, right? Like, you know, here he is, the former abbot of Gyume, senior teacher at Sarah, tantric master, right? But but if he was going to start a tantric retreat, he would do another 100,000 prostrations, right? Even though he's done hundreds of thousands of prostrations. It's not like, you know, it's not like he would say, well, I've already done my 100,000. If I count them up, you know, I can go back and see I've done, you know, this many 100,000, so I'm done. That's not his idea. He would say, no, of course I do it again. Right? So I'm just pointing out like how to approach these. So it's not also, you shouldn't, whereas if you think I'll do 100,000 then I'm done, that would be a mistaken, you know, do what you want, it's okay, but that wouldn't be like the right attitude to have really. A better attitude to have is like, the way I think of it actually, I want to share my own view on this now, just from, this isn't, like nobody taught me this formally, but actually talking to some friends who have done long retreats, we've come to the same conclusion, which is, that the purpose of, I now think the purpose of doing 100,000 of, let's say, prostrations or the Vajrasattva practice is so that then you're really good at knowing how to do it. Like, so that's, it's like, then you've started. So if you do 100,000 prostrations, then you really know how to do prostrations, so now you do it the rest of your life. Does that make sense? So I really think that's the correct view. And why should you do 100,000 Vajrasattva practices? Well, one is you purify a lot of negative karma, but another is like, well, now I'm really good at Vajrasattva, great, now I know how to do it for the rest of my life. And then you know, so that's actually, it's almost like that's the beginning, that's not the end. Does that make sense? So that's really, if you have a correct attitude about these practices, it would be that. And I guess like, you know, I was trying to think whether this is true. I guess you could say for your own welfare, you're done doing them when you've achieved enlightenment. You know, then you only do them for others' welfare or something. You know, I guess that even Buddhists still do them, it looks like to me. But then they're doing it, you know, to set an example, right? Why did Lama Tsongkhapa? And also I'll say this too, Lama Tsongkhapa, right? You know, the requirement here is to do 100,000 total, right? Actually, Lama Tsongkhapa, right, who was Lama Tsongkhapa, right? He was like incredible saint. He did 100,000 each of 35 Buddhas. So that's what 3.5 million, right? That's how he ended up with 3.5 million. And that was in retreat. So I mean, like Khensa Rinpoche, right? He did lots of other ones. I mean, you know, it was part of his daily practice. But then after doing it for daily practice for all these years, you know, when he went off to do retreat, that was what he did. Right? He didn't say, "Oh, I'm going to only do some other thing." Right? He did this. So when Lama Tsongkhapa went to retreat, how long did it? It took a long time to do 3.5 million prostrations. Right? So I'm just emphasizing how to think about the practice. Right? So it'd be a mistake if you thought, "I'll do 100,000 prostrations and then I'll just only practice tantra." Right? Like that wouldn't be the right way to think. because Lama Tsongkhapa was already a great he was a tantric master at that point too, right? He was already giving initiations and all that. Whereas, but when he went on retreat, he did this first, and then he did some, Buddhist and Ledger things and so on, Yamataka and all that too. Or he did them at the same time too. He would do it between sessions.
Can I ask a question though? Yeah. Knowing full well that the Gelugpa tradition is monastic and it's based on people who dedicate their lives to this and do it every day, can you speak a little bit with regards to how one incorporates that into a more secular lifestyle? As you were talking earlier about being Americans and how busy we are, and how does that work? I mean, the thought of taking off work for 3 months is sort of wow.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So actually, I want to start with, actually, it's great, I want to start with an example about that.
Sure.
Which is, actually, one of my teachers was Ripa Rinpoche, who was Khenpo Rinpoche's teacher also. And his sister, who lives in Tibet, right, who's an old woman now, but who raised, I don't know, at least 4 kids, or something like that. Who worked and cleaned the house and cooked and did all the stuff that a person has to do while working and all that, right? While living in a very difficult circumstance in Lhasa. I was talking to her daughter, her daughter who lives in America, who's Tibetan. And I said, well, and she said, so her mom is 80, over 80, right? And she said, well, the first thing my mom does every morning is she grabs her prostration board and plops it on the front porch, pointing at Pabongka Rinpoche's cave, in the direction of the cave that Pabongka Rinpoche lived in, because that was her root guru, same as Ripa Rinpoche's root guru. And she does 100 prostrations. And she's over 80 years old. And I said, how long has she been doing that? And she said, and Joyang's older than me, and she said, I can't remember the exact words she said, but basically, well, since I can remember, so she was raising, kids and living under difficult, she'd I don't know, plop her prostration board down, do her 100 prostrations, and go off to make breakfast for her kids or whatever. And then I said to, and Joyang works in DC, and I said, well, what do you do? And she said, well, I follow my mom's example. I do 100,000 prostrations 100 prostrations every morning, rather, not 100,000. So one thing is and I guess I'll say this, what occurred to me was that, well, first of all, she's over 80. I was like, wow, she's still doing 100. That's pretty good. It's good exercise, I guess. And I realized, and what I thought about was oh, okay, so we go to the gym and she does that. That's her daily exercise routine that keeps her healthy. And actually, I was talking to my friend Moore, and she was pointing out, she said she does 2 things for exercise. She does 100 prostrations every morning, and then she goes and walks around the Joel Rinpoche statue, I think it is, in Lhasa. So that's her daily, she recites her mantras while doing the circumambulation, and that's her exercise for the day, and then she does everything else she has to do. And so, I guess my point is that this kind of practice, especially the 35 Buddhist prostration, and also that's what, Khenpo Rinpoche gets up early and does his, and that's his exercise for the day, really. It's occasionally he'll go for a walk, but his main form of exercise is this, right? So, I guess what I'm getting at there is that this practice in particular is really a good one to work into your daily routine in that way. But you don't have to do for both of these. But I'm going to start with the same will go for the Vajrasattva. But for this, really, the suggestion is not to go on retreat and do them. I'm not suggesting it. That's not the recommendation in this case. If you're going to do a 3-year retreat, of course you might want to do that. That's great. But the idea would be, right, if you want to complete 100,000, let's say, right, if that were your goal, then my suggestion would be, to do like that Tibetan lady did, right? So in the morning, get up, do that, as your exercise, and whatever. But then, if you want to complete more, right? Well, one is, you could do actually from a practical point of view, it's quite fine to do 100 or even 200 a day, And then if you want to do what I would recommend is this: is if you want to complete more quickly, not to try to do a 3-month retreat or something, a long retreat, but to do a weekend intensive of it for yourself, right? Say, okay, this weekend I'm doing prostrations, or to take off, take off a day or 2 from work and say, okay, I'm going to do a 4-day intensive where I'm going to try to, do, instead of just doing, let's say, 1 session of 150, I'm going to do 4 sessions or 5 sessions of it. Like that.
I was referring more to in here, it is a requirement for a 3-month retreat on the Vajrasattva.
Vajrasattva. Oh,
Yeah.
so that one also, I talked to FPMT about the Vajrasattva, and you don't have to do it as 3-month retreat. You can also do that in daily life. And I'm gonna talk about different ways to do that later, but you don't have to do that as 3-month retreat. If you can, it's great, but you don't have to. No, you can do it as part of your daily life too. Yeah, the idea actually would be to do if you do this in the morning and Vajrasattva at night, that'd really be the ideal in your daily life. You know, and each one doesn't have to be that long. Because this you can do, actually, you know, in 40 minutes, 30 minutes, you can do a lot. Just once you get used to it. Let's do a few more minutes. Is Gabe already here? Or?
I think I
Or
hear
is that-
somebody knocking.
Okay. Well, let's do a few more
Yeah.
minutes because Gabe will be able to get in, and I saw Jeff is here, so we're okay. But maybe we'll do 5 or 10 more minutes and then we'll stop for lunch. But does that make sense? So this one really would be. But I just want to emphasize that this is really a great practice to do first thing in the morning. That's really, you know, that's traditionally. And then if you're going to do some, you know, if you want to do a weekend or a few day retreat, then do it all day. It's great, you know, I mean, not all day, but over and over. Take breaks in between. And let's see. I guess the one other thing I want to introduce before we do the lunch break is this. So these practices, right, the 35 Buddhas of confession and Vajrasattva, are mainly for purification. And I want to suggest this: it's not a coincidence that Lama Zopa Rinpoche and FPMT picked those two as the 2 required practices for discovering Buddhism, right? Because purification is the most important thing for beginners, and the reason why that's true, right, is that we have to purify our negative karma in order to make progress, right, spiritually, and also I want to say this too, like that. You know, that's why, you know, they're not like Kensho Rinpoche and my Tibetan, you know, the Tibetan mother and so on. You know, they're not doing this for exercise, right? I mean, they're getting, that's a side effect. It's only Dalai Lama says that. One good side effect is you get some exercise, but they're doing it to purify their karma, right? And, you know, Lama Tsongkhapa, right, he did so much purification, right? And yet, when you think about it, he was born, right, like, when he was born, he was like, you know, he was a little kid, he was like, immediately like, you know, all his games were Dharma and all of it, you know, and he would hear a teaching and immediately understand it, and he could memorize a book by just hearing it once, and yet he had to do purification. So the idea would be, of course, then we do too, right? And Atisha, they say, right, wherever he went, he would always, like, they say it was like difficult traveling with Atisha, right? Because if he had a negative thought, he would get off his horse and put down a stupa and walk around it in circles while purifying and then get back on the horse, right? So he would purify right that minute. So the idea is we should at least purify once or twice a day. Does that make sense? So that's why that you learn these practices in part, is to purify your negative karma. And on this one, the Bodhisattva's Confession of Moral Downfalls, again, like I don't think any of us are going to necessarily do this right away, but Shantideva, in his Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, he says if you're trying to practice the path of the Bodhisattva, he said do this practice 3 times in the morning and 3 times at night. You know, so that's intensive, right? That's what Shantideva apparently did. That's what he advised. That's what many people do, but. So we can do it some. No, that's the idea. So we can do some. We can't do as well as Shantideva did. We can definitely do some. And I want to just introduce one more idea and then we stop. So the idea is this: with these purification practices, though, you have to integrate them with the 4 opponent powers, right? And they're going to come in both of these practices. How many of you have already heard a teaching, let's say, about the 4 opponent powers? How many of you have already? Okay, so some, but not all, or a few. So what we're going to do is this: actually, we should check if Gabe's here. We should probably stop. Can somebody just check if Gabe's already back? Because then we'll stop and then go over the 4 opponent powers.
No.
Not yet. Okay.
I can't.
Well, let's start on the 4 opponent powers now, and then we'll do that when Gabe gets back. So, the idea of the 4 opponent powers, because there is the Buddha taught, right, in order to purify negative karmic actions, you have to apply these 4 things, the 4 opponent powers. So, the practice of the Bodhisattva's Confession of All Downfalls, or Vajrasattva practice, don't work properly as purification unless you do these 4 opponent powers. Integrate them into it. And actually, you'll see that really the recitation of Vajrasattva's mantra, or the recitation of the names of the 35 Buddhas, is actually only one of the 4 powers. So it actually is part of the 4 powers. It's one of them. But so the first of the 4 powers is what's called the power, sometimes they translate the power of the basis. That's one way of translating, different translations, but let's call it that for now, the power of the basis. And so, what the power of the basis is this, is you're trying to purify your negative actions, right, your negative karma. And so the idea is this, is all negative karma, or, yeah, what would you say, all or most negative karma, is accumulated in relationships. And there are two kinds of kinds of relationships. There are relationships to ordinary persons and relationships to the objects of refuge, to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, your teachers, and so on. And so, the idea of this first power is that if you made the negative karma in relationship to those kinds of beings, ordinary people and enlightened, body, speech, and mind, enlightened Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and Dharma, then you have to change your relationship to those in order to purify it. Does that make sense? So there's a relational quality to karma. So the power of the basis is to develop the right relationship to those two kinds of others. So in order to change your relationship to the objects of refuge, right, you have to take refuge, right? So you start off by taking, actually, well, let's say, I'm going to get to more on refuge later, but we'll start off by just that you would take refuge at the beginning, right? And so people know that, right? There's the recitation, I go for refuge in the enlightened, in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, right? That's the simplest recitation. But actually, refuge means, right, if the quality of, in other words, that's just the words of refuge, right? But for actual refuge, you have to have two qualities in your mind, right? Fear and faith. And this is healthy fear. This is not like neurotic fear. This is healthy fear of suffering, right? There is that like you don't want to suffer. So this is easy in relation to purifying negative karma, right? So refuge is particularly easy in this context because you have to think, right? Well, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of suffering, right? I'm afraid of suffering in this life. I'm afraid of suffering in future lives. I'm afraid of staying in samsara forever, endlessly. I'm afraid of never being able to help all others who desperately need help, and just remaining some samsaric being who always makes things worse, not better for others, and isn't capable of helping others by never becoming enlightened. Those are scary things should be scary, right? Like there is, the idea of just staying in samsara forever and never becoming liberated that's appropriate fear, right? So you think, and I've created so much negative karma that's stopping me. Otherwise, I've heard these teachings, right? And there are stories of like great beings of the past who, as soon as they would hear the teaching, would gain the realization. For me, I hear it over and over, and nothing happens. I must have a lot of karmic obstacles. So how do I purify those? I have to turn for refuge. Please Buddha and Bodhisattvas, please my Guru, help me. Please Dharma, let me apply you and purify this, right? So you see how refuge is natural in the context of purifying karma. Right? It's easy to generate refuge in that way. Because you're afraid of what? Of the obstacles and the sufferings and the obscurations of your own karma. So you turn for refuge to the three jewels, right? So now you're in the right relationship to the three jewels. But then you also have to develop the right relationship to others, right? Because they're the ones who you did most. If you think of most of the negative actions in the list of the 10 negative actions, right? Like killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, gossiping, right? All of those are in relationship to mostly ordinary people, right? Whereas mostly you kill ordinary people, you steal from ordinary people, you lie to ordinary people, you trick ordinary people, right? All those things. So, and when you did that, you did it out of selfishness, right? In other words, all those negative actions are done with caring about yourself more than you care about others. Right? Whereas you were cherishing you were actually ignorantly and wrongly, in a way, also because it wasn't bringing about your own welfare, but you were, you steal from somebody because you think, well, I want it and they don't need it, I don't want them to have it, I want to have it, right? And so it's out of selfishness, right? And so here, you want to develop a different kind of relationship to others, right? Which is compassion. So you generate compassion, and especially bodhicitta, right? So you think, the purpose, why am I going about this purification practice? It's in order to achieve enlightenment for all sentient beings. Up until now, I've never done much to help others, and mainly I've harmed others, right? Throughout countless lifetimes, I've done every kind of bad thing, right? So because we're putting it in the context of karma now, right? Every kind of mistake somebody can make, every kind of bad thing people can do, I've done them, so does everybody else. And we're all normal people who are enlightened, continually make all kinds of foolish mistakes. And so, for countless lifetimes, I've stolen, I've lied, I've cheated, I've harmed others, beaten others, wasted their time, and so on. Now, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to become a fully enlightened Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. So I'm going to completely reverse that, and actually I'm going to lead them all to enlightenment and I'm gonna, yeah, so anyway, so that's enough, right? So you think, so the purpose of doing this practice of purification is to become a fully enlightened Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. So does that make sense? So that's the first, when you've done that, when you've generated refuge and generated bodhicitta, you've done the first of the 4 opponent powers. So you do that at the beginning of any of these practices for purification. Then I'm going to do it in this order. The next one is probably is very, very, very important. In other words, all purification actually now comes out of this one. So it's the power of intelligent regret. That's the second of the 4 opponent powers. And if you skip this one and you just recite Vajrasattva mantras, or if you skip this one and you just do the prostrations, you're not effectively purifying. So the idea here, right, is that you actually have to contemplate. There's no way to develop intelligent regret without contemplating. So you actually think, okay, first of all, what's good to do? Let's say, whether you're doing Vajrasattva or you're doing Bodhisattva Confession of Moral Downfalls, is you think, first of all, it's good to think, what negative actions have I done recently? Right? And if you say none, you're probably not thinking deeply enough. Like, so if you say I've been perfect, because in this sense, negative action doesn't just mean killing something, right? Like, in other words, yes, you didn't, you didn't drop, or whatever, you didn't shoot somebody or, beat them with a club or something. Most of us here didn't do anything like that, right? But the idea here, right, is, first of all, maybe, there are some, right, like harsh speech, which maybe we did do that there, right? Like, or talking harshly to somebody and upsetting them. Or divisive speech, right? Saying something bad about somebody so somebody won't like them. Like saying, oh, did you see how stupid they were? And can you believe what they did at work? They said this and that. They're so, right? Where the motivation is just like, I don't like this person. I don't like what they did. I want this person to agree with me and not like that. Right? That's the motivation. That's different than saying, somebody's about to fire you. Be careful. That you're trying to protect somebody. I'm not talking about that, right? I'm talking about like, lots of times people do this, right? Oh, they said this, and they're so stupid, and this guy's a jerk, or that person's so, whatever. You're just talking. Maybe you don't use that language, but that's the message, right? And then this person thinks, yeah, they're bad. You're right, and you're just doing that. It's totally meaningless, right? It's just to put one person down in order to put yourself up, right? We do that often, right? Or harsh speech where you just say something that makes a person feel bad. It doesn't have to be screaming at them, right? If you just say something that it could be screaming at them, but it could also just be saying something that will make them feel bad about themselves, right? Pointing out a fault of theirs for no reason, just because you didn't like it. Or the person made a mistake and you just bring it up because you want to feel, like you didn't like that they made that mistake in relation to you, so you tell them so they'll feel bad about having made the mistake. Not to correct them. Again, that's different than correcting them compassionately. But if you're just doing it to make the person feel bad so that you feel better, that's an example, right? So there are lots of small negative actions. And then, also, this is important, is negative actions you've done with your mind, right? So if you've had jealousy, if you've had anger, if you've had craving and desire, wanting, unhealthy desire, it's like not desire to get enlightened, but like desire to, craving for stuff and wanting this and wanting that and wanting this. Again, it's not like a moralistic judgment here. It's just like that's causing me suffering, right? So you have to think first, what negative actions have I done? So you have to contemplate to look back, right? And then also, if you've taken vows, right, like refuge vows or bodhicitta vows, then if you think about that carefully, oftentimes you'll have broken them. If you've taken tantric vows, then Lama Zopa Rinpoche points out that if you've taken those kind of vows, oftentimes the faults fall down like rain. Actually, how often you break? It's like it's hard to find when you're in between a raindrop, right? It's almost all the time. It seems like that you're breaking those. So you can also think about those things, right? But so that's one, as you can think of ones you can remember. Then there's another kind of negative actions, which are ones that you can't remember, but that you can, through inference, deduce you've done. Does that make sense? So, for example, like that would be like, in past lives. That's, most of that means that, right? So in other words, like that. One is through inference. You can say, well, if all beings have killed, then mostly, no, I've obviously killed. Like that's no difficult one. That's an easy inference to make, right? But then also you can do inference through specific kinds of suffering you have in your life, right? And if you study the teachings on karma, then you can say, well, I must have done this, I must have done that, I must have done, the other thing, right? So it's not hard to figure that out either, right? The teachings say, right, if you live in a place that's violent, it's a result of certain kinds of karmic actions. If you live in a place where there's like theft, things, that means a certain kind of karma. If you live in a place where, if you live in a situation where you don't get along well with others and they don't do what you want, that's because you made certain karma. So there's inference, right? So first you have to think, what negative actions have I done? That's not enough yet, right? To develop intelligent regret. Then you have to actually think, what are the negative effects of this, right? There is, like, how does this hurt me? Does that make sense? So I want to be clear, this is definitely not moralistic, like in the sense of, like in other words, if you just think, well, the Buddha said I'm not supposed to do that, I'm bad, I shouldn't have done that. Like that's not intelligent, right? I mean, that's okay, but it's not really what we're getting at here. The idea here is this, is to actually think, well, why is that bad, right? And to have some kind of understanding about it, right? Why is it negative to lie, right? Or whatever, or to kill, or to steal, and so, let's use just one example, right? Like the one of, I want to use one of those smaller examples, like harsh speech, right? So like that you say something to somebody to make them feel bad, with no wish to benefit them, just because you're annoyed, and you feel like, it'll make me feel better if I make them feel better, right? That's a very everyday kind of example, right? So why is that negative, right? So if you contemplate, it's not difficult to see, right? One is in this life, right? First of all, they're a person, right? All it did was make them feel bad. That's no good, right? I didn't want to hurt somebody for no reason. Then also, Dalai Lama often points this out, right? What's the result of that even in this life? Well, next time they catch me doing something, and I will do something, because I'm not perfect, are they going to be as generous as I would hope they would be? Maybe not, right? Because they're going to remember that I did that to them, and they're going to maybe do it back, right? Or they're going to tell somebody, and then the other person will do it back, and so on, right? So even on a very conventional level, it's not so good, right? Then also, how do I feel about myself for having done that? If you check deep down, actually it feels kind of petty, right? It doesn't help your self-esteem. It doesn't help your good feeling about yourself. Somewhere in the back of your mind, there's like a conscience feeling, right? That's going to get in the way of meditation, for example. So you're not going to be able to progress as much in your meditation. Then, you could also think about, there are sometimes listed 3 or 4 results of karmic actions, kinds of results, right? But so you can say also, so this is like about mainly in future lives, right? One is that actually, that's a small negative action, right? That's not a big one. Big negative action would be like killing somebody with hatred, right? A small one is out of pettiness, saying a harsh thing, right? So small negative actions, the result is rebirth in the animal realm. Actually, that's the teaching, right? Great negative action, the result is hell. Medium is hungry ghost, and small is animal. So that negative action, when it fully ripens, I'll be reborn as some animal, right? Ignorant, not because it's an ignorant action to do, actually, right? It's a foolish thing to do, so I'll be born as some dog that barks a lot or something like that, right? Like it annoys people. That would be like, that's the actual result. So you think, wow, like, and that's terrible just from that. You actually start to feel that way. Like that's really big result for it. It's not worth it. Like in other words, if the pleasure I got out of putting somebody down wasn't that pleasurable, and I'm gonna have a whole rebirth as a dog, that's no good. It's not a good deal, right? So that's one kind of, that's called the fruitional result, or the ripened result, right? So the whole rebirth. Then the teachings say another result is an environmental result. So in other words, I'll be reborn, like when I'm a human being, I'll be reborn because of doing harsh speech. I'll be reborn, why is it that some people, like this would be a teaching, right? There is, why do we have karma? We were born in families and environments where people are harsh, right? Where sometimes, like some people are born in a family, I see it's like, some people are born in a family where the parents are like, oh, you're so beautiful and you're so wonderful and I love you so much, right? And other people are born in a family where nobody says anything nice to them, right? It's always like harsh and bad feedback, and then you feel bad about yourself. They say that's the result, karmic result in a human rebirth of harsh speech, right? So that, or it's an external result. So where there won't be pleasant words, and then also where there'll be specific experiences of people criticizing me, right? So I'll be all the time people, I'll want somebody to say something nice to me, and instead they'll put me down. Then also in future lives, this is the last result. I'll have a tendency to do this again. So I'll be, it's like it'll be a habit, right? I'm habituating myself to this. So over and over again, then I'm going to be putting people down. And even like if I'm a parent, I'll have children who feel bad about themselves because I always put them down. If I have a spouse, I'll put them down. Then we won't have a good relationship, and so on. And so you keep thinking about these kinds of results, right? Until you think this is like disgusting, actually. That's like horrible, right? I don't want that. And so that's intelligent regret. In other words, when you finally reach a point where you feel like, wow, like I don't want to say harsh things to anybody. That's like terrible. Like that's, it's just like, oh, like that would be like the feeling. Like that's just, ugh, I don't want to do that, right? You know, and then the same thing if you do the inferential one of killing, right? You could, those are obvious, right? Oh, I could be born in hell, and you know, in an environment where I'm, you know, I'll get murdered myself, and I'll, you know, like, but it could be any of these, right? You see how it would apply, and even selfishness, right? And also another disadvantage, you think I'll never become enlightened, right? I want to become enlightened, but if I keep doing these things, if I have the seeds of them, nobody, you know, it's like if I don't stop and I don't change my mind, I'll never become a Buddha. You know, it's impossible, right? You have to stop those actions. So there are so many faults to doing negative actions, right? So you think until you think, yeah, I really regret that. Like, I don't want to be like that. And they say in the teachings that the feeling is like, it's not moralistic, and they give the example. They say, if you're in a restaurant and you're you know, let's say you're in a restaurant and you order the fettuccine alfredo, and then you know, you start eating it, and after you've eaten about 5 bites, you look over, you see 3 other people are eating fettuccine alfredo, and they're all getting up, and they're all starting to vomit. Right? That, like, you know, how would you feel towards eating the rest of that plate of fettuccine alfredo, right? You're gonna push it away really fast, and then you're gonna think, damn, I wish I didn't eat that. If only I'd ordered the, you know, the marinara, you know, or something, I don't know, whatever, like, right, immediately you're gonna think like that, right? I should have ordered the marinara, why did I eat that? Oh no, what can I do? How can I get this out of me so I don't get sick, right? It's that kind of practical feeling. There was like, it's like, wow, I wish I hadn't done that, I'd rather do something else, how do I change this? Does that make sense? So that's the force of intelligence, is when you get that feeling. So you contemplate, okay, just 1 minute.
On
So
this
you contemplate, yeah, stop a minute. Pizza should be fine.
here.
But does that make sense? So that's, because we'll get the last 2 powers later. But does that make sense? So it's an intelligent regret. In other words, it's like, I don't want to keep doing that, I don't like that I did it, and I want to get it out of me. I want to get the effects of that out of me. That's intelligent regret. Okay, so when we come back, we'll do the other 2 powers and integrate them with the confession moral downfall. Let's go ahead. Then we were discussing the 4 opponent powers, right? Because those apply to both of these purification practices. So I just want to continue. So actually, you really, you know, this is the essence of purification, right? So we went through the first 2, right? The first was the power of the basis, which was generating refuge and bodhicitta. And then the second, there are different orders, but the second one, as we're talking about now, was intelligent regret, right? So people understand now. So then, I want to, actually, so if you generate, Ken Rinpoche pointed this out, if you generate the intelligent regret, then automatically your refuge actually becomes stronger, right? Whereas when you realize, wow, I've really, you know, done these things, I don't want to continue that, I don't want to have the result, the suffering result. Ken Rinpoche pointed out, then your refuge actually becomes even stronger, where you think, wow, I need help, you know, there is like, you know, like that analogy, if you ate the poison stuff, right, is actually a smart person would then think, where's the nearest hospital, right? Like, you know, let me get there quick, right? So it's the equivalent, right? Nerves that you think, who can help me with this? You know, it's the 3 tools, it's the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, right? And I want to show you like how, so you get, so that you're, at that point your refuge intensifies, which makes sense, right? And that naturally leads to the 3rd of the 4 powers, which is the power, I'm going to call it the power of the remedy, right? Which is a good one for the poison analogy, right? But that naturally comes out, because what is the remedy? In other words, so you think, well, what is the, whereas if your refuge is in the 3 jewels, well, what do they say? In other words, what can I do? What's the, what, you know, now that I understand, that I changed my relationship, I understand the mistake I've made, now what's something I can do to counteract that negative action, right? And then so then actually you turn to the Dharma jewel especially, right? Because it's in the Dharma teachings that's taught. And there are many, many, many different practices to do, right, for purification of negative karma. And so, so one is generating bodhicitta, another is meditation on emptiness, but then they say that there are 2 especially, another one is like reciting names of Buddhas, which is going to come here, another is prostrations, and another is reciting a sutra. So this practice, the Bodhisattva's confession moral downfalls, is very effective, because while you're doing it, you're prostrating, which is a way of purifying, you're reciting names of Buddhas, which is a way of purifying, and you're reciting a sutra, because it's from a sutra. And they say that among all the Sutrayana teachings or practices, there's nothing better than this for purifying. And again, I want to emphasize that Lama Tsongkhapa, when he went to purify, he did this practice. Marpa also, when he wanted to purify, he relied on this practice. You know, so this is not like, there was the great masters of the past, they relied on the practice of the 35, prostrations of the 35 Buddhas. You know, so we're following in a tradition, right, that was like, that was practiced by great beings like that. Also, Nagarjuna practiced this practice, right? So this is like, he wrote a commentary on it, which actually has been translated into English in this book from India, the Sutra of the Three Heaps, and Vajrasattva. It's a combined book on that. So Vajrasattva, he wrote a commentary on this practice that's in there. So I'm just pointing out that this is not, like it's an amazing practice that was done by the great masters of the past. And actually, in particular, right, those three were all great tantric masters, and they all did this practice. So there is, it's not, you shouldn't think, oh, there's some other practice that's better. That's my point there. So then, how to actually apply the power of the remedy, right? So this is going to be the third power. So that's actually, so then you would actually do the practice, right? So I want to go through the actual practice now, so you all have it in front of you. So what you do is, right, it says begin by visualizing the 35 confession Buddhas in the space in front of you, thinking of all negative karma and so on, right? Do the 4 opponent powers. It says that there in the italics. So, okay, so how do you actually do it, right? So let's say you've done that. You've meditated, you've taken refuge, generated bodhicitta, you've generated your intelligent regret, right? So now, we've already had visualized the merit field in front of us, which was Shakyamuni Buddha, or Guru in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha, right? So now what you do is you imagine from his heart 34 rays of light shoot out. And from those 34 rays, the other 34 Buddhas manifest in the space around Shakyamuni. And I want to say this too, so there are various different visualizations you can do. There are different ways to visualize. And I want to go through this because I think this is important since you guys are going to be doing the practice, right? Engaging in this practice. So, so one way to visualize it, I'm going to first share the way Khensa Rinpoche taught to visualize it. Then I'll share another way, and then I'll share some easier ways. Okay? The way, but actually, it's really good. So, I'll say my favorite. I do it. My favorite is the way Khensa Rinpoche taught it, and that's what this is based on. So there are different. I want to point out though. Well, I'll say this first. There are different ways to visualize, right? So one form of visualization, which is taught in some books actually, is according to the 5 Dhyani Buddhas. So the 5 colors, which are white, yellow, red, green, blue. In that one, you visualize that like from these light rays, that 7 of one color in front, 7 of another color, 7 of another color, 7 of another color, and then so like that. So that's one way of visualizing it. I'm not going to go into detail about that one. You can read about it in a book if you want to do that one. It's fine. It's a valid method. These are based on different visions of different lamas. Like Lama Tsongkhapa saw the 35 Buddhas when he did his practice of 3.5 million. Actually, they say, this is interesting actually, they say the 35 Buddhas appeared at first, but headless, with no heads in Lama Tsongkhapa's vision. He could actually see them. And then he realized that in the old prayer, and actually you can see this if you read the Nagarjuna's commentary, in the old prayer as it was taught in this old version of the sutra, the original sutra, as it was taught by the Buddha, the first one you said, I prostrate to the founder Bhagavan Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, glorious conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha, I prostrate. And then for the rest, you didn't say Tathagata. You would say, to thoroughly destroying with the Vajra essence, I prostrate. And the word Tathagata was added because what happened was Lama Tsongkhapa saw, he realized that it was, that not including that word was not respectful enough anymore. That the beings of the Buddha's time already had enough merit that it was fine. But in his time, in our time, it was from Lama Tsongkhapa's time on, he realized that one needed to even show more respect. So he added the word Tathagata to each other Buddha's name, which is a term of respect, that they're enlightened. And then the heads appeared, and so he said, well, in his tradition, then you include the word Tathagata. It was based on this vision of Lama Tsongkhapa's. So these different appearances of the Buddhas, like the 5 Dhyani Buddhas in 5 different colors, or this one I'm about to say, or others, they're all just based on the visions of different lamas, like how they saw them in their actual pure vision when the 35 Buddhas would manifest. So there are different versions, so you can follow whichever of these traditions you want. So if you want to do one of the different colors, just look it up in the book and you can do that, that's fine. And then I'm going to say, the book that's recommended for discovering Buddhism on this practice, the commentary is actually this one, The Everlasting Rain of Nectar, by Geshe Jampa Gyatso, who was a great Lama from Sera Monastery, who taught for FPMT for many, many decades at Institut Lama Tsongkhapa. He taught the master's program there until his death. He died a few years ago. But so he wrote a commentary. And his commentary, if you read it and compare it to what I just gave out here, the benefits, where it says purifies, the benefits are the same. The visualizations of the colors and the mudras are similar but slightly different. So you can use either one. It doesn't matter. either one's fine, use whichever you prefer. But I'm just gonna go over how you would, one way of visualizing, and I'm just gonna use the one that can term shaped top, but again, you can substitute Geshe Jampa Gyatsos or the one with the different colors. And Geshe Jampa Gyatsos and this one are very similar, as I said, but okay, so Shakyamuni, so the way I'm gonna describe it is this, so Shakyamuni is in the center. And so this visualization, you have, the next 7 names are going from your, so if this were Shakyamuni, they'd be coming from left to right on his right side. Does that make sense? So like thoroughly destroying with the Vajra essence would be all the way to the left. Then Radiant Jewel, then King Lord of the Nagas, and so on. So he has 7 Buddhas to his right, then the next 7 are 7 Buddhas to his left. Does that make sense? So he's in the middle, he's in a row. He's slightly higher than them, but there's like a row of 7 Buddhas there, then Shakyamuni, and then 7 Buddhas there.
To our left then, right?
Yeah, so like to his right would be to your left. Yeah.
So it's the first group is to our left? or
It's to
his
your
right?
left or his right. Yeah. Does that make sense? Because you're facing him, right? So if you were looking at him, they'd be like, this is Lama Tsongkhapa, but if that were Shakyamuni, they would be coming from the wall to here, like 7, right? And then coming from here to that wall would be another 7. Does that make sense? So how many does that make already? 7, 14, 15. Right? Then below Shakyamuni, so below that row, are 2 more rows of 10. And so again, this is just one way to visualize. There are lots of visualizations. And actually, if you look online, or if you look, you see one there, but there are tons of different tankas. And they depict all these different forms. So you can find different versions. And any one of these that you use, if you use one in here, or the one in here, or the one I'm describing, there's one, you'll find versions of every one of them in tankas, because it's very commonly done, so there's lots of tankas. But so, in this one, Shakyamuni Buddha is always golden in color. So that's his traditional color, right? Like the statue there of Maitreya. In other words, he's a kind of golden colored Buddha, right? And you guys know this. His left hand is in the gesture of meditation, right? He's holding a begging bowl. And his right hand is in the gesture of touching the earth for witness, which is what he did at the moment of his enlightenment, right? When Mara was trying to obstruct his enlightenment, and he touched the earth, and the earth goddess herself came, right? And said, I bear witness to his compassion and service and so on. Good deeds for countless eons and so on. So, and actually I'll go through this, right? So when you're reciting, so you visualize them all appearing like that, right? And I will go through like the colors. Each one has their own color and mudra, right? Mudras are like gestures, right? This is the teaching mudra, the earth touching mudra, the meditation mudra. This is both are in the teaching mudra, right? Like turning the wheel of dharma. It's like a wheel turning. So they're all different mudras. Granting refuge, the 3 jewels, right? That's that one. So they're all different mudras that they have. But anyway, so all those Buddhas then appear in an array, right? And I want to go through the visualization in a little more detail. So, actually, usually Buddhas are depicted as seated on lion thrones, right? Like thrones, but in this case, it's not a lion throne. Actually, I thought it was interesting. What's the animal that's more powerful than a lion? An elephant. Elephants are bigger. So, anyway, depends on the context. But one elephant's usually more. Actually, the whole pride of lions might have a chance against an elephant, but a mature elephant, one lion doesn't. So they say elephant's the most powerful. So the symbolism here is because this is an extremely powerful method of purification. It's auspicious to imagine that the throne of Shakyamuni is held up by it's 4 elephants. And so they're kind of holding up his throne. And then they say it's also auspicious to imagine arrayed around these Buddhas, like from their thrones, strings of pearls. And again, pearls are white, so they symbolize their whiteness and purity and beauty. In this sense, they're celestial pearls, and they symbolize purification again. And then, so you're imagining all these Buddhas like that, right, with this kind of, and then you can imagine in space around them, it's not just only, those are the Buddhas you're focusing on, but if you want to, you can visualize in space around them, like flying in the sky, or other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and goddesses and so on. That's fine, or you can be as elaborate as you want to. But the main objects of our visualization are these 35 Buddhas. And then also, you want to visualize in the space there, near them, Manjushri, the Buddha of wisdom, right? Who holds a sword and a text, right? The text he actually holds the Prajnaparamita text that's on the altar there, and then he holds a sword. And then what you do is, and I'm going to go through the visualization in a minute, but I'm going to start with the Manjushri, which is this mantra: Om Namo Manjushriye, Nama Sushriye, Nama Uttavata, Shriye Soha. Which is a mantra. Om Namo means I pay homage. right? Om, namo means homage, right? So you're paying homage to Manjushri. There's a meaning to this, which is that if you recite, you actually, what you would do is, at that point, you would get up and do 3 prostrations, right? You would start your prostrations at that point. So you would actually do 3 prostrations to the to Manjushri at that first point. And by doing that, I'm just trying to check how many times. Anyway, it says in the commentary here, I forgot the exact number. But by doing those first 3 prostrations while reciting those names, it increases, they say it increases the karmic merit of your other prostrations by many times over. I can't remember if it's 100,000 times or something like that. You can look it up later, but increases the power of your prostrations many times over. And so now I want to get to how to prostrate, right? Because while you're doing this Om Namo Manjushri Namo Sushri, there's a tune to that, but anyway, it doesn't matter. You just say the mantra, right? But now you have to actually prostrate. Right? And I want to get through, like, I want to say also, like, with this visualization, right? The elephants and the pearls, and then each of those 35 Buddhas with their own mudra and color, and then how much they purify, right? Each one purifies a certain amount, and then you're prostrating, and then you're thinking about, we're going to get through that, you're going to think about the 4 immeasurable things too, right? So 4 immeasurable bodies, they're going to prostrate, to immeasurable Buddhas, that's why you would visualize these 35, but countless others, right? Immeasurable motivation for all sentient beings, and then doing those immeasurable bodies, they will do immeasurable prostrations. So you imagine sending out emanations of countless bodies that are prostrating with you. So, you know, do you think tomorrow, if you do this practice, you can do all that, right? Like really well. Visualize countless bodies, countless Buddhas, think about bodhicitta while thinking about the benefits, while visualizing every detail of their mudras and their color. Of course not, right? But remember what I said earlier? This is why I personally am suggesting the idea that doing 100,000, then you get good at it, right? Maybe at the end of the 100,000, you'll be good at that, right? And then I want to point out something, right? Let's say you do 100,000 like this, right? So you're training yourself to think about bodhicitta while thinking about these other things, while visualizing, right? This is how you get good at it, right? So by the end of the 100,000, you know, maybe it'll be fairly easy, right? Like where you'll just get up, you'll start doing your prostrate, and immediately you'll be able to kind of have a good visualization there, a good sense of, you'll be able to have in mind many bodies, right? At the beginning, you may say, oh, that whole session I forgot to visualize infinite bodies. All right, well tomorrow I'll do better, right? And then over the course of if you know, it may take you a year, or it may take you a few years, whatever. But you see how like slowly you'll get good at this? And so I think when you finish 100,000, you'll be quite good at prostrating. Then you can really get going.
Start.
Yeah, then you can start. Actually, you'll have purified so much negative karma already by then. But you see what I mean there, though? Like, it's just to become professional at it or something. Okay, so so you want to have those four qualities, right? And the teachings actually say, right, that just prostrating has immeasurable benefits. Actually, one is the teachings say this, that every atom of your body, every atom that your body covers when you do one prostration, each atom, they say, you create the karmic merit to be reborn as a wheel-turning king, which is like a universal monarch, for each atom, right? Down to the center of the earth. They call it down to the Vajra ground. And Lama Zopa jokes, he says, so if you have a long hair, like so, and he said, take it down, because even if your hair flops out, if your hair goes like this, then those atoms count. So he said, so take out, if you have like a bun, like, then take it out. He said, because at least then those count. If you have long nails, that counts. Or and also they said, like, sometimes some people joke that that's why also they had a unique advantage in the Himalayas, because there was more earth between them and the bottom, or like. Somebody said Lama Zopa was doing prostrations one time on the bed, because then there was that many more atoms. Up on the bed, he was doing sprite because there were that many more atoms between him and the center of the Vajra ground or whatever. So, so the more atoms that are under you, then the more merit you're creating, right? So it's like this idea that each, it's just inconceivable merit. That's the idea, right? Huge merit that you're creating by doing each prostration. So then, how you actually prostrate, right? So in Buddhism, right, you have to do the first of all, you have to do like the mudra of prayer, you could call it. So in Buddhism, right, you don't do this. You do it like that. Right? You have your fingers, your thumbs go inside, touching, and your 4 other fingers touch like that. And there are many, many levels of symbolism just to this one gesture. This is the simplest prostration. You're already prostrated. I sometimes have thought, because there's immeasurable benefit to even to this prostration, that one day I realized, this is just my own opinion, but when His Holiness Dalai Lama comes out on stage, he always goes like this, like goes around there, and then everybody goes back to him, right? I think that's why I realized, oh, that's why he's doing it. He does this to everybody, and then they do it back to him, and then they're creating good karma. And it's like so kind of, it's like he's like, if I do this to them, they'll do it back sometimes, and then they create merit. You know, like so kind of me to do that. But so there are many, many levels of symbolism just to this. One is that the space inside, right? They say only Buddhists prostrate with their fingers inside. Everybody else prostrates like that. And they say the symbolism is emptiness, because the unique Buddhist view is the view of emptiness, right? So the space that's inside your hand symbolizes emptiness. So that's one level of symbolism there. Another level is that your fingers inside like this, it symbolizes like Chinrezig, Avalokiteshvara. He's depicted as holding like this, a wish-granting jewel in his heart. So that's another level of symbolism, is that by holding this, it's like a symbol that you're holding the wish-granting jewel, like Chinrezig does. In this case, the wish-filling jewel is a symbol of bodhicitta. Right? The bodhicitta is actually what grants all your wishes. So by doing this, it symbolizes emptiness and bodhicitta, which are the essence of the Buddhist practice. Right? So just the mudra, just that mudra has all that. Right? Then there are many other, another one is your left hand is wisdom, and your right hand is method, right? Or skillful means. And when you bring them together, it's a union of method and wisdom. That's another meaning just to this gesture. Right? So again, these are all things you see what I'm saying? Like, is that inherent? No, right? But as you understand that in all of Buddhism, that's a symbolism. Left side is always symbolized, in Tantra especially, left side symbolizes wisdom, right side symbolizes method. Bringing them together symbolizes an inseparability of method and wisdom. So compassion and understanding emptiness, or as bliss and emptiness, like that. So again, there's a deep symbolism to that. There are many different ones. Another one is, from tantric point of view, the 10 fingers, there are 10 subtle wind energies in your body. Ken Rinpoche taught about this, I think it's okay to share, because he taught it in Conscious of Lam Rim. So there are 10 subtle wind energies in your body, so your 10 fingers, you can take as symbolizing that. And in the completion stage, the end goal of highest yoga tantra is to bring all those energies into the indestructible drop in your heart chakra in order to realize the clear light. So going like this, and bring all your 10 fingers together there, can symbolize the ultimate tantric Mahamudra of clear light. So actually I'm just giving a few examples of the symbolism. So there's so many different levels of symbolism just to going like this. Does that make sense? So then, so now you'd be standing up, right? And so I'll go through it actually. Okay. So if you're going to start, right? Om Namo Manjushriye, right? So you would take your hand first, and so there are two different versions I want to go through. One is, well actually they're the same, but there's just one variation, right? So you always start here, right? First you touch 3 places or 4 places. So you touch there. Then this one is optional. You can touch there, but that's totally optional. But I'm gonna just do the simple version. So there, and your throat, and then your heart. Okay, so you touch those 3. Now what I want to say is this, is because some people, I did ask this last week actually, so it was a good question about what if you can't physically do, like, go down on the ground. And so I want to go through options for the 100,000 that are, all of these are acceptable from the Discovering Buddhism perspective, right? So one option is this, is that you would just do that, right? Like let's say if you can't go down on the ground, right? Then you would just do this, right? Like that, and then say the name, the Buddha, and that's the minimum, right, for one prostration. So at least you touch those places, right? And you go like that. That's the minimum. Okay, that's if you can't do the other, right? Then if you, so that'd be the minimum. So still, that's one. You have to count. That's one, right? So it's not just saying the name; it's saying the name while do that, go like that, and then that's one, right? Now, if you can do, then there are 2 other versions that are like traditional, right? So one is called like a short prostration, and the other is a long prostration. So a short prostration is where 5 points touch the ground. So with that, I want to say something about it. So the correct way to do it is your fingers should stay together, is one thing. So it's not correct in prostrations to have your fingers like out like that. They should stay together, as you go down. So in this one, so you'd be visualizing, the 35 Buddhas there, right? So as you said, the Om Namo Manjushri, right? So you would touch, and so symbolism, right? Body, so you're purifying your body, speech, and mind, right? That's the symbolism there. Again, in Tantra, there's another symbolism of the chakras, so it's also associated with those 3 chakras, your crown chakra, throat, and heart chakra. But it's enough for now. We say the main thing is that you're purifying so it's body, speech, and mind in order to create, so you're purifying yours in order to create a Buddha's body, speech, and mind, right? So you see already, it's quite profound, right? Already all these levels of symbolism. There's another one that Ken Rinpoche pointed out, you know, like, actually and we said this is a mudra, right? You're doing this mudra, right? And Ken Rinpoche pointed out that, I'm sorry to say it, Maha Mudra, right, which is the meditation on, which is a meditation on emptiness, right? He said, well, these are associated. In other words, the word mudra is in both for a reason, right? In other words, that you're in doing this mudra, you're aspiring to realize the actual Maha Mudra, right? And there's so you're in the sense that the object of your prostration, first of all, is an embodiment of the Buddha, but that is Maha. In other words, who's the Buddha? He's actually, whereas the Buddha said in the Prajnaparamita Sutra, those who by my form did see me knew me not. You know, the Buddhas of their Dharmakaya. Right? So the physical form of a Buddha is a manifestation or an example or a reminder of the Buddha, but the actual Buddha is the wisdom directly, you know, is the Dharmakaya, is a mind of great bliss realizing emptiness, is the omniscient mind that's purified of all obscurations and all faults, right? And so we also, this is again, what I'm pointing out here is these are all things you can think about while you're doing your prostration. You're not going to remember all of them all the time, right? But you actually think, wow, as I'm prostrating, this is just a manifestation. Actually, I'm prostrating to wisdom, right? That's really the Buddha, right? Wisdom combined with great compassion, wisdom combined with great bliss, wisdom that's a cessation of all suffering and all causes of suffering. You know, you think of those kind of things, right? So in that sense, you know, it already is, actually, right? I mean, it already is a very advanced practice, actually. That's, you know, so, you know, if you think, well, what was Lama Tsongkhapa doing as he was prostrating? What's Khenpo Rinpoche doing as they're prostrating? Well, they're physically prostrating, but in their mind, what are they doing, right? It's all these levels of meaning. But so, if you were going to do a short prostration, right? So you'd be thinking about all these things, right? So you would, so you'd think, here you're thinking, I'm cleansing my body, speech, and mind. I pay respect, and in your mind. So also, you're prostrating with your body, speech, and mind, also at the same time, right? So with your body, you're going like this, right? With your speech, you might be saying in this one, Om Namo Manjushri, right? Om, so you're using your speech. And then with your mind, you're thinking, of course, I have great respect to Manjushri. He's the embodiment of all wisdom, right? So you want to engage your mind also. Otherwise, it's not so meaningful if you don't engage your mind, right? So after you touch your heart, if you're able to do it, right? You're going to do if you're going to do short prostrations. And I said also, somebody was talking about. We were talking about that Lama Tsongkhapa. His 3.5 million were actually these short prostrations. So, you know, so they're acceptable. They're a totally acceptable form of prostration. But so then you keep your hands together. And I said, so the 5 points are your hands, your feet, and your forehead, right? And so if that's the Buddha there, so I go down, then come back up, and then start the next one. And so, so you touch, you know, when your forehead touches the ground, one thing is, the teachings say, then you get up quickly, right? And the symbolism of getting up quickly is coming up from the lower realms or coming up from suffering, right? So there's a symbolism to that also. So that's one short prostration. Then there's a long, the full length prostration, right, is where your whole body touches the earth. And I'll just do one just to show. So that one, right, it's the same thing. So these gestures are all the same, right? You're purifying your body, speech, and mind. But this one, you go down. And one thing I'll point out is, like, because of that thing of touching how many atoms, that's why I stretch as far as you can, you know? Like, it's a good practice to do. So does that make sense, that that's a long and a short part? So again, for your own, in terms of the discovering Buddhism aspect of this, you know, you decide for yourself which one you can physically do that's safe and healthy for you, and then do that. Does that make sense? So there's no, and you know, of course, if you're healthy enough and it works well for your bodily system, then if you can do the long one, you're covering more atoms. That's great. You know, there's an advantage to that for sure, but it's not required. So you do it. You know, you have to take care of your body also, right? So do what's healthy and what's appropriate for your own physical makeup, and don't push yourself to do something that would hurt you. Does that make sense? The goal here is not to. Yeah, you can mix and match depending on what. Like let's say you were doing the long ones and then something happens where you can't for your health reasons do that. You know, then switch to whichever you can do, and that's fine. Okay. Now another thing I want to say is this: is in terms of the purification, right? So after you do 3 of the Om Namo Manjushri mantras, right, with 3 prostrations, so then you recite the verse of refuge, right? Then you say your name. So you can say either your regular name, or you can say if you have a refuge name, you can say it there. throughout all times. Take refuge in the Guru, take refuge in Buddha, take refuge in Dharma, take refuge in the Sangha, right? So now, this is an important point for this practice. Where it says purifies, right? So it says Shakyamuni Buddha, by reciting his name, you purify 10,000 kalpas, or eons, of negative karma. Kalpa is an eon. And I want to be clear, so a few things about this in terms of the commentary. Like, an eon of negative karma is, there are different kinds of eons in Buddhism. So there are great eons, right? So like and then a great eon is made up of 80 small, minor eons, you can call them, right? So this is 10,000 great eons, right? And so that's basically, you could say that's kind of like the length of time of a world system. Does that make sense? Like, so there's by a great eon means like from when a world system first forms, to when it's not yet inhabitable, then the whole period where sentient beings can inhabit it, and then where it starts to burn up until finally it completely disintegrates. And I can't remember I was trying to look it up and I couldn't find it, but there was somebody had done, I think it was Bob Thurman, and I once said something to Kent Rinpoche, and he said maybe it was off by 1-0 or something, so I don't know, but it was like it was either 57th or 58th power, that many years, right? So there's not a number for that, right? Like, a billion is very small compared to that, or a trillion is very small compared to whatever that number. There's not, I don't know a name for 10 to the 57th or 58th power. But so that would be, it's a lot, yeah. And so it would be 10,000 of those, right? So the idea is that you purify whatever negative karma you've made in that length of time, right? Through one recitation of the name to the founder, Bhagavan, Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha, glorious conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha, I prostrate. Right? That's one. So by doing that with faith, then you've purified that much karma, right? So now I want to say, like, so I want to say, like, so what makes sense then, right? Like sometimes you'll see where people will just recite the whole sutra through as they're doing prostrations. That's acceptable. In other words, you can do that, right? You can just recite the whole sutra while prostrating. Somebody has to count your prostrations then still, right? If you're trying to do 100,000, see people do stuff like a mala or a bead or a little beans or something. They stick them, knock a bean over each time you prostrate. That's fine. That's okay to do. There's no fault in that, right? And then you could do the whole sutra again. I'll say the method I personally like, just because I like it. It makes sense to me logically. Somebody taught me it, but I think it's a logical thing to do, is if each recitation purifies that much karma, well, you want to recite more, right? Like there's a reason, there's a meaning to reciting more, right? So I'll say what I would do. Like, I'm going to give an example like using to the Tathagata radiant jewel I prostrate, right? Use the third Tathagata down, right? So like if you were to do this, right? To the Tathagata radiant jewel I prostrate, to the Tathagata radiant jewel, right? So you're visualizing that Tathagata there, right? So he's the third one, right? Actually, where would he be? Right, if there's Shakyamuni, then to the left, right? So there's all the way to the left would be the Tathagata thoroughly destroying the Vajra essence, right? Then the next one over would be Tathagata radiant jewel, right? And he is red in color with a mudra of meditation in this method, right? So he's sitting there like that, in full Vajra posture, red in color, right? And so if you think about it, right, each time you recite his name, you're purifying 20,000 eons. That's why I chose this more, right? So if you say, so this is what I would do personally, because I think it makes more sense. It makes sense to do, right? To the Tathagata radiant jewel I prostrate, 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 to the Tathagata radiant jewel I prostrate. How many times did I recite? I don't know. I didn't count. But it's a lot, right? So it's way more purification that way, right? So I think that's, it's up to you. You can do the whole sutra through and then start over. But I personally think that makes sense, right? And then also I'll say this, like, actually for your own practice, right, as you're going through this, you can also, like sometimes, you can do one for each Tathagata, right? One prostration doing that, right? So then you'll have done 35, 36, 37, 38, right, with the 3 for Manjushri, so that would be 38, right? If you want to do a lot of this practice, right, another thing you could do is to do each one 3 times, or each one, right, 4 times. In other words, you could prostrate each Buddha a few times. That way, for me, that's just easier, I found, because you don't have to count. It's like, you don't want to hold for me, I don't want to hold a mala while I'm trying to prostrate. It's like not practical. And I've seen people who do this thing like beans or something, right? But you're not supposed to lay on the floor very long. So if you have them up there and then you're laying there, that's not so auspicious. And then I thought, well, it's not very practical to prostrate and then go down and move a beam and then come back up. That's like, that really seems impractical to me. So for me personally, I just found it easier if I do this practice, like to, so let's say if I know I'm going to do 3 to Manjushri, right, and I'm going to do each of the Tathagatas 3 times, right, so that's already what, 35 times 3, you know, that's quite a good session, right, or 4 times if you have more time. So, so what I'm pointing out is that's an option, right, so you could do, and then you just recite, so then you have recited so many names by the time you're done, right, because you maybe do, if you can, depending on how long the name is, you might do 3 or 4 or 5 or 7 times that name, and then if you do it 3 times, so that's 7, 4, you know, maybe 21 times you recited just one name, right. Then the next Tathaga, the next Tathaga, the next Tathaga, you know, you see what I mean? And that way you purify so much negative karma so quickly.
So is the going down and coming back up
That's
one,
the
or it's
prostration.
the saying how many times you say the name? Is that
So the 100,000 is the prostration itself.
okay?
So going down and coming back up, that's 1.
Okay.
But the more times you say the name while you're doing that, just the more purification you achieve. Does that make sense, Ken?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So are there questions about this part? Yeah. Or are you first?
Yeah, boy, I've noticed that there are the 5 Dhyani Buddha families, and they're all represented, each cluster of 7 is a different color. But then within each cluster of 7, they're all different colors as well. Each one of the Buddhas within that family. Like
Oh no, this is different. Like the 7, the one with the 7 Dhyani Buddhas, that's not the same as this one. In other words, that's a different visualization. There are different versions of how to visualize. So this one that I handed out, you know, that's like a chart.
Yeah.
That doesn't include, that's not according to the Dhyani Buddhists. This is just according to another Lama's vision. I'm not sure if it was Lama Tsongkhapa or Panchen Lama Losing Chogi. It was some other Lama's vision.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure which Lama, but that's different. So the one with the 5 Dhyani Buddhas is actually, it's a whole different visualization. That one, Shakyamuni's in front, and then there are 7 in front of him, 7 on the side, 7 on the side, 7 on the side. That's 7, 14, 28, and then there are some around him or something. It's a different visualization. Actually, so those, they're all the same. It's like 7 white Buddhas, 7 yellow Buddhas, 7 red. So this is a different visualization where they have different, and those also all have the same mudra too. So it's a slightly easier, actually the Dhyani Buddha one is a slightly easier visualization. This one that I handed out is just a different one. It's not according to Dhyani Buddhas. They're just different colors according to, I mean, they do relate to how they achieved enlightenment in some ways, but it's not grouped according to Dhyani Buddhas. This is not grouped in that way. Does that make sense? So it's a different grouping.
But you don't need to count how many times you say the names of the Buddha, only the prostration.
Only the prostrations
so
you
those
count.
you can say as many times.
Yeah, you just say it as many times as you can, and what you count is the physical act of prostrating. So you know when you, and again, depending on which kind you do, if it's long, short, or if it's just the simple like that, it doesn't matter. But you count that, and then at the end you can, you know, what I find, you know, then of course you keep track. If you're going to do 100,000, you know, write it down somewhere or something, and you know, add them up as you go along each month or something like that, and you'll see how you're progressing. And I'll say another thing too is it gets the longer, you know, of course as you do the practice, it gets easier to do more. I mean, first of all physically, but also just you get used to it. You know, what I mean, like it's more familiar.
So just to clarify with everybody, so when you do the 35 Buddhas and you're done with that's one.
That's one. No, that's 35 prostrations.
That's 35 prostrations.
If you did 1 for each physical prostration, you mean? Yeah, then you've done 35, or 38 if you did 3 from
If you do
Manjushri
3
also.
for each exam,
Right.
then
Okay, so
5.
that's 38, and then you count. That's 38, and then all the way to 100,000.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
So it's each physical. Yeah. So it's not one time like if you were going to do.
Well, that was another way, right?
Not one session.
It's not one session. No, it's one. Each physical prostration. Like each time you go down and come up, for example, that's one prostration. And so if you did, let's say you did 1 to each. Let's say you were just doing it exactly like, you know, just you did 1 to each, 1 physical prostration to each Buddha. So you have done 3 to Manjushri, 1 to each Buddha. So then you'd write down 38 on your piece of paper and say, okay, I've done 38 out of 100,000.
How about the 3 prostration when you take refuge? Do you count those or not?
Yeah, if you prostrate. I mean, yeah, it says here prostrate. So if you do prostrate, then you count them. Yeah. Yeah, you can count those. Sure.
Is our enlightenment 401k?
Yes.
And actually,
all
I'll
over
point this
again.
out. If you do it, according to this sadhana, is composed by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, which actually is not, I mean, other people have done this too. It actually includes 7 more, because there's the 7 medicine Buddhas, so actually, it's actually more. It's, 37, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 48. It would actually have 48 if you count. If you include the 7 medicine Buddhas with 1 each,
Yeah.
and the 3 for the refuge and 3 for Manjushri, then you'd have that many. You know, so, because the Lama Zopa Rinpoche included the 7 medicine Buddhas, which are also excellent to prostrate to. And you recite their name the same way. The more
I
times you
always
say
counted
it.
that as one.
Oh man!
I was doing the Lama Tsongkhapa way.
Yes, you end up with Lama Tsongkhapa's thing. that was how Lama Tsongkhapa counted, and that's why he did 3.5 million. So
I'm done then.
don't you think Gabe should have to do 3.5 million?
That's good. So you have a lot more, you see.
Lauren? Wait,
Yeah.
So, so Shakyamuni Buddha is actually visualized in the center and then also as the first emanation?
No, he's the first. No, so there's him and 34 others around him.
Okay.
And so first you prostrate to him in the center, and then you start from,
Alright.
in this visualization, then you start from left to right, left set, and then all the way to those 14, and then down the next row of 10, and then down the next row of 10.
And then where is Manjushri?
Manjushri, it doesn't actually say in the, and oftentimes he's not depicted in the commentaries,
Uh-huh.
but usually the idea is this, is like what, so you're imagining around these Buddhas, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and so actually you can visualize him anywhere, really. You can imagine him radiating out from the Buddha and being right in front of you. Sometimes people are doing, actually in the what's the word to say? Tradition, many times people will do the Guru Puja first, so then Lama Tsongkhapa's there, and then the Buddha comes from Lama Tsongkhapa, and then the 4 Buddhas come from him. So if you do that, if you did the Guru Puja first, then Manjushri's there in the Guru Puja merit field, so you don't have to put him someplace else. He's already there. But if you didn't do the Guru Puja first, then you would just visualize him in space. Either coming out from the Buddha and being in front of you, or just up in space with all the other Bodhisattvas. Either way is fine. So either one's okay. Yeah. Other questions? So this makes sense, right? So do you see how it would take time though to train your mind and all this, right? Because you're going to be so as you're prostrating, right? You're reciting the names, you're thinking about the benefits, you're visualizing countless bodies and countless voices, and you're imagining countless voices reciting the names and all that. Yeah.
Hey Lord, it says like in the last Buddha, Tathagata had perfectly completed Buddha, king of the road of the mountains, firmly seated on the jewel lotus, prostrate. And that one's 3 times?
Oh.
Only that one? Or?
No, they're saying 3
All
times
of
for
them.
all of them.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I guess it's if you can. I mean, you can do. Again, this is up to you. Actually, I mean, it says 3 times there, but the reality is this: if you can do 3 to all of them, that's great. If you can't, then do 1 to all of them in a session. But I guess the point here is that if you have time, it is good to do. So it doesn't just mean to that one. It means like if you have time, it's good to do 3 prostrations to each of the Buddhas. But if you don't have time, it's fine to do 1 to each of the Buddhas. Does that make sense?
You need to put the number on the last
At the
verse.
end.
Yeah, at the end of the whole thing. But again, it's really up to you. So you can do 1, you can do 3. Actually, if you wanted, you could do 5 to each one. There's no, there's no fault if you did 5 to each Buddha, right? It's only going to be more merit, so it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Does that make sense? But so at least do 1 to each Buddha, though, is the idea. But although Khenchen Rinpoche one day said, if you can't even, he's like very gentle, right? He said, if you can't do that, then just say 1 prostration to 1 Buddha. It's better than nothing. Something like that. But
He even at one point said, if you can't prostrate, just recite the names.
yeah, but for our purposes, for discovering Buddhism, you want to at least do this, though. Does that make sense? So, yeah, that's correct. In daily practice, if you can. But for our purposes, at least do touch the 3 places, right? Body, speech, mind, and then say 1. So at least do that for this purpose. But yeah, I mean, because of course, just even saying these names is beneficial. So actually, some people memorize it and say the names as they're walking around too. That's not prostration, but there is if you generate the 4 powers and you recite the names, is a benefit. So anyway, there's definitely a benefit no matter what to reciting them. To reciting those names. So do as many as you can, right, in that session, and then you recite the rest of the prayer. But before we get to the rest of the prayer, I just want to go through. So you see here, right, on the right side, it describes, this text, and again, you can compare it to Geshe Jampa Gyatsos and use either one. It doesn't matter. But this describes the color, right, and then it describes the mudras, right. So each one has a different mudra, right. So some are holding like that. Some are teaching. Some they're all different. They all have different mudras. But I want to go through just briefly, so you get the sense of also the benefits, right? That some of them purify 10,000 or 1,000 or 20,000 eons of negative karma. Others purify specific kinds of negative karma, right? So like, to the Tathagata meaningful to see, to the Tathagata jewel moon, he purifies the 5 immediate misdeeds. So those are the 5 like, sometimes like immediate negative actions. They're called immediate because people who did them immediately go to hell without even going in the bardo
What?
after they did them. So it's like killing your mother, killing your father, killing an arhat, drawing blood with anger from a Buddha, or causing a schism in the Sangha. That would be the 5 immediate misdeeds. So they say those are immediate because somebody who does them, as soon as they die, they don't even get to go to the bardo, they go immediately to a hell realm. So it purifies, so if you say this, it purifies those. And actually that's an important point that's often taught at this point, so I'll say it. Any negative, according to Mahayana Buddhism, right? Any negative, actually according to Buddhism in general, any negative karma can be purified. They say, like Kensho said, that's the one good quality of negative karma is it can be purified. And they often tell stories, right, like that. Like, so there was a king at the time of the Buddha, might be a Jatasattu, I'm not sure which, but who killed his mother. So he did one of these 5 immediate heinous misdeeds, and then he understood. He generated intelligent regret. In other words, he heard teachings. He realized, wow, I'm definitely going to go to hell. It's a terrible negative action I've done. And so he generated sincere regret. The Buddha taught him, and then he achieved realizations. And he didn't become an arhat, but he became an arya in that life. He became a stream enter. So he actually realized emptiness directly. So it's possible. And this is a story of also Anguli Mala. You know that story? Anguli means finger. So Mala, Mala is like prayer beads. And this was like a sociopath, the guy who went around, he killed 999 people. He was like a mass, what do you call it, mass murderer or serial killer. He was a serial killer. And they say that he wanted to kill 1,000 people and chop off their fingers and make a rosary. He was like an insane guy, right? But then the last person he was trying to kill, he saw the Buddha walking by and he thought, that'll be my 1,000th. And so he started chasing the Buddha. And then, I think this is him, that the story goes, that however fast he ran after the Buddha, he couldn't catch him. And finally he screamed out, stop! And then the Buddha said, you stop. And what the Buddha meant wasn't stop chasing me, it was stop your negative thoughts and negative actions. And somehow they had some interaction and the Buddha became his teacher. And that guy, he stopped killing at that point. And he became a monk eventually, and he actually became an arhat. So he actually became, he achieved liberation in the same lifetime that he was a serial killer. And Milarepa, right? He killed many people, right? He killed quite a few people using black magic, and he became fully enlightened Buddha in that lifetime. So the point here is this: is that any negative karma. So you shouldn't, so if somebody like who's a mass, I think what's useful here, right? I mean, none of us is in this lifetime anyway has done like Anguli Mala, right? None of us have killed 999. Even if you tried, it'd be hard to kill that many, right? That many people or something. But the idea is this: is that so we should feel actually. So of course I can do it. Right, like, because that's the meaning of this, right? As you're reading these things, what you should actually feel to yourself and maybe you can't feel it at the beginning, first you have to contemplate it and then you'll feel it, is anything negative I've done, I can purify. It can be purified. If Anguli Mala can become an arhat and Milarepa can become a Buddha, then I can achieve realizations in this life, for sure, there's no doubt. Right? And they really emphasize that. Lama Yeshe, in his book on Vajrasattva, he really keeps saying over, he says it so clearly, that any negative karma can be purified. And nobody is inherently impure. Right? The nature of your mind is clear and undefiled in its basic nature. And if you practice, then for sure you'll get the result. Right? It's just a matter, what we don't know is how long it'll take, right? Because we don't know how much negative karma and imprints we have. But if we start now, then for sure it can happen. Does that make sense? And then if you have these very pure, powerful methods, and this is why, actually, right? So if you do, so think about it, like Lama Tsongkhapa, right? He did these prostrations, and then he achieved realization. Milarepa, he did intense purification, he achieved realization. And so this is why purification is taught first, right? Is so emphasized. And that's why, I think this is why also Discovering Buddhism curriculum, these are the 2 practices that are required. You can do the mandala offerings, you can do the other stuff, it's optional, but this is the one you have to do, right? It's because this is what actually removes the obstacles. Then it becomes easy, actually, they say, to become enlightened. So the idea here is that you should recognize, if this purifies the 5 immediate misdeeds, which are the worst misdeeds a person can do, then for sure it's going to purify whatever I've done. Does that make sense? And if you've done those in the past life and you have some leftover imprints, it's purifying that, right? And so then it purifies, right, mental hatred and desire and negative karma and ignorance. So it goes through all these different ones. Stealing from the Sangha, wrongfully accusing others. So there are all these different examples of negative deeds. And the last one, the generation of Samaya, means not any problems you've made in relation to your teachers. That's a very important one. Right? If you've made mistakes in relation to your teachers, reciting his name purifies. you know, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just thinking about purification in general. So if you, let's say you had one of these afflictions that you wanted to really focus on, would you just do like prostrations to that one? I know not in the context of like the 100,000, but just, is that also a purification?
Yeah, no, like Lama Zoparvati says that. For example, there's a teaching I read once where Lama Zoparvati said if somebody makes a mistake in relation to their guru, that one thing they can do is go do, you know, a whole bunch of prostrations to the 35th Buddha, as a way of purifying that. And so the same thing, like if you're really regretting, you know, being prideful, you know, that maybe you do a whole bunch of prostrations to the king holding victory banner of formless power, you know, and that's good. And I'll say this too, like it's not, you know, for the practice of the 100,000, you shouldn't only do the one. You should do it all, or 35. But if you want to emphasize one more for a while, and you know, let's say you're going through it this month, you're thinking about, you know, how much desire you have, and so you want to do extra prostrations and count them, you know, towards the pure one who purifies desire. That's fine. What I'm suggesting is don't only do don't say I'm only going to prostrate the pure one. That's, you know, because it's supposed to be to all 35 Buddhas. But if you want to do in your session, if you want to do an extra 100 prostrations to the pure one, because you feel like it would help you, fine. And those count. No, there's no contradiction there. So it's like yeah, if you feel like a particular misdeed that you really want to purify, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. Other questions? Okay, so people get the idea, right? So you would do those prostrations, so those 35. And then, right, after you recite those names, right, and then you recite the names of the 7 medicine Buddhas, who are also incredible purification and benefit. If you read, there's a Medicine Buddha Sutra that's on, you can get it through FPMT's store. It describes like these vows made by the 7 medicine Buddhas, so anybody who recites their names, they have their own vows, just like the 35 Buddhas made vows. And it describes in the sutra what vows they made. There's like a ritual also by the Panchen Lama where it says that it lists them. You know, it says, you know, whoever, you know, like that you get this and this and this benefit. And it's quite beautiful. But okay, so then after you finish, however many times, whether you want to do 3 to each, or 1 to each, or 5 to each Buddha, or you want to do extras to one Buddha. So once you're done with your recitation of the names while prostrating, then you recite the concluding verses, which also come from the sutra, right? And so that's this one, right, where it starts on page 9. All those, you 35 Buddhas and others, as many Tathagatas, Arhats, perfectly completed Buddhas as there are existing, sustaining, and residing in all the world systems of the 10 directions. All you Buddha Bhagavans, please pay attention to me. And so there, what are you doing? You're asking all the Buddhas to pay attention, right, to your confession. And then you're confessing, right? So this is actually part of the power of regret now. You see it's in here, actually? You want to meditate on it, but actually it's in the sutra, right? In this life and in all states of rebirth, in which I have circled in samsara throughout beginningless lives. So now, whatever negative actions I've created, right? So here you're generating more regret, right? And so it gives examples of negative actions for you to think about, right? Made others, and this is important, that you've done them, if you've made others do them, or if you've rejoiced in them, right? Because all 3 of those are ways to create negative karma. Does that make sense? That to think also that I may have caused others is terrible, right? To think I led others to do bad things is a terrible feeling. So you want to purify all that, right? So they give examples: stealing possessions of the sangha, or possessions of the sangha in the 10 directions that you've appropriated, made others appropriate, or rejoice in the appropriation of. Right? Then those 5 actions of immediate retribution. That's the 5 I just mentioned. You know, the 10 non-virtuous actions, right? You know those: killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, harsh speech, divisive speech, gossip, covetousness, ill will, and wrong views, right? So you think of those, and you generate regret. And again, which you've engaged in, caused others to do, or rejoiced in. And then you think about why you should regret them, right? Whatever I've created, being obscured, right? So one is that it obscures you, right? It stops you from gaining realization. But then mainly, it causes yourself and others to be reborn in the hells as animals. Preta means hungry ghost. So it's hungry ghost. And then this is describing like somebody who doesn't have a life of 8 freedoms and 10 endowments like we do, right? Precious human rebirth. So they're in the low realms, or they're in an irreligious country. It means a place where you can't learn Dharma, right? Where you can't learn the path to enlightenment. That's the meaning. It doesn't mean there's, whether there's a religion or not. That's actually probably not the best translation. But it really means a place where there's no teachings. So that if you want to practice, you're not free to practice. There's no leisure to practice because you can't learn anything. If you can't learn anything, you can't practice it. A barbarian, right? Now, a barbarian doesn't mean somebody with like, I don't know, somebody who like dresses in tiger skin or something, I don't know, whatever. A barbarian means a person who has wrong, like a person who totally disregards the Dharma and believes in something that from a Buddhist point of view is totally barbaric. So for example, like many, according to that definition, many Americans would be barbaric, right? Like, whereas if you think like vengeance is the right path and that getting even is what matters and that getting rich is all that matters, you know, like if you're born in a culture, right, where you think like, you know, all that matters is being richer than other people, and if you have an enemy, screw them, you should get even with them, that's the right way to behave, and you know, like that would be considered, from a Buddhist point of view, say that's a barbarian actually. That's a barbaric way to think. So it's not somebody like from a, doesn't mean somebody from a, I don't know, like a remote region really. It could be a, you know, it could be somebody from New York City, you know, like Wall Street or something. It could be barbaric. As a long life God, right, because you can't practice Dharma well as a long life God. With imperfect faculties, right, that's that one where you don't have the senses, the sense faculties to be able to hear the teachings and process them or see them. Having wrong views, right, so that would be having specific wrong views, like that there's no karma, or that there's no such thing as enlightenment, those kind of wrong views, because then you can't practice Dharma, right? Not being pleased with a Buddha's descent, right? So if you feel an immediate aversion to Buddhas, then you're not going to study path, and you're not going to become enlightened. So anyway, so in the presence of the Buddhas, right, who are the and again, this is similar to that perfection of wisdom verse, right? The Buddha Bhagavans, who are transcendental wisdom, right? Who are eyes, which means who are wisdom. Right? They see, not physically see necessarily, but see, you know, who are witnesses and who are valid. Actually, a valid means like prominent, right? It means the Buddha. Actually, that's one way of defining a Buddha. A Buddha is somebody who's always valid, or who everything they perceive is a correct perception. They don't see anything that's incorrect. We always see things distorted. In distorted ways to our projections. We see things as like truly existent when they're not truly existent. We don't see how karma ripens. We don't see, you know, when we see people, we project like desire or aversion onto them. The Buddhas only see what is. So that's a definition of a Buddha. And who see with their omniscient consciousness. So then we confess, right? And then comes, I will not conceal them, and from now on in the future. And now we're coming to the fourth of the. So we just finished, right? At that point, we've now finished the third of the four. Remember, I started the four powers, right? Refuge and bodhicitta, intelligent regret, the power of the antidote, which was reciting the names and prostrating. And now comes the fourth, which is restraint in the future. So it says here, from now on in the future, I will abstain and refrain from committing them again. Now, this one needs some explanation again. So, what does it mean? So what it means is this, is, you know, first of all, that this restraint, power of restraint also comes directly out of understanding the faults, like the intelligent regret, right? So restraint means that if you see why what you were doing, something that you've done in the past was negative, right? Then you say, I don't want to keep doing that, right? And if you keep doing it, of course, there's something wrong with your purification, right? It's not really working if you say, you know, like, you know, I'm sorry I killed somebody, and let me regret that now, and then you get up from your meditation, go out and shoot somebody. That's not working, right? Something's not working properly. But so that doesn't work. But I want to say like the commentary, the oral tradition about this is important. Is there are some negative actions that are very easy to say, to make a commitment to the Buddha, right, in front of you, saying, I'm never going to do that again. You know, like for example, if you think back to when you were young, you know, and you think, gosh, wow, when I was a teenager, when I was 20, I did this thing, and you're doing your purification, right? This is what you do. When you do purification, you should think back over your life, you know, if you're doing like intensively, right? And let's say you're doing that, and you think, oh wow, that was really stupid. Like, why did I do that? And I'm never going to do that again. That's, you know, I vow never to do it again, right? So that's perfect, right? In other words, you thought of something that you did negative, you generated a genuine feeling of, oh, that was really faulty. I hurt somebody. You know, I was like, I was mean. I was insensitive. Like that was just, like, I can't believe, I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I did that. And I'm never going to do that again. Great, you know, and then you do your prostrations and you're done. Right? But then there are other kinds of negative actions that maybe you do like 20 times a day, right? And so those, like what the teaching says is this. I think this is funny. It says, don't promise never do those again, because then you're adding lying to the Buddha. You know, like then you're supposed to not lie, and then if you say, I promise I'll never do it again, and then you know you're going to do it again, right? Like then that'd be lying, right? So don't do that, right? So the idea here, right? If it's something that's smaller that you do habitually, like that one I gave example, or those examples I gave earlier, like talking negatively about somebody, or like telling white lies, or criticizing other people or something. Let's say you recognize, okay, I do that. It's a really bad habit. I don't want to keep doing it. but I also know it's a habit, and if I vow never to do it again, I'll probably do it, I probably won't catch myself, and then I'll mess up. What the commentary says is this, is then, the way to change your karma is to think, what's a realistic period during which I can absolutely commit that I won't do this again? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 1 day? Is it 1 week? You know, think of a length of time that you can say, I can really keep it, I can keep my mindfulness, that I'm gonna be like strict about this for that length of time, right? And then make a real vow to say, from now until tomorrow, I'm not gonna do that. So, I mean, and if you do that over and over and over, eventually, first of all, it really does purify it, but also, naturally over time, it'll become easier to do it for longer and longer, until there'll come a point where you don't even, and then what'll happen is there'll come a point where you say, wow, that's not a habit anymore. Wow, oh yeah, I don't have to do it. Like, now I can easily say I'll never do that. Eventually it'll happen like in a natural way, like that. So don't, I mean, really good, so don't like, you know, because otherwise it's gonna lead to like some bad feeling, right? Oh, I said I wouldn't do it, then I did it, oh, what's wrong with me? You know, that's not helpful, right? Like, or is that's a useless way of feeling and thinking, right? You know, oh, what's wrong with me? Why do I always do this? Like, you know, that's not the goal here. The goal is to be totally like clean and clear and fresh with yourself and say, okay, yeah, for 5 hours I cannot do that. I can be really mindful and I cannot talk negatively for 5 hours. Or you can say, tomorrow I'm going to see this person, and tomorrow with them, you know, it doesn't have to be a length of time. It can also be, you know, tomorrow I'm going to see my coworker, and just with that one person, no matter what happens, even if they come up to me and say, isn't so-and-so a jerk, and don't you hate them, I can't believe they did this and that, you know, I'm just going to stay silent for tomorrow with that person. And I'm going to make a vow that that's it. With that person, tomorrow I can do that. Even if they prompt me 20 times to do it. So I mean, so it's like you make a very specific thing and then expand from there. And that's why this is a dynamic process over time, right, of purification. You know, in other words, of those kind of things, you're dynamically interacting. And think of it this way too, that in a way you're interacting with your guru Buddha, right? Whereas you're saying to the Buddha, it's like you're, you know, on the one hand, like, you know, don't call Khensa Rinpoche up and say, and discuss, you know, like, in other words, don't bug him, you know. You don't need to call him up and say, listen, I'm gonna do this tomorrow. But this is like a version of that, that's what I'm getting at, right? Like, in other words, it's like you're talking to your guru in the form of the Buddha there, and you're saying, okay, I'm working on this, I'm gonna try it for tomorrow. And then you think, actually, that the Buddha's happy with that, right? Like, that you actually think the Buddha's pleased. Like, okay, tomorrow this person's gonna do better, good. Maybe they'll keep getting better, you know, like that. Any questions about that? Does that make sense? But so the power of restraint is important, but be honest with yourself. And this one really requires some introspection, right? That you have to be able to be honest with yourself and say, how long am I capable of not doing that? Or to what extent am I capable, right? I won't do it only in this circumstance. You know, there could be like with white lies, it could be, you know, well, if I'm really gonna, you know, terribly hurt someone, then I may still do a white lie, because that's okay actually sometimes anyway. That's not necessarily a negative action. But you could say, you know, okay, for the next week I'm not gonna say anything that, you know, no white lies that are for my benefit, you know, that are to get me out of trouble, something like that, you know. You know, so I'm just saying they're examples, you know, I'm just giving examples how you can do it. But so you have to think of your own concrete examples, and that requires that you think about real things you do and then try to change them. And I want to say, like, this is how people change them, right? In other words, this is how somebody over the course of a few years becomes a different kind of person. And the people who do this, like, you know, I know, you know, you can see like different practitioners, right? Like, but you can see like somebody who can say, wow, like a year ago I used to blow up at people and now I don't. You know, like, yeah, I can still get mad if somebody really pushes me, but it's way less, you know, like, it's from doing this kind of practice, right? You know, or I used to, whatever, you know, I used to do these other bad, whatever, you know, different bad habits, right? And they say, wow, I've really changed, this is great. You know, it's concrete and it's real. And then you know your karma's transforming, right? Okay, so that's that. So then you continue on reciting, right? All Bhagavans, please pay attention to me, and this and all. So now you're dedicating all your good karma. That's this verse, this long verse here. So you're thinking of all the good actions you've done, and you're dedicating them to full, perfect, complete enlightenment. Then, just as the previous Bhagavans have dedicated, still more dedication. Well, this is a profound one, though. Just as the previous Buddhas have dedicated, as the future Buddhas will dedicate, as the presently abiding Buddha Bhagavans are dedicating, I too dedicate like that fully. They say that's a skillful way of dedicating because, you know, we can't really think the way a Buddha thinks. But if we say I dedicate like them, it kind of, what's the word? That's like there's another, somebody said, Lama Tsongkhapa said, there's a verse that says, just as Manjushri and Samantabhadra dedicate their merits, I dedicate my merits like that too. It's like a way of, what's the word? First of all, it's a way of being part of a big club. But,
Writing their karma.
writing their karma, yeah. That's it. It's a way of saying, you know, I can't yet even think how purely I wish I could think. but so I dedicate the way they do. You know, so you can say, I dedicate whatever the Dalai. That's why it's a good. Lama Zopa says it's a really good dedication if you say whatever the Dalai Lama wishes for, may it come true. I dedicate my merit that may come true, because that includes your enlightenment and everybody else's enlightenment and everything else good in the world. So that's a good. You know, so that's an adequate dedication. Right? Then you confess again, and you rejoice, right? Because again, remember, rejoicing is such a profound practice. And then I implore all the Buddhas to grant my request. This is requesting. So you see these 7 limbs are here, right? May I receive the highest, most sublime, transcendental wisdom. So the conquerors, thus you who are living in the present time, those of the past, those like will come, qualities that shall approach ocean. With hands folded, I approach for refuge. Okay. So that's that, right? Now I want to say another thing too about, and by the way, in here there's another thing called the general confession. That's optional. You can do that or not. You know, if you're doing the 100,000 practice, you can do that or not do it. It's it includes the tantric vows a little bit. You know, it mentions there the bodhisattva vows and your tantric vows. So if you want to include that, it's just another further elaboration to actually think of those to purify. But that's and it mentions the Guru Vajradhara. So it adds a tantric element to this. So that's not part of the actual sutra. That's added on by Tibetan masters. So now I want to make a comment about this, which is this: you know, so on the one hand, like, if you do these practices, right, then it's important afterwards, first of all, to feel good about it. Like, actually, so, you know, if you do, even if you recite each name once, you know, and so on, and do that practice once for the good, then it's really important that when you end, to think, that was great. You know, like, I'm so, like, to feel, you should actually feel happy. And don't do so much of this practice that you start, like, not liking it. That would be a mistake. So if you're, like, pushing yourself to finish 100,000 because you think, then I'll be a better person or something, stop. Like, don't only do as much as, there's like, don't do so little that you're not doing any, you know, because that's not helpful. But don't do so much that you're thinking, oh, I can't wait till this is over. Like, you know, like, that's a mistaken approach. And and really your mind should be joyful, actually. And you should be really happy and having fun doing it. That's the idea. And if you're not doing it that way, then do less, actually, you know. And actually, one thing I'll say is, I think if that happens, then you'll find yourself doing more later. Anyway, you know, I mean, that's a natural way to increase your practice. If you push yourself really hard, I'll say this too, I've seen people like that, where some people like push themselves really hard at the beginning, like, and then what happens is they burn out, and so their practice is like that, and then that. Right? And that's not the correct way to practice. The correct way to practice is like, you know, like that, and it just keeps going up until you're a Buddha. Actually, you know, like. So you should so if you find yourself going too hard, where it's like your mind is feeling tight, don't stop practicing altogether, but stop that session even. You know, like, and if you're like, let's say you're doing the 35 Buddhas practice, right, and you find yourself thinking, I hate this, I wish I wasn't here, like, you know, cut it short, come back later, you know, like, cut your practice, you know, like, cut it short and come back later, you know, don't stop practicing, but say, oh wait, I'm gonna come back to this, you know, and like, say to the Buddha, you know, please stay, you know, please remain there in the merit field. Thank you. I'll come back later. I don't, you know, like, and I'm not saying, you know, I mean, it's okay to push through occasionally a bad feeling. I'm not saying don't ever do that. But I'm saying in general, you know, so it's okay occasionally, but in general, you shouldn't be practicing with like a bad feeling. It should be fun. Does that make sense? That's the overall rule of thumb.
So it's kind of the opposite of meditation, because in meditation you want to sit with it, right?
You know, even in meditation, I'll get to that in a minute. I mean, about the Vajrasattva, for example, but no, even in meditation, the instruction actually, the teachings say, actually Lama Yeshe says this in his Vajrasattva book, for example, which we're going to talk about next. But he says, I think it's him, but anyway, there's a teaching that says even in meditation, it's better to do short sessions where it's not so, I mean, yeah, you know, yes, if you say I'm going to do 15 minutes, you should do the 15 minutes and sit with whatever comes up. But if you find yourself habitually feeling like, oh, this is like so hard, they say then do shorter sessions, like, so that it feels more, a little bit lighter, and then eventually do more. And there's this, I think it was one Lama said, you know, if you have to do 18 sessions a day, you know, like, you know, and each one, you know, 5 minutes or something, that's better than doing an hour where you're sitting there sort of feeling foggy and feeling frustrated. And so even in meditation, I mean, yes, I want to differentiate two things though. One is, if you sit down and you say, okay, I'm going to do 15 minutes now, then you should do your 15 minutes of meditation. That's true. But if you find yourself, let's say every day you're doing 15 minutes and feeling sluggish, then actually the instruction is, well, start doing, you know, do 8 minutes then or something, and cut back so that it feels lighter and easier, and then go to 9, 10, you know, and see if you can eventually build back up to the 15. So even in meditation, you shouldn't habitually be like pushing. Does that make sense? It should feel kind of like, oh, okay, cool, that felt good, and they even say in meditation you should stop while it still feels good. So you should what's the word? Time your session length so that it still feels good when you stop. You shouldn't wait till you're feeling like, oh, and then stop. Like almost like you should stop when you're still sitting like this, not when you're sitting like that. You know, like so if you're still sitting like this and you get up and walk around, and then that's a better meditation actually.
Well, what if it's the opposite, not lethargic, but like you can't sit there? Should you try to sit there?
What I would suggest then is still like it would be better probably to do short sessions and then combine it with walking meditation. That's it. Like then, so like do a short meditation of like what I would often say is this is then so you do a short, let's say sitting, and then you maybe do walking while doing Tonglen or some other practice like that. And then again sit. Like so instead of sitting and not wanting to sit there for a half hour, maybe it's better to sit for 10 minutes, do a walking meditation for 10 minutes, and sit for 10 minutes. That'd probably be more beneficial. That's what the instructions are. I think that's true.
Okay, thank you.
Just like a real practical question about the visualizations, and this is kind of trying to get a grasp of what the minimal that was really necessary
good question,
is.
yeah.
Well, but I mean, so if I use this list, and I get the names right, and that there's a Buddha there in more or less the right place, with the right color and the right mudra.
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, more than
That's
that, especially for like beginning.
Right. So yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I want to thank you for asking because I almost forgot to say it. Like I asked in detail, like actually not about it applies to this, but I asked in detail about this for the Lam Rim because of editing that contribution. I asked him a lot of questions about that, and I thought it was very interesting, useful answer, which is this: is like what Kinjiri said is first of all that he pointed out that Lama Tsongkhapa said that Buddhas are everywhere, right? In other words, the Buddha is in some sense omnipresent because it's omniscient. So the Buddha's in that sense. So we don't have to worry the Buddha's not there. That's one thing. And then what he said was, of course, if you can visualize every detail and it can be totally clear, that's excellent. But if you can't, there's an actual instruction that came from a Tibetan master, Aku Shera Gyatso, I think it was, that said that, again, the more you can visualize, the better. But he said, even if somebody's really, really bad at it, this was for Tibetan monks even, he said, even if somebody's really, really bad at visualizing, then even if you visualize a mass of clouds there and say those are the Buddhas are there, they're in the clouds, or something. If that's all you can do, then even that's okay. And then you do the practice. And then you go from there and slowly try to then have maybe, so like he was saying, like if you can't visualize anything yet, that to imagine the massive clouds there and say all 35 Buddhas are there, and then slowly put Shakyamuni and say, okay, I can visualize him with the clouds around him. And then I can maybe add one more Buddha and one more, and slowly add on like that. But he said even that's okay. So for sure it's fine at what you're describing. Yes, so definitely that's okay. So just do the best you can. And the idea here is that how do you improve is just by trying, right? So you keep going slowly and don't push too hard, but just like, so if at the beginning it's just like a general idea of, there's this row of Buddhas, but, and sometimes they say it like this, like if you're at a tanka, let's say you're looking at a big complicated tanka, like let's say I was looking at the Guya Samaja there, right? When I'm looking at Guya Samaja, I know there are some figures below him, but I don't really see them carefully, right? And if that's how it is, so you're looking at Shakyamuni and you can't really see the other Buddhas, but you kind of sense they're there, that's fine too. Does that make sense? And then slowly, the idea is that it'll build up. If you do it every day, you do it for a while every day, then over the course of a year or two, it'll get easier. But that's fine. So just start where you are and don't push too hard. Yeah. And one thing I'll say, just on a practical level, what I found useful was, like I actually took these apart and would actually hang them on the wall. In other words, you can be okay practical. It's like I found it easier at the beginning to hang it on the wall so I could glance over right next to where I was prostrating. So you can do that. So, it's fine. You can put it on a table, you can put it on the wall, wherever. I mean, it's up to you, or you can not, or you can have the tanka there, and that can help you. If you have if you want to print out a big, printed version, you can print it, or you can buy a tanka of the 35 Buddhas if you want. You can have one personally painted for you in Nepal, or you can just print it off the internet, either way. Actually, there are so many different ones now on the internet. You can probably, you can do like Lama Zopa machine, plaster them all around, make it easy to visualize. But so you don't have to be precise. At the beginning, just do the best you can. And I want to say one other thing about purification in general, and it's this: is that so if we're, let's say you do the 35 Buddhist practice and the Vajrasattva, which we're going to talk about next, then I want to ask this, so I wanted to say something about the signs of success in your practice, right? Like, how do you know if you're progressing? So first of all, the main sign of success, right, is that if you're, if before you used to, what's the word, be mean to people, you're being less mean, that's a good sign of success. Right? If you used to lie more easily and you're lying less, or if you used to be, say, make fun of people, you don't do that as much, or, so things like that, right? If you used to have a lot of desires and you're having a little bit less desire, those are all signs of success in your practice. Right? And then this is interesting, with purification in particular, another sign of success is bad experiences happening, small ones. Like, and this sounds a little strange, but actually it says it in the sutra, in the Vajracutter Sutra. It's one of the Perfection of Wisdom sutras. The Vajracutter or the Diamond Cutter, sometimes they call it. It says in there, the Buddha actually says, that sutra is a teaching on emptiness, right? The Buddha is teaching on emptiness in it. And he says these unbelievable benefits in that sutra. He says, like, anyone who hears the sutra will receive these amazing benefits and it'll be incredible. He says, like, it's just unbelievably beneficial to hear this teaching on emptiness. And then at one point, so it's all these beneficial things, and then at one point he says something like, and those who hear this sutra will be tormented. And then you say, what? Like, it doesn't seem like it fits with the rest of the sutra. But then the Buddha kind of explains, he says if somebody really, it actually comes later in the sutra. But what the Buddha is pointing out is that there are these amazing benefits, but then if the person really succeeds, in a way it's the same as that the person really succeeds in the teachings on emptiness or in purification, then what would have come as some kind of huge problem, like an early death or suffering in the lower realms or something like that, instead manifests as a bad dream. So it means things like that, or a headache, or some other small problem. And so there, like in the teachings, actually this comes in the Vajrasattva teachings, there's a saying that if you have success in your Vajrasattva practice, some of the things that happen, like you might dream of vomiting, things like that, and they say that's a good sign. Or dream of like a pus that came out or something like that. Like a pustule that burst and there's like pus coming in. So sometimes people could think, oh, that's a bad sign, but actually those are good signs, like for purification. So if something small happens, like a bad dream or some other thing that happens where you, like, actually from a purification point of view, that's considered a good sign of success. So if you have a bad dream, that's a good sign that you're succeeding. But that kind of bad, those kind of bad dreams. They say, or good dreams of wearing white and, things like that. I don't know, like, because white colored clothes, it could be also so it can also be things like that. It can also be positive. But so it's interesting in a way, right? Because the idea is that if you succeed in purifying your negative karma, I mean, sometimes it can just be wiped out from the root, but actually deep, serious negative karmas, they say, that would have fully ripened as a full rebirth, sometimes have to be experienced in some minor way in order to completely get rid of it. So it's not a bad sign, is what I'm saying. So that's interesting to think about. So anyway, like that. And one other instruction that Lama Yeshe gives for Vajrasattva, but this applies to both, is and Kensho, many teachers say the same thing, but Lama Yeshe says, don't think that you're going to achieve. Don't even think about what's the word, like I said, Lama Tsongkhapa had a vision of the 35 Buddhas. They said that would be a wrong motivation. In other words, if you go into the practice thinking, oh, I want to have a vision like Lama Tsongkhapa did, that'd be a mistaken approach, right? Or if you thought, oh, I want to see Vajrasattva in space and have talk with him like he did with Manjushri, that'd be a wrong motivation, right? So the idea is to have less delusions in your mind, and then to purify your negative karma. And if some bad dreams come, that's a good sign. But also if good dreams come of purity, that's also good. Or if you dream of your teacher, that's also a good sign. Things like that. So let's see. So about the 35 Buddhas, I'm trying to think of before we go on to maybe we'll take a short break before we do Vajrasattva. But are there any questions in general are there any things I left out about the practice of this practice?
Just something about a prostration board. What is
Yeah,
that?
I mean, Tibetans have their own technology, of frustration.
Yeah.
They do so much. They're experts, right? So sometimes you'll see Tibetans who have these wood blocks, right? You see them when they strap a wooden block on their hand and they have leather. That's one. That's not a prostration board, but that's one thing Tibetans do. You see them because if you're going over rocky terrain, I guess you need that, right? And they'll have leather on their knees and stuff because you need that if you're going to do, especially if you're going to. Sometimes they'll do prostrations where they prostrate and then they go to where their head was with their foot, and they do another, and they go all the way from their house to Lhasa or something. So then you need something to take, then you need like knee pads and all that. That's probably not practical in America.
Well,
is it?
they were doing it around the Verizon Center.
Oh, were some?
summer.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
uh-huh.
Oh, that's
And
good.
they
I
had the
didn't see
blocks on.
Well, I mean, personally, I've found when I've done them in the past is I get rug burns.
Yeah, no. So what I was gonna say though is like for us, like if you're doing it in your house, like sometimes Tibetans do use. I know. I mean, some people I know use like a wooden board to do it on. So it's smooth, right? But also that you could, in other words, again, like I just want to encourage people, be practical for your own body, right? So again, if you physically can't do the full prostration, just do that, right? But if you can do the full prostration, but you don't want to hurt your knees, it's fine, But where is it? I'm trying to say this right. The goal here is not, like the Buddha said, right, follow the middle way. And in one sense, the middle way meant his philosophical view, but he also said the middle way in the sense of that the goal is never self-torment in Buddhism, right? And so the idea here is like, don't hurt yourself, right? So, if you want, fold up a blanket and put it where your knee's gonna hit, so your knee comes down on a blanket so it's not coming down on hard, if you want to wear knee pads, fine, but otherwise put something where you're, where you're gonna have more impact, put something soft there, and if you want to do it on hard, let's say if you want to do it on hard surface, you might want to put something where your knees are gonna hit, and you can even put two, whatever, we call it washcloths, where your hands are gonna go and they can slide. There's no contradiction there, right? Tibetans use wood blocks, so if you want to use two washcloths so your hands don't get splinters or something, that's fine. There's no you don't want to hurt yourself. The idea is you're practicing offering homage and respect to the Buddhas, right, and purifying negative karma, but you don't purify by hurting yourself. Does that make sense? That's not the goal here. So so whatever works for you. So if you want to do it on carpet, that's fine, but then you have to find a way not to get rug burn. Otherwise, do it on like a soft. Do it on a hard surface, but even if you're on carpet, put something down or whatever. If that carpet's too hard, put down a blanket or put down something that's softer for your hands. There's not an asceticism
Right.
idea with this.
You can use a yoga mat too.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's great. There was something else I was saying, I forgot. But yeah, other questions or ideas and I'll say too. So about the 100,000 thing, right? So I said that really clearly. That's just it's a method of training, and but it does feel really good. Also, it's something to rejoice in too, right? Like if you do 100,000 of a certain practice, it's like a good accomplishment, right? And it's something that you can feel happy and joyful that you've done, and so on. And with these 35 Buddha practices, again, I know what I want to say. And with this practice also, because this will be we'll get into like Tantra with Vajrasattva a little bit, but this is a Sutrayana practice, so if you skip a day, it's fine. Whereas if you don't feel well and you're sick, and you can't do it one day, and then you start up the next day, in other words, you just keep counting. It's not like a rule, like that if you're sick, you have to do it, because everybody's the same question, right? If you're sick and you're, have the flu, you can't do it, then don't do it, right? And do it the next day or something, whenever you feel better, So, there's not a rule that you have to go every single day, at least for this purpose. Again, if you're in retreat, it's different, right? If you're going to do a 3 month prostration retreat, well then you would do it every day because you're in retreat doing prostrations. But we're doing this in the context of daily life, so we're not going to be as strict about it like that. If someday you get to do a retreat somewhere and you're going to say, oh, I'm going to go off and do 2 or 3 months of prostration retreat, well, then that's great, and then you would do it every day, and all that. But that'd be a different context. And so, anyway, so that's clear.
Are you doing this always in front of the altar? Can you do it, wherever you are? And does it still count the same, or?
Yeah, for this practice, again, that's a good question, because again, with the Vajrasattva it'll be different. With this, anywhere's fine, as long as you can visualize the Buddha there. It doesn't really matter. It's like, so, that's why, like, for example, so Tibetans who are doing it, they're thinking, well, they're pointing towards Lhasa, but they may be 100 miles away. In between them and Lhasa's a lot of stuff. But it doesn't matter because they're thinking the Buddha, right, is there. So for us, it doesn't matter, yeah. So, if you can, if you have a nice space to do it in, it's nice to do it there, but if you're on a trip, and you're in a hotel room, do it in a hotel room, and just visualize if you can visualize the 35 Buddhas there, like I said, the Buddhist teachings say, well, the Buddha is not omnipotent, but omnipresent and omniscient, right? So the Buddha's not omnipotent, he can't do whatever he wants, because, in other words, he can't change other beings' reality, right? But he is omniscient, they say that the Buddha's mind is everywhere, so in that sense, wherever you are, you think the Buddha's here, and you can prostrate. Yeah, in that sense, the Buddha's mind, because it's omniscient, the Buddha's mind, they say, pervades everywhere. So wherever you are, if you think of the Buddha, you visualize, then it's fine. Yeah, other questions? Well, and maybe I'll just, before we take the break, so I gave out this, right, already, the completion card for special integration experiences, which is the last of all the modules, right? So that one says 100,000 prostrations to the 35 Buddhas, right? So the one exception, one exception we're making here is if you could include to the Manjushri and to the 7 medicine Buddhas there, right? So it means, it means, I just want to clarify, in our context for us, what that means is in conjunction with the practice of the 35 Buddhas, right? So if you do, you can count your prostrations to Manjushri and to the Buddha and to the 7 medicine Buddhas, that's all fine. The other of these, we're going to get to the 3-month Vajrasattva retreat, I already said it doesn't have to be in retreat, so we're going to get to that after the break. The other ones, we're going to organize, so you don't have to worry about those. We'll organize the Nungne retreats, and the 2-week Kopan style Lamrim course, we're going to wait and see. I mean, when we get near the, that would be the last thing we do after discovering Buddhism's over. So when we're up to like the 12th module or something, then I'm going to see, first of all, how many people are still participating, and
Hanging on.
I was a little worried with this prostration thing. I'm going, uh-oh, is everybody going to disappear? But that's up to you. But anyway, when we get near the end, actually I was more worried about the Nunnes. They're hard practice to do. Not that hard. Sometimes people get frustrated. They're take effort. But anyway, so the 2-week Lamrim course, I just want to say, we're going to wait and see. And if we're near the end, I'll make it, and if there are enough people, if there are enough people where it would be reasonable to rent out a place and do it or something like that, then I'll organize it. That's fine. But there has to be enough people who want to do it. Otherwise there are other places that are, so in other words, if we have 12 people, 10 people who want to do it, then we'll do it. If there's only 3 or 4, then we'll, there are other places like Miller Apa Center offers those in California, Vajrapani. There are lots of other places that offer those retreats. So, we may offer it here if there are enough people, or we may, if there are, depending on how many people want to take the time, we may organize it somewhere else or something, or
What is
coordinate
it?
somewhere else. That's just a retreat, like a retreat on the. What that really means is a retreat on the stages of the path to enlightenment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's all it is. So it's actually a fun retreat to do. So we'll wait and see. And then let me just give out also. So I want to just pass out. So this is just so people have it. Actually, do we need to pass this one out yet? This is the completion card for establishing a daily practice, which is this practice. Which is what we're doing today. For that one, we're going to do. Actually, I don't need to pass this out yet. For this one, because we're not going to do it now. We're going to do it later. This is module 8 we're doing right now. And I want to just clarify, I guess, because it doesn't make sense to give this out now because we will lose them probably. But so module 8 comes much later, right? But I'm doing this for obvious reasons, so people can start these practices. The other requirement, though, is to meditate on a particular sadhana called a daily meditation practice, to take the 8 Mahayana precepts for a day, and to do a weekend retreat on the stages of the path to enlightenment on Lamrim. What we're going to do is later on we'll organize that weekend retreat. So that we're going to come to, and we'll do those practices together. So why don't I not have this one out, because that's not really relevant yet.
Is that the one at the end of April?
No, that's the end of presenting the path. So this is what I want. So for people who are participating right now in the presenting the path module, which is not today, right? It was last week, and it's going to come again in April. That is what we've been doing. And I want to just clarify for people, you guys should be meditating on renunciation outside of the class. I didn't say that last class, I realized. But you should be actually meditating on that subject, because you're going to have to put that in as something you've done. And next time we meet, which is when? April something? Sometime in April we have the next class. We're going to focus on bodhicitta and a little bit on emptiness, so then you're going to have to meditate on those, you're going to have to check those off. Memorizing one Lam Rim prayer, right? So you can either emailed them around, so you can either choose one only, but either foundation of all good qualities or 3 principal aspects of the path, right? You want to memorize one of those 2. And then it says 3 to 6 day Lam Rim retreat, Lama Yeshe style. So anyway, that's what we have. That's what we have. It's going to be Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. We're going to count that as 3 days, even though it's just a Friday night. We're being a little easy on ourselves. And that's what we're doing in late April, which will complete. That'll be the end of presenting the path module. Will be in late April. So there are a whole bunch of these retreats actually over the course of discovering Buddhism that are 1 day or 2 day or 3 day, and then the biggest one is that 2 week, which we'll see about. But certainly the 3 day we can do. So people who want to participate, then we're going to do it then in late April, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, and we're going to meditate on all the topics. So it'll just be a retreat meditating a lot on the topics we've studied. So what I want to do is just give this out. So if people want to take a copy, you can take. I'll leave them here, and you can take a copy of that. And then the last thing I'll say, because we're going to finish up. Now we're finishing the 35 Buddhas practice, because when we come back we'll focus on Vajrasattva, is, so these are two books that exist in English on this practice. If you want to read about it, you're welcome to. And this one in particular is recommended as part of discovering Buddhism, Geshe Jampa Gyatso, because it's particularly, I guess, he was teaching at the FPMT Center when he taught it, and it's very much the way Lama Zopa Rinpoche does the practice. So this is a highly recommended one for this curriculum. This book is excellent too, though. It's also
What
really
is that
good.
one?
This one's called Mahayana Purification. I think they have it. It's from Lama Yeshe. I'm sorry. Library of Tibetan Works and Archives in India. So it's a little harder to get. They may have it through Snowline probably. And actually, and the center now has that link on our website. If you want to order through Snowline, if you click through, then the center gets a small percentage back.
Snowline Public?
But Library of Tibetan Works and Archives publish it, but Snowline oftentimes sells their books. So you can look in this is a little harder to find, but you can check either Amazon or Snowline for this. And this one is available from Wisdom Publications.
What's the name of that one?
Everlasting Rain of Nectar, Purification Practice in Tibetan Buddhism. By Geshe Jampa Gyatso.
Yeah, it's on the reading list. For
Yeah, it's on the reading list. It's actually recommended for discovering Buddhism. And so, actually, if you read this one, I will say, that's the last thing I'll say. Yeah, that's good to mention too. So, when you're emphasizing a certain practice, right? Whether it's a certain Lamrim topic or Vajrasattva or prostration of 35 Buddhas, actually, this is part of the instructions really from the lineage, is that it is good to read these kind of things. Actually, like when they say what should you do between your sessions, right? Like so, if you're doing prostrations, right, then it's really good to read about that because it'll inspire you, right? And you'll think more. Yet we understand the basics now from talking about it together, but if you read a whole book like this, it'll be like, oh yeah, and it'll inform your practice more. So let's say if it's going to take you a year or two or something. Let's say you're going to take 2 years to do your prostrations, right? Well, if you think, over the course of those 2 years to read these couple books, that'd be really inspiring, actually, for you. And also, there's another thing on FPMT's website. We gave out the actual recitation, right? But there's also there's stuff on FPMT's website from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, just like kind of brief instruction booklets that say like how to do the practice and so on. So again, if you get those, it's great. It'll inspire your practice more. It's not required, but those are, if you're doing the practice for a year or two, it's worth it. Actually, I think, to read about it. So then, so I said earlier, right, that whether you count 4 preliminary practices, like extraordinary preliminaries, right, or 9 in the Gelugpa tradition, always one of them in all the Tibetan Buddhist traditions, one of them is Vajrasattva. So it's common to all the Tibetan Buddhist, all Tibetan Buddhist traditions. And then also, if you do like a tantric sadhana, right, Vajrayana or tantra sadhana, then you'll notice that pretty much, it's true that every single deity includes Vajrasattva. So whether it's action tantra or highest yoga tantra, it doesn't matter. Like they all include some version of Vajrasattva. So, and it appears in every sadhana actually. So if you're doing Avalokiteshvara sadhana, then there's the Buddha of compassion, then there's Vajrasattva there. If you're doing Tara, then there's Vajrasattva. If you're doing Yamantaka, there's Vajrasattva. If you're doing Kala Chakra, there's Vajrasattva. Right. So Vajrasattva practice like appears. It's ubiquitous, right? It appears everywhere in Tibetan Buddhist practices. And the reason why it appears everywhere is it's so important. Right? That's the view why the masters of the Indian and Tibetan traditions put it everywhere is because it's such an important practice. And then you see also there are different versions, like because Vajrasattva appears in every kind of in association with every kind of deity. Just do that. So there's 100 syllable, right? This is what we're going to be working with. This is 100 syllable mantra of Vajrasattva. But so I just want to mention this because as you go along, you'll notice this. That there are different versions of Vajrasattva's mantra. There are slight variations on it, in other words. And for example, so if you're doing Avalokiteshvara practice, because he's associated with the Lotus, Amitabha's family, the Lotus family of the 5 Buddha families, he's associated with Amitabha. So you'll see the mantra appears, instead of Om Vajrasattva, it says Om Pema Sattva. Pema means lotus. Right? And then in most practices, it says Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva. But then here, right, in this sadhana that we've given out, which page is the mantra on? 16. This is another variation which says Om Vajra Haruka Samaya Manupalaya. right? So it's still 100 syllables, but instead of Om Vajra Sattva, it says Om Vajra Haruka. So it's just another variation on the mantra. It's all the same basic mantra, but that's because this sadhana is associated with Haruka, Chakra Samvara, which is the highest yoga tantra deity. So so it's a slight variation. If you do Yamantaka practice, then you'll see there's an Om Yamantaka Samaya. So I'm just pointing out that there are different variations. In Guhya Samaja, it's back to the original Om Vajra Sattva Samaya. And in Kala Chakra, I think it's also Om Vajra Sattva Samaya. So it's just different. There are slight variations depending on which sadhana you take it from, or which highest, which other tantric deity it's associated with. They're all correct, so it's no contradiction. It's just up to you. And so I want to say this though. So for your own practice in the context of discovering Buddhism, and also for your own practice in general, and also if you do a retreat, you can decide for yourself. In other words, you can use this one, Om Vajra Haruka, because it's here. But if you prefer, for some reason, let's say if you love doing Kala Chakra or Guhya Samaja practice, and you prefer to say Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Anupalaya, then just substitute that. It's fine. And if you're, if you absolutely adore Yamantaka practice and you prefer that, then you can you have that initiation, then you can substitute that version. So it's up to you. In other words, there's no rule that you have to do a Haruka. This is called Haruka Vajrasattva. There's no rule that you have to use this version. But the reason why, so it's up to you. In other words, it's totally fine any of those versions of Vajrasattva. I think it appears to me that FPMT, like Lama Zopa and Lama Yeshe, there's been a history of using Haruka Vajrasattva in particular. And there's actually like a tradition of even, so you can get if you do Vajrayogini practice, then that's associated with that. If you do Haruka practice, associated with that. And Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche have had a tradition of giving an initiation of just Haruka Vajrasattva even. So just this particular version of Vajrasattva. There's a special lineage of initiation that they sometimes give. So that became associated in certain ways with FPMT, and I think also because Chakra Samvara practice is very emphasized. So I think that also became, I think that was Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa's one of their main practices, so it became associated with doing that version. But it really doesn't matter, in other words, you can do whichever version. They're all, in terms of Vajrasattva, they're all Vajrasattva, so they all have similar benefit. One other distinction to make though, I'm just kind of giving an introduction here, right? Another distinction to make is, you see on the front page of this sadhana, right? That's Vajrasattva, and he's embracing a consort. Right? So this is also a choice. Like in highest yoga tantra, like highest yoga tantras are depicted embracing a consort, like Guhya Samaja is there, or they're embracing each other. You could say. Right? I mean, each of them is embracing the other by definition. So. So you could say that, so it doesn't matter how you define that. But the point is that there's also such a thing as solitary Vajrasattva, who's in the same position. So Vajrasattva holds a Vajra upright, right? He's holding a Vajra like this, right? And it's upright in his hand, and then holding a bell like that. So the Vajra symbolizes method and great bliss. The bell symbolizes wisdom. So if you prefer, you can also visualize solitary Vajrasattva, right? So that would be like, just the Vajrasattva sitting like this. Or if you want to do with a consort, then you can visualize like in the picture here.
What's the significance of the consort?
The significance of the consort, there are various different levels of meaning there. But one is it's unique to any deity that's depicted as in union, right, with a consort is ordinarily associated with highest yoga tantra, because that's the only level of tantra where that kind of desire is transformed into the path to enlightenment. In any other tantra, that level of desire is not considered suitable for transformation, but in highest yoga tantra it is. But the symbolism in general is that, like you could say it this way, that the male deity symbolizes method or great bliss, and the female deity symbolizes wisdom, understanding, emptiness. So in one sense, they symbolize those two aspects being joined together. So it's an artistic depiction in one sense of those two aspects of the enlightened state and of the path to enlightenment being brought together in a kind of indivisible union is the idea. So because the idea is that this is a unique feature of tantra actually. Like in Sutrayana practice, right? You practice method. Like if you look at the 6 perfections, like you practice generosity, ethics, patience, joyful effort. and concentration. Those are all methods, right? And then the sixth perfection is the perfection of wisdom. And in the sutra tradition, you have no choice but to practice those. Each of them influences the other, but you can't meditate on emptiness directly while practicing generosity. You can think about emptiness, but in terms of deep absorption in emptiness, when you're absorbed in emptiness, you can't do the other things, and when you're doing the other things, you can't be absorbed in emptiness. Because actually, when you're really absorbed in emptiness, all that appears is a kind of space-like empty appearance. So there's not a union of those two in one moment. But in Tantra, one of the unique features of Tantra is that those are unified in one moment. So one symbolism of the male and female deity in union is this kind of union in one moment, in each moment, in a sense, of skillful methods and wisdom. That's one level of symbolism there. And then the other level of symbolism, like I mentioned, is that is this reminder that in highest yoga tantra, even that kind of desire, let's call it, can be transformed into the path to enlightenment, which is a unique feature only common to highest yoga tantra. It's not common to any other method. So those are two meanings of the deity being in union. There are probably others, but those are the two main ones that matter. And also, I guess another one you could say is also the sense of, I'll say one more too, because Lama Yeshe mentions this in his book too, is there's another quality he talks about, which is like also, you could almost use the word archetypes. In other words, like that there's a sense of masculinity and femininity being in each of us. That sense also, like there's also a quality like that. In other words, like, that it's not, you don't think that like, in this case it's not that, in that sense it's not that these are two separate beings, right? But that they sort of symbolize also that we all have those traits, and that we're trying to, that there's a sense of wholeness there, maybe we call it that. A sense of the wholeness of oneself. So there also it's a kind of, also that sense of the two of them in union is also a symbol of wholeness and of completeness, and of kind of both sides of the person being transformed completely into enlightenment.
Duality?
Yeah, there's a
Dissolving.
non-duality. Yeah, so this is like a non-dual. So it's not. What's that?
Like a harmony.
Yeah, harmony between those factors, you would say. So there are a lot of different meanings. So I guess I'm just saying there are a lot of different meanings behind it, but those are some of them. And also, I'll say one other comment is that also Tantra in particular, right? Which this is a tantric practice, right? Vajrasattva. And also Tantra really emphasizes also. Actually, especially Highest Yoga Tantra also places a great deal of emphasis on the potential that both men and women have to achieve enlightenment, and that they're equally capable of achieving enlightenment. That there's not, because sometimes like I don't know, there's some writings of Buddhism that emphasize monasticism can seem like it's emphasizing. Well, they were written for men, so it seems like there's more of an emphasis of patriarchal kind of tone. Highest Yoga Tantra doesn't have that tone at all. It actually has, if anything, the opposite tone. A real emphasis on the great potential of feminine energy, feminine, and also women. So that's another quality that's there. So actually, there are some tantras that even particularly only have where there's only a female. This one is both. But so it's really up to you, in other words, then, if you want to, usually actually, I mean, oftentimes, and I want to say this too, like oftentimes people, sometimes Vajrasattva is only for people, sometimes it says this actually in here, that it says, practice preference, it says, to do this practice in full, you're required to have the Jainong or permission empowerment, like an empowerment. But then it says, however, it is permitted to do this practice without such an empowerment as long as one does not generate oneself as the deity. And modified instructions are here. So you don't have to, so the point is like, this is also from this is partly from the kindness of Lama Zoparimshe and Lama Yeshe, is they gave permission for people to do this. Because ordinarily for tantric practice you have to have initiation. But Lama Zoparimshe and Lama Yeshe gave permission for people to do this practice as long as you don't visualize yourself as the deity in the context of it, even without that. So it's creating a connection also to tantric practice, even before you have initiation, which is a good thing too. And I'll say one other thing, because this is like an introduction. I mean, there's a whole module called Introduction to Tantra. We're not going to do that today, but I will say something about that, which is tantric Buddhism, right? Like, without going into a lot of detail about tantra in general, because that's a big subject. It's reasonable to say this, that so there are different texts, right, taught by the Buddha. So there's the Sutrayana, the sutras, right, that were taught by the Buddha, which then have their commentaries by Indian masters and Tibetan masters. and then the Buddha taught tantras, right, which are these secret teachings actually, right? And tantra, the word tantra means like continuum. So it's actually, which we'll get to, but and there's another synonym for that, which is Vajrayana, right, which is the same word as Vajrasattva. The Vajrayana means vehicle, so Vajra vehicle, right? And I should explain that like so. So this Vajrayana, there are different classes of tantras there are 4 classes: action tantras and so on up to highest yoga tantra. And so, part of the unique thing, like first of all, Buddhism says that most Buddhas don't teach tantra at all. In other words, it's rare for any Buddha to teach the tantric methods. And the Buddhist teachings say that one of the main important, or very important, unique feature of tantra is that it's a faster method to achieve enlightenment. So like when Buddha Shakyamuni generated bodhicitta, remember what I said earlier, eons? Remember I was talking about eons? So they say that the Buddha took 3 countless great eons to go from realizing bodhicitta to becoming a Buddha. And different Buddhas are different. It can take up to 40 countless great eons, depending on that Buddha's skillfulness along the path. And there are different lengths of time that different Buddhas take. So you think about that. That's like, so many trillions and trillions of years, right? So in other words, that to go from being an ordinary person to being a Buddha takes like an evolution, almost like, right? It takes a whole evolution of progress. So according to Buddhism, these tantric teachings are very rare. They're quite sometimes difficult to practice. But if you succeed in them, you can achieve enlightenment and Buddhahood in one life. So that's the difference. So you can achieve, and if you achieve in the highest yoga tantra, they say you can achieve it even in this brief life, and even as little as 3 or 12 years, or even 3 years, it's possible. So, and so Lama Tsongkhapa actually, who wrote very extensively on both Sutra and Tantra, and who's a very pure monk, right? So he was a very strict person. Practiced ethics very strict. And he said, if you, basically, I can't remember the exact words, but the meaning was, he said, if you're born on this planet where the Buddha taught the tantras, and they exist, and you can study them, he said then, basically he said, to not take advantage of that would be very foolish, was his advice. He said, because they're very difficult to come across, and it's very hard to find them anywhere in the universe, and then they're taught on this particular planet, and you happen to be here. He said, so if you have this opportunity, if you're wise, you'll take advantage of it while you can, because they're a faster method to become enlightened, and much faster and much easier, right, than taking eons and eons. Because think about eons, right? You have to die and then take rebirth, and then you have to wait till you grow up and then start practicing again, but then you die again, and you take it's a very long process. So it's a very accelerated method, is what Vajrayana or Tantra is. So by practicing Vajrasattva, you're actually also creating a strong connection with Tantric practice, because it is a Tantric practice. And you're using one of the very skillful means from Tantra, because this is one of the skillful means of this practice. And like I said, so you can choose. So I wanted to say that too. So again, you can choose. So we're going to go through the practice. I'm just going to tell you. You can choose, if you don't want to visualize, you can visualize it with a consort, without a consort, and you can change the mantra to either any. You can't change it. You make up your own. But you can use the Vajra Haruka. You can use the Vajrasattva. You can substitute those. And the other ones are available in books, and they're easy to find. So you can do whichever you like. But Haruka is quite profound, actually. So by doing this version, you create a connection to Haruka. So that's an advantage. Because Haruka is the highest yoga tantra practice. That was actually the main practice of Pabonka Rinpoche and of most, of many, many different great teachers. So it's a very profound, right? It was one of Lama Tsongkhapa's 3 main practices. That was the main practice of Pabonka Rinpoche and Rinpa Rinpoche and many other teachers. I think Lama Yeshe also. So, okay, so let's go through the book together, I guess. It would make sense how to do this. Right? And so what I'm going to do is we're going to go through the longer sadhana. There's also a short one in here, but let's go through the longer one together, because that way you'll fully understand it. So let's start with the altar setup, right, which is on page 6. So it says there, right, that you should set out water bowls, right, which I mentioned earlier. And let's look through the sadhana quickly. So one, something offers the wisdom means. Two. So actually there are at least, I think there are 3 times that you actually offer, or no, 4 times. So there are 4 times that you actually offer the Om, Argam, Bhajam that I was mentioning earlier, where you're offering water bowls. So it says, that's why it says at least 1 set, right? So if you can, it's good to offer 4 sets. If you can't, then 3. If you can't, then 2. But at least 1. Does that make sense? So on your altar, if you're going to do Vajrasattva practice, at the minimum you would set up 1 set of water bowls, right? And you, again, like if these are not expensive. Those are not expensive bowls, right? So you can buy anything you want. If you don't have water bowls, right? On like FPMT's website or Tibetan Spirit or any of those, they're pretty inexpensive. You can get those metal ones. You can buy ones like this at any store if you want, any place like that. Or if you want to be really elaborate, you can do like Mama's Urban Machine, get big crystal ones and fill those. They're, whatever you want is fine, right? But so you do 1 set up to 4 sets, right? Okay, and then it says here a torma, right? This is optional, but I want to say what that is. We're going to come to that later in the sadhana. But this is if you're doing retreat, it's good to do. If you try to do 100,000, it's good to do if you can. It's not required though. Like I have pictures upstairs, but if you're with like Tibetan monks or lamas, you'll see like they have butter sculptures. Usually they call them. Oftentimes they're red or sometimes white. They're usually shaped kind of like this, and they have like butter, like circles on them and stuff. They're quite pretty. So usually those are tormas. So a torma is like, it's not really butter though. It's made out of a combination of flour and some butter, and then sometimes these other ingredients like sugar, molasses, honey, milk, yogurt. Depends on what kind of torma it is, what's in it, but it's always flour and butter, and then whatever else is added. Tibetans and Indians really like butter. I've noticed that even their deities like butter a lot. So butter's always included. I sometimes joke that if the deities had lived in Italy, then they would have had olive oil instead, because they came from India. They were associated with India and Tibet, and they used a lot of. They got used to having butter. I'm joking. But so actually, I just want to say this: if you're going to do it like this Vajrasattva practice in a sort of intensive way or serious, if you really want to engage in it, I just want to recommend. I think it's a good idea to do the torma actually. So you don't have to do it. But if you want to do it, it's good. And I want to say this too, like if you, if you want to actually make one, that's great. And I can, if you email me, I can email you a picture of one, and you can use it as a basis and make something. But you don't have to do that. It says here, right? A packet of biscuits or cookies can be substituted, right? So there, what you could do is, like at the store where they sell those metal containers, like a round metal container filled with cookies. They're like butter cookies would be great because they have butter. You can buy a tin of butter cookies and put them on your altar, and leave them there for the whole time. From the beginning of your Vajrasattva practice until the end. And you can use that as your basis for visualization of the torma, and that you don't change every day. That you would leave for the duration of your retreat, let's say, or your intensive time of practicing. The water bowls you change every day, of course, right? But the torma you can just leave there until you're done. For this one, I guess, and if you want to put like a little container, like a closed container of honey next to it, and some of these other ingredients that are closed, you can put them all there, actually, right? If you wanted to actually make a torma, then what you do is you make this kind of thing out of, usually if you're going to leave a torma for a long time, actually you don't use real butter, you use ghee, because it doesn't go bad. So Tibetans, if they want to make if they're going to make a torma, like when Khenpo Rinpoche gives an initiation, they make it out of butter, right? Because it's just going to last for 2 days and they throw it out outside after. But if you're going to do a retreat, you make it out of ghee or out of, there's another thing, like in the Indian store, it's similar to ghee. I forget what it's called, but anyway, but the ghee would work great. So you make it out of that, and then you just add a tiny bit of yogurt, a tiny bit of molasses, because if you added a lot, then bugs would come. So you mix a mixture and you just add a little bit. If you're making it where it's just going to last a day, you can add plenty of these things, because it doesn't matter, it won't go bad in 2 days. Does that make sense? Or, because Tibetans, I've seen where they keep a torma, they make a torma out of flour with ghee, and they'll keep it a whole year sometimes, if they're doing a retreat, like a year-long retreat. So that's fine. So anyway, that's about the torma, and we'll get to how to practice with the torma. And then other things. It says here ritual implements. It says it's good to have a bell. A dorje is a vajra, right? Like Vajrasattva has. And the inner offering is only a damaru is the little drum, like those little drums like this that Tibetans have. And the inner offering. The inner offering, if you don't have initiation of Hayashoga Tantra, then don't get the inner offering. Because that's only if you have the initiation of Hayashoga Tantra. These other implements are, for now, if you have initiation, it's good to get them actually. If you don't have the initiation, then it's fine either way. You can get one if you want, you can not get one, it doesn't really matter. But if you have an initiation of Tantra, it's good to get those implements. You're supposed to have one anyway, so it'd be smart to get one. And they sell them on FPMT's website, on Tibetan Spirit's website, you can get them on lots of different websites. But it is good to have those implements if you have a tantric initiation. And if you don't have one, you're going to do Vajrasattva practice, it's still acceptable. You can get one and keep it. Because remember, it's a symbol, the Vajra and bell are a symbol of the Buddha's mind, and a symbol of the Buddha's mind anyway. So if you have it there, it doesn't, it symbolizes that, so it's good. So they're good to have, but those are absolutely required. Now I want to ask a question, because this will help me to decide how to cover this. So, for Vajrasattva practice, this is also still introducing you, I guess. But then, so this is technically this is a practice of Tantra, right? So for discovering Buddhism, there are going to be different ways you can go about doing this, right? And from the most strict to the least strict. Does that make sense? So you can do it very purely, very strict in a very kind of precise, strict way, or you can do it in a more loose way. And it's going to be up to you because it's in the context of discovering Buddhism. But I want to describe the range so that you have a choice. Does that make sense? So the most strict way, which is what's referred to on this the handout, is where it says a 3-month Vajrasattva retreat, right? Now I'm assuming not. Is anybody here thinking to take off for 3 months and do a strict retreat? Go off somewhere and do a strict retreat for 3 months?
It'd be awesome, but I can't.
I didn't think anybody here was doing that. So I won't cover in detail as it, but I'll just say briefly. If you're going to do that, right? If somebody were going to go off and do a 3-month Vajrasattva retreat, then there would be rituals to do at the beginning of the retreat, where you're making a very strict retreat. Right? So there are all these there are rituals you do where you're fully entering retreat. And then you start slowly and you build up until you're practicing you start off kind of light, and then you build up until you're practicing really intensively. And at the end, you kind of ease out of the retreat, and then you do rituals to complete the retreat. And that's like a full tantric retreat, actually. It's like a qualified tantric retreat on Vajrasattva. But so we're not going to do that. But then then there are 2 more levels on which one can do this. Another one is still actually a fully qualified tantric retreat. Which would be, and then there's one that's a looser, that's not like a fully qualified tantric retreat, but it's a kind of loose way where you're still doing a lot of purification practice and it's still useful, but it's not really according to the strict rules of the tantric practice. Does that make sense, the difference there? So I'll describe those 2, just so because you can choose for yourself then. Maybe I'll do the stricter one first and then the loose one. Right? So the next, if you can't do a 3-month retreat, but you want to do it as a real tantric practice following the guidelines of Tantra, let's say, right? Then what you would do is this. You would set up an altar, right? And you're not going to touch that altar, other than cleaning it, you're not going to move any of the holy up. You can clean around them, but you're not going to move anything on that altar until you're done. You're going to put your torma there, and you're not going to move that torma until you're done. The water bowls, of course, you're going to move to change them, but that's that. Right? Then you're going to pick a spot where you're going to do this retreat. Like a certain room in your house, let's say, right? And that's the place, and it's not moving. Does that make sense so far? Then you're going to pick a seat that's your retreat seat for Vajrasattva, right? And let's assume that you're not going to be in a strict retreat, so instead of 3 months, it's going to take you 6 months or something, right? So the idea in this would be, if you're going to do it as a real tantric practice, is that where it's still retreat. Actually, this is still a retreat, but it's a looser retreat. It's not in retreat, but this is still actually a real tantric retreat. You would set up that seat, and there's descriptions in another handout there, where you would put, actually put what's it called? Technically, it turns the opposite. You would put it's actually a symbol. It's actually a swastika, really, which actually the Germans copied in the Nazi times. So it's not that. They stole that image from ancient India. In ancient India, it was a symbol of power and stability. And so the idea here is that it's a symbol of the power and stability of your meditation. So you actually draw that under your seat, and then you sit on that. Does that make sense? And it symbolizes stability. So you would actually draw that, and then you would put a piece of kusha grass, which is what they give out during initiations. And also, if you can find it, a piece of jointed grass, grass that has a bunch of joints. The kusha grass symbolizes purification, and the jointed grass symbolizes long life. All the joints symbolize many years of your life. So I'm just saying, so you would put those under your seat, whichever you can find of that. You put your cushion down, and then you don't move that cushion, actually, until you're done with the retreat. So I'm just giving the guideline. Because this you can actually do, right? In other words, if you all want to do this, you can actually choose to do it this way. Because you can still be working on doing this, or out in the world, or whatever. And then, if you were doing it this way, what you would have to do then is, first of all, you would do the Torma offering once a day, right, which is going to be in this practice. And then also you would, but here's the hard part. So far it's easy. Now comes the hard part if you're doing it this way. If you wanted to do it strictly like this, you have to do 2 sessions a day on that cushion, at least. If you want to do more, 2 is minimum, right? You can do 4 or 5, that's correct. 4 is actually traditional, but you have to do at least 2 sessions a day on that cushion if you're counting it as a real, if you're really doing a tantric retreat in the formal sense. So you could do 1 in the morning and 1 at night, or you could do 1, you know, if you, depending on your work schedule, you could do 2 in the morning or 2 at night, whatever, but you have to do 2 every day. And the second session of the day would include the Torma offering. One you would use the longer sadhana, and the other you could use the shorter one. And you would recite Vajrasattva mantras each of those 2 sessions a day. The reason why that's a challenge, one is sometimes it's not so easy to do 2 sessions a day if you're busy, right? The other though is this, is it's on that seat, right? So if you're traveling, then you broke that. You know, if you're doing it the strict way, then if you go out of town and you can't sit twice a day on that seat, you've broken your retreat, actually, right? So, so you have to think carefully if you want to do that. Does that make sense? But, you know, but if you can, then that's, you know, if you can do it that way, it's more powerful. Or it's because you're creating more structure for yourself and more energy in that context. If you can't do it that way, it's okay though. Okay, so is that clear? Like, and if you want to do it that, also, if anybody does decide to do it that way, I want to suggest, this is rituals and procedures for commencing retreat. If somebody decides they actually want to do it in that strict way, then come up and take one of these and you can ask me, I'll help you. I'm not going to go over all the rituals. There are other rituals to do if you want to do it in that way, and I can go over those with you if you want and help you.
And this is the 100,000 in the context of that retreat?
Yeah, that retreat.
Okay.
And so then if you did that, right, then you would start that on a certain, usually you start that at night, actually, if you're doing Haruka Vajrasattva, you start at night. If you're associating it with Maji, you would start in the morning, which is different auspicious condition. And so you might, let's say you were doing this sadhana, so you would start with Haruka Vajrasattva, so you would start one night, you know, like with a short sadhana, a short time doing it, and then you would start from then, and then every day, you know, you would keep doing at least 2 sessions a day, maybe 3 or 4 if you have a day off, and you would just keep going until you finish 100,000, and then you would do some concluding rituals, and you're done. Does that make sense, kind of, with that? Okay, so that's that way of doing it. And there would be some rituals at the beginning, rituals at the end. They're not hard, they would take a half hour, 45, you know, it'd take maybe an hour on the first day and an hour on the last day. And I think, you know, if you were doing that, it might take you, you know, in a strict retreat it takes about 3 months, they say, right? They said here. So then, you know, maybe that would take 6 months, 9 months, depends on how fast you want to practice.
That would depend on how many recitations you do. Though.
Yeah, a day, yeah, every day. Yeah, it just depends on you, how many you can do a day.
Well, maybe I didn't understand. You said to do the Torma offering once a day?
If you're doing retreat, yeah, then usually what the tradition is this, is that, like there's a Torma offering in this sadhana, right? And so ordinarily what you would do is, if you were, let's say you were doing that kind of retreat, in the morning you would skip the Torma offering set part of the practice, but then when you did your session at night, you would offer the Torma at night, each night.
So you cannot keep the same, so you have to do one fresh every day?
No, so you would, like let's say if you did the butter cookies thing, right, you would just leave it there and you would use that as your basis every day.
Or you can re-offer?
Yeah, you can re-offer it every time, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, for these retreats, you just keep re-offering it until you finish the retreat. And then when you finish the retreat, you know, then you would open, you know, if you, let's say it was butter cookies, then you would open it, maybe eat some, give some to your friends, whatever, you know, or put them outside somewhere clean, you know, like that. And then, if you, so now, you know, that would be the traditional way of doing it, would either be in the 3-month retreat, or in that looser retreat format, like I just described. But for discovering Buddhism, it's okay, right? If you can't do, in other words, if you can do those, one of those, that's best, right? If you can't, then it's acceptable. Still, I want to make a suggestion. Still, I think one should do every day the practice, at least once a day. You know, so whenever you start, this is different. Like I said with what's it called? With the prostrations to the 35 Buddhas, you can skip days and it doesn't. You know, it's fine. You keep counting, right? But for Vajrasattva, even if now I'm going to talk about the most loose way to do it. Okay, does that make sense? So it was the strictest, which is there are 3. Very strict is 3-month retreat. You know, more mildly strict is the loose retreat, you know, true retreat. Now I'm going to describe a way that's not a retreat, but it's still accumulating 100,000. Does that make sense? The difference? But this is not a retreat, actually. That one would be a retreat, the middle one would be a retreat where you're actually working, right? Does that make sense? This one is not a retreat, but it's still accumulating, so it's for somebody who, let's say you're discovering Buddhism, but you know I'm gonna be traveling, I can't be in one place for 6 months, there's no way I'm ever gonna do that, so then I'm gonna describe a way to do it still. Is that clear? Okay, so for that one, what I wanna recommend is this, is that we should approximate the retreat, but not do the retreat, right? So what we wanna do then is this, is a few things. One is, you should still do the practice every day from when you start. Does that make sense? But you only have to do, the minimum now would be, so you do this, the minimum requirement would be to at least do the short sadhana every day, from whenever you started. And that's pretty easy. There's a short sadhana in here. Here it is. It starts on page 23, the abbreviated version. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. So that's a really easy one. That's the bare minimum now I'm talking about, right? So this is like the, better if you can do the long one, but if you can't, at least do that. If you have a very busy day, you at least do that. Does that make sense? Try to do the long one every day, but if you can, that's like the bare minimum requirement. And then you have to do at least 21 mantras a day. 21 of the long mantra every day, at least. If you can, at least do 100, right? But if you can't do 100, at least you have to do 21 a day. So that's really very short, actually. When you get used to it, it'll be quite quick. And then with this one, I also want to suggest this, and I guess just at the beginning, I mean, you're not going to do all these rituals then, right? But at the beginning, to be very clear, okay, I'm starting my 100,000. My intention here is to purify all my bad karma from beginning this lifetime. You're really like on the first day, really think deeply about your reason for doing it, right? Like I'm going to do this 100,000. The reason I'm doing it is I want to purify every single negative karma I've ever created, and so on, right? Like that. And then really kind of like generate some brave attitude that you're trying to purify all your negative karma. This is actually the most profound, tantric method for purification. So you generate really a strong motivation at the beginning, and then you keep accumulating the mantras, right, every day until you finish 100,000, and at the end really rejoice and like dedicate the merit very extensively at the end, whenever you finish the 100,000.
Yeah, I got a question. Would the mantras only count at what the time you're sitting down, or will it count if you're like, say outside walking and you want to say some mantras?
Yeah, good question. So in general, you can say mantras anytime, right? That's fine. But for counting 100,000, it only counts for this 100,000 or any 100,000 kind of like this. It only counts in the context of doing a sadhana. So you have to be sitting down on a cushion. Even if you're on a trip, let's say you travel for work, so you can't be home all the time, so you can't do the retreat version, right? If you're it's good to recite Om Vajrasattva Sama, like while you're driving, let's say, or while you're walking or something. But that wouldn't count for this. In other words, for this, it only counts when you sit down. You take refuge, you do a sadhana, and you generate the 4 powers, that we talked about, and then you recite the mantra in that context. So you only count those mantras for this 100,000 still. Even with, so this is the loosest one, but even with this, you only count it when you're sitting down in a session doing like that. Does that make sense?
Well, if you're doing another sadhana regularly, can you just add 21 mantras of these? Does that count or no?
The idea would be, it depends, that's a good question too, right? Because it appears in many different sadhanas. But the key thing then is that, excuse me, you would have to, it depends on what sadhana it is, how extensive. But what you'd have to do is, if the sadhana already has all the elements that this sadhana has, then that's fine. If it's missing like the 4 powers, like sometimes some sadhanas like that, for example, I know some sadhanas like that, where it has Vajrasattva in it, but it doesn't explicitly say, now generate regret, now generate restraint, like that.
Okay.
So what you would have to do, you can do that, let's say you're doing, this is the context of Varuka, but let's say somebody was doing Kala Chakra, right, a sadhana, but it didn't have all these elements to it. If they want to do it in the context of a Kala Chakra sadhana, that'd be okay, but they have to make sure it includes refuge, bodhicitta, the visualization, and then you have to include the 4 opponent powers, and a praise to Vajrasattva and so on, and this verse that says, now all your negativity is purified, where Vajrasattva says that. So you would have to make sure it includes all those elements, or you could add them into that or something. That's okay. If you want to take the elements out of this sadhana and put them into the Vajrasattva section of your sadhana, I think that's fine. But it should have all the sections. Does that make sense, kind of? Yeah, yeah, because if it's missing, if it's missing the 4 powers of purification, then it's not, like again, sometimes in the tantric sadhanas, it's assumed that you know that already, and that you would be doing that, but we may not remember, so you should include it then formally, so sometimes I've seen that where like, people, if they're doing this kind of thing, where they'll maybe, cut and paste and stick those, stick it in that page or something and say, okay, when I get to that part of my sadhana, I'm gonna jump over this and read this and do it and so on, and then I'll come back, and that's fine. Yeah, other questions about how to do, so that makes sense, right? So still it should be continuous, even if it's not, even if it's not in retreat.
So every day regardless, there's no torma or anything as part of this, it's just, and no water or bowl offerings necessarily, or?
I think it's good to still do one, to do 7 is very good, or even, and I would suggest this, I'll just say my own advice, like, if you're home, you should do 7, really, if you're doing it. If you're on a trip, let's say if you travel for business, because some people I'm sure do, then I want to make this is just my own recommendation, because we're trying to be flexible with it, right, to make it possible to complete it. Here's my recommendation: is if you're let's say you're in a hotel room somewhere, well, you don't want to bring your 7 water bowls on the airplane or something. But any hotel room has a water cup, those little cups. Is at least do 1 cup and put it, at least do some offering, like take 1 cup and put it on in front of the mirror there, and think this mirror, think the Buddha's there, okay, I'm offering, and then do your sadhana like that. And you still have to visualize the merit field there, but so do it like that. Or like I'll say another idea, this is just my suggestion, is like, I know like when Lama Zopa, Lama Zopa is very extensive, but like, but you can, you can also like do a traveling altar. I just mean like something very simple. For example, nowadays with like on the computer, it's very easy, right? You could print a picture of the Buddha or Vajrasattva in the middle, a picture of a stupa, and in one verse, let's say, because it's text, right? The speech, you can put 1 verse of a text, right? There's a famous verse like a star, a mirage, a visual aberration, or a lamp, see conditioned phenomena like that. That's a verse from the Vajracutter Sutra. Something like that, right? So it's a verse of the Buddha's speech. So if you want, this would be a great idea, actually. Just print out a 1 page, like Xerox or something, or printer, or from your printer. Then you have a traveling altar, Because I said, right, all you need is what? Body, speech, and mind, and an offering, right? So I'm just saying, at home, you should set up a little table if you're going to do Vajrasattva, right, with 7 water bowls. That's easy. But I would suggest that it's easy. If you have your sadhana, like all you have to do is this, right? And actually, this size you could print out. You could print out half a page, even, right, with a picture of Vajrasattva. You can use this one, right? If you put it, let's say you put him sideways, and you put a picture of a stupa and a picture of and that 1 verse, you typed it up and taped it on there or something, and then Xeroxed it. That'd be easy, right? That's the minimum. Then you could just put it there, and you have an altar, actually. So I'm just guessing if you're doing the practice seriously, that's an easy way to do it. It's very simple, actually. And then you have your sadhana, that's all you really need. You do 1 water bowl, that's the minimum, that'll be the minimum. I think that's okay. So I think that's reasonable for him. Because that anybody can do anywhere, really. Even if you're staying at a friend's house, you can take 1 glass of water. Say, oh, I need a glass of water.
I actually did that. I didn't realize I was doing this, but I try and do the Vajrasattva each day, and I did it traveling, and I made myself a little travel thing.
That's perfect.
But I didn't do the water, the water bowl, but I had the others.
Oh, but it's easy to do, actually.
Yeah, it was really.
Sometimes people I'll say, oh, can I have a glass of tea to go to sleep? And then, oh, I didn't drink it or something. Whatever, like, but that's your, that's the water, that's your offering. That's fine. But, yeah, so like that. Okay.
So if we're orchestrating both practices, 35 confession, and would you recommend one before the other?
I think it's, that's really up to you. Like, there is a lot of this depends on your time. Like, if you think you're going to be somewhere where you can do the whole Vajrasattva and you want to intensively do that, then, like, let's say you want to do it in that more stricter way, then maybe you'd put off the 35 Buddhas one to do that. If you're going to do it loosely, then it's probably, if you can, it's great to do both. Like, like, there was the traditional thing that, actually, I'll say this too, like, most practitioners, for sure, most practitioners in the Gelugpa tradition, right, every morning would do the 35 Buddhas practice, and every night would do Vajrasattva. That's actually the tradition. In other words, it's hard to think of anybody who doesn't do that, who doesn't do both every day, actually. Like, in other words, so if you're really seriously practicing in the Gelugpa tradition, eventually then that's what happens, is like, so usually, because the idea is that in the morning, you would do the 35 Buddhas with actual prostrations if you can, right? Like, depending on what's possible. So you would do that in the morning, and then at night, usually most people do, because actually this is an important point, is part of the reason why people do Vajrasattva at night, every night, is this, is One is it's a way to review your day, right? Whereas this is out of context, even if you're not trying to accumulate 100,000, it doesn't matter. Is you think back over your day and you think, how did I do today? You know, in the morning, remember I said in the morning you think about bodhicitta, right? So then at night, before you go to sleep, you would think back and think, how did I do today? You know, and they say if you did well, like if you practiced compassion well, or patient and kind, then you rejoice. You think, oh good, you know, I set my motivation, I succeeded, I stayed kind, I treated this person nice, I did this other good thing, I studied some dharma, I meditated, I helped others, and you think, how wonderful, that's great. And then if you made some mistakes that day, right, like you broke a vow, or you were mean to somebody, or you didn't keep some commitment you made, or something like that, right? Then you would regret that, do the 4 powers, and do Vajrasattva at that night. So that's what most people do, that every single night. And I want to make another comment that Lama Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe emphasize a lot. We're going to get to karma in Discovering Buddhism. There's a whole module on all about karma, it's called. But one of the 4 qualities of karma is that karma increases. And so they say that karma increases in power over time. You know, so if you do a good thing, right, that's why there are many teachings like this, where the Buddha will describe how, you know, many eons before, you know, in interacting with some person, he had gotten that person to do some good action, like he had somehow taught the person to do it or inspired them to do it, and then because all that time had passed, the power of that had increased. You know, the karma had increased. So then when he became a Buddha, they interacted with him and they gained some realizations because of that karma, right? So because karma increases over time, but negative karma also increases over time. And so the power of Vajrasattva is this: if you do 21 of the long mantras of Vajrasattva each night, it stops your negative karma from increasing. That's a teaching of, so your positive karma keeps increasing, but your negative doesn't, so that's a good advantage from a karmic point of view. So anyway, that's one of the reasons why Tibetan practitioners do Vajrasattva practice every night. So anyway, so it's up to you. In other words, in terms of, to answer your question, I guess, so it's up to the individual. In other words, if you feel like, oh, I really want to focus on one, it's too much for me to try to do 2 things at the same time, you know, then it's fine to pick one and start with that, and see how you do, and so on. You know, certainly if you want to kind of strictly do something, then do that. But if you have, you know, if it's not going to be strict, you're not going to do a retreat, then eventually the goal is to do both, you know, each day, one in the morning, one at night. But I don't know if that's practical. You know, it depends on your schedule and work and all that. So it's up to individuals to decide that. But that's the ideal, is to do, you know, eventually to do both every day. But again, it's not required. So yeah, it's really up to you. You can pick one though if you want. You know, it's just whatever you prefer. Because also you have to be realistic. Can you do the Vajrasattva every day? You know, because there's but you know, it's not that long to do the short sadhana and 21 mantras. That's easy actually. So anyway, but it's up to you. You know, it depends on. Don't take on more than you can do. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's keep going a little longer before we take a break. Okay, so either way, right? Like whether you're doing this as a daily practice or you're doing it to accumulate the 100,000. You know, so you have your, like, whether it's a simple or an elaborate altar set up, right? You sit down on your meditation cushion. Now let's go through the actual sadhana, right? So it says here, right, on your right side is your father, on your left is your mother. Your enemy and those beings who make you agitated are in front of you. People who you're attached to are seated behind you. All other universal sentient beings are surrounding you. Okay, so that's pretty clear, right? So in other words, and the meaning of that is what? I'm doing this on behalf of all sentient beings, right? That's why you're visualizing everybody around you. I think there's something very psychological that you have your mom and dad there, right? Like they're the basic, you know, because if you think developmentally, right, they're the beginning for our image of all other people. Right? They're the first people we relate to usually. And also, I think it's a skillful method that the annoying people are in front, right? Your friends are behind you. It's like, get over it. Have some equanimity. If you're doing this for all sentient beings, that includes those annoying ones. Right? Then there are 2 different options for the merit. This is called, remember the merit, a refuge field, this is actually, so the field of refuge. One is Haruka embracing Vajravarahi, or that's Vajrayogini. So that's a blue deity, Haruka embracing a red deity, Vajravarahi. So it's 2 male and female deities, you know, surrounded by gods and goddesses. Or the other is Vajradhara. So that's another blue deity holding a blue deity. The first one, Chakrasamvara, he's standing up. They're both standing up and embracing. The second one, Vajradhara, is blue deity sitting down embracing, and they're both blue. So either one. And if you don't feel connected yet to Tantra, then you can visualize Shakyamuni Buddha as the refuge field. That's also, this only gives these 2, but it's the same. It's okay if you want to visualize Buddha. Okay, so then you take refuge, right? So you see that, yeah. So you take, and this is an extended refuge verse, right? I forever go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. All the three vehicles, right? Are the Hinayana, Mahayana, and Vajrayana. The Dakas and Dakinis of secret mantra yoga. The Dakas and Dakinis are male and female. Actually, the literal translation of that is sky goers. So beings who go in the sky. Or, one way you could say it's beings who. One interpretation of go in the sky means they understand emptiness. Beings who have understood emptiness. But also Dakinis are quite important. They're actually Dakinis are female. It's almost like angels in a way, but they're not really. They're not angels always in the sense of the sweet way. Like the old-fashioned angels actually in the Old Testament were kind of wild. So Dakinis can be Dakinis are beings who help you get enlightened. Female beings usually, but they can be either they can be sweet or they can be wrathful. Either way. That's it. So heroes and heroines, again, that's male and female. Gods and goddesses, those are like deities. Right? Bodhisattvas of the 10 bhumis, or 10 grounds, those are bodhisattvas progressing to the path. And most of all, right, I take refuge in my holy guru forever, as a teacher. Then you generate bodhicitta. And here, the bodhicitta version is Haruka, right? Haruka is a Buddha. So Haruka is a tantric version of the Buddha. Right? So when you say, I will become Haruka in order to lead all beings to Harukahood, that's just a synonym for Buddha in this sense, because Haruka is a tantric Buddha. So you can substitute Buddha there. Again, it depends which deity you're practicing. Now, here's what's important, right? It says this here. The deities of, the object of refuge dissolve into you. That you do no matter what. But then if you have a highest yoga tantra empowerment of Haruka, you do what it says here. If you don't have a highest yoga tantra empowerment, then you skip they still dissolve into you, and you just think, you think of the qualities of the Buddha, and that you're blessed to achieve those. Does that make sense? But you don't visualize yourself as the Buddha. Do you see the difference there? So you just think that the refuge field, like let's say it was the Buddha or Vajradhara, they dissolve into you. You think, I experienced some kind of bliss, understanding some kind of emptiness. I'm blessed by the Buddha, but you don't visualize yourself at that point. But if you have a highest yoga tantra, then you can. So you see the difference there? And also, again, if you're, if you've studied, if you've had the initiation of chakras, of call it chakra or something, you can do that there. But okay, now comes the important part. At this point, actually, this comes an important piece, is you're going to visualize Vajrasattva. So Vajrasattva is white in color, because he's a symbol. The whiteness symbolizes purity, and like that picture up on the cover, right? He holds a vajra here and a bell, like that. And it says here, out of the void, it means out of emptiness, right? About 6 inches above the crown of my head appears a syllable pam. So you could visualize it in English or Tibetan, it doesn't matter. And that transforms into a 1,000-petaled lotus. On top of the lotus, a seed syllable ah transforms into a moon disc or a moon cushion. In the center of the moon cushion is a syllable hum. So then the hum itself transforms into a 5-pronged white vajra. That in the middle, a vajra has, in the middle there's like a little round part. So it says hum there. You could visualize a syllable hum in Tibetan or English, doesn't matter. So from that, light rays emanate from the hum and the vajra, going out in the 10 directions. Now this is important. In the 10 directions and completing the 2 purposes, offering great psychic, blissful energy to all the gurus and Buddhas and purifying all defilements of sentient beings. So this is a very important part here of this visualization. So you're imagining, right, on your crown, right, there's a lotus, a moon cushion, and a vajra. Right? So actually, let me say something brief about this. The lotus in this sense, you could say symbolizes renunciation. Because the lotus, we've talked about the 3 principles of the path, the 3 qualities. So renunciation means, because it symbolizes the lotus, because the lotus comes up out of the mud, but it's totally pure. Right? So it symbolizes renouncing samsara in order to seek nirvana, right? Just like the lotus grows up out of the mud towards the sun. Does that make sense, kind of? Then the moon cushion symbolizes bodhicitta, right? So the wish to achieve enlightenment for all beings. And then you can say the vajra symbolizes wisdom, right? The wisdom of transcendental bliss. So it's already the 3 are there, right? Renunciation, bodhicitta, and the correct view of emptiness are there in the symbolism. And then when you visualize from the vajra and the hum, light rays going out, so you actually pause for a moment, you imagine that all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas everywhere experience great bliss from that, and all beings, right? Everybody who's suffering achieves enlightenment. So it's like a very skillful method to accumulate a lot of merit, actually, right? Whereas it's like, you know, in Tonglen, when you take and give, and then you imagine giving away all happiness to all beings. Well, this is like that, right? Except here the Vajra is giving away happiness to all beings. So it's a way of, it's actually, if you think about it, it's a meditation on love and compassion, right? You think of the suffering of all beings, and these light rays are liberating them. So that's a very profound one. And you're making offerings of bliss to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So that, just that alone is a way to accumulate a lot of good merit. Right? Okay. So then the whole universe melts into light. The light returns and absorbs into the Hum and the Vajra. And the Hum and the Vajra also melt the light, and they transform into Haruka Vajrasattva. Right? So now that actual Vajra there, so the lotus and the moon cushion remain, right? But the Vajra transforms into this deity. Right? So now that deity is there, sitting above your head. So this is a different thing, right? Before we had the Buddha in front of us. Here the Buddha's on top of our head, facing the same direction as you. That makes sense? You're facing this way, he's also facing this way. If he's with a consort, she's facing that way. Right? She's facing, because they're embracing. Then it describes Vajrasattva as white, he has one face and two arms, sitting in the full lotus position. So the full lotus position is with each, like I'm in the half, right, but his other foot would be on this thigh. At his hand, he holds a Vajra, and his left a bell, which rests in his lap. His consort, Dorje Nema Karmo, embraces him, her legs encircling his body. She too is white and has one face and two arms. And she's different. She holds a curved knife and a skull cup. They are both dressed in robes. Oh, so now this is important also. They're not, obviously, well, they're embracing, so they're not in the form of a monk and a nun, right? That would be inappropriate. So they're in the form of deities, right? So they actually have different ornaments. They have a crown. They each has a crown. Right, which is depicted here, a jewel. This one's a jewel crown. They have a necklace. They each has a necklace. Each has a kind of chest ornament that kind of hangs down. It's like a circle of like jewels, you could say. And then they have what's it called? Bracelets and anklets as well. And he has usually, I guess I'm not sure. Usually he has some ash on her, and she doesn't, because those 6 ornaments symbolize the 6 perfections, and so they say he has the ash because the ash symbolizes wisdom, and they say she doesn't need ash because she is wisdom, so she doesn't have to wear it, the 6th one, because she already has. He does too in a way, but she symbolizes it, so she really doesn't need to wear it. So the 6 ornaments actually symbolize the 6 perfections, so that's why. So again, these are all different levels of symbolism. And they're wearing silks and precious jeweled ornaments. So this is common in all tantric practices. They have an Om that's white. Actually, it doesn't say it here, but they have a white Om at their crown chakra, a red Ah at their throat chakra, and a blue Hum at the heart chakra. So from the Hum at their heart, light rays go out and invite the divine, supreme wisdom energy of all the Tagadas, the space in front of Vajrasattva, in the form of wisdom beings. So actually the meaning here, I just want to say, is when you visualize Vajrasattva initially, you'll hear this terminology if you study more. So the first visualization is called the commitment being, or sometimes in Sanskrit it's Samaya. So Samaya Sattva, Samaya being. In Sanskrit it's actually Samaya Sattva, Samaya being, which Samaya just means commitment, so the commitment being, which is a visualized being. And so now what we're doing actually, what you just did is you invoked, when they say invoke the wisdom beings, that means you're actually invoking the real Buddhas, and you're saying please be there in this Vajrasattva, right? So it's like I visualized Vajrasattva, but now I'm asking you to actually be there, to the Buddha. Right? So that's the meaning there of the light rays going out and inviting back. Okay, so now we'll just go through these briefly. This is for the offerings on the altar. So you say Om Kanda Roi Hum Hum Pe. So there you visualize that protective goddesses. Actually, they're kind of fierce goddesses. Kanda Roi is a fierce goddess. That fierce goddesses kind of chase away any obstacles to the offerings, and then come back and absorb that. So she's a fierce goddess. Then you say this mantra: Om Svabhava Shuddha Sarva Dharma Svabhava Shuddho Ham. So that mantra is about emptiness. Om, right, is the mantra of the Buddha's body, speech, and mind. Svabhava is like nature. Svabhava is like their nature. Shuddha. It says all dharmas are. I'm trying to think here. Are pure, right? So Om, nature pure. Sarva dharma means all things. Nature pure. So actually, the meaning here it says nature pure. You could say Svabhava is nature and Shuddha is pure. So you could say really the meaning there is this: is my nature is pure, and the nature of all things, the external offerings is pure. In this case, does that make sense? Sarva dharma means all other things. So it means the first Svabhava Shuddha is my nature is pure. The second is the nature of things other than the self are pure. The meaning there is that I'm empty and other things are empty of true existence. That's the real meaning there. So as you recite that mantra, you just think of emptiness. Does that make sense? And you dissolve your ordinary appearance as ordinary water into emptiness. Then out of the void, all is void, right? That's emptiness. So out of the void, which actually I think is more correct to say within the context of the void. Because actually they don't stop being empty when you visualize them again. Right? So it's within the context of emptiness, you're now going to visualize a syllable ah. And then that ah transforms into a white skull cup containing 5 meats and 5 nectars. Okay, so anyway, at this point, oh I see, that's the, so anyway, what you're doing there is you're blessing the offerings, right? So you're imagining offerings there and you're imagining them being blessed. So the idea here is that the nature of the offerings is great bliss, understanding emptiness. It's no longer ordinary appearance. Does that make sense? Now you make, so now the wisdom beings are there in front, right? So now you offer to them. So this part that says Om, actually I'll show you, so you say Om Vajrasattva Argam Praticham. So it describes this here. Argam is water for drinking, right? So as you offer it, you could do these mudras where you snap and you go like that, Argam Praticham, so on. And the idea is you're sending out offering goddesses. This is like, so when you snap, they're sending them out. When they use like this, they're dancing. Then there are different mudras. Argam is water for that. That's water for washing, flowers. You can see each mudra has a symbolism. But anyway, so the idea here is that so the wisdom so there's a Samaya being, right? This visualized Vajrasattva here at this point, and then there are the actual Buddhas floating in space. Vajrasattva, Buddhas floating in space in front of you. So now you're making offerings to them. So you're imagining goddesses going out and making these offerings of flowers, incense, light, perfume, food, and so on. Right? Then the goddesses dissolve back into you. And now then you say, Ja, Hum, Bam, Ho. Right? What that means, it says here, Ja is inviting, Hum is divine wisdom enters, Bam, it becomes union oneness, and Ho, it becomes indestructible, indestructibly unified. So the idea there is as you're reciting that, there's a mudra that goes Ja, Hum, Bam, Ho. Like that. But what you're visualizing is that all those wisdom beings are absorbing into that visualized being and becoming one with them. Him or them, depending if you do one or two. Does that make sense? Okay, so then you think this being is is not just visualized anymore, it's my actual guru and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in one. Does that make sense? Yeah? So that's who Vajrasattva is now. In the aspect of Vajrasattva, who's manifest in that way to purify my negative karma. Okay, so it says that joyfully sink into Vajrasattva's heart and they become one. Yeah. Again, Hum radiates from his heart, invoking all the initiating deities of the 5 families. So those are the 5 Buddha families, like Akshobhya, Ratnasambhava, Amoghasiddhi, Amitabha, and Ratnasambhava. And again, you make offerings. So now you've invited those 5 Buddha families to come in the space in front of you. So now again, where it says Om Panchakula Sapariwari, now you're not offering to Vajrasattva, you're offering to the 5 Buddha families. And then again, it's Argam, Pajam, Pu. So you see it's the same offerings? Does that make sense? And here, so the 5 Buddha families are there, and now you say, O Tathagatas, please bestow on me the Ruka Vajrasattva initiation. Upon this request, all the Tathagatas hold up their vases. So they're floating. Now you're imagining these gods, these Buddhas and goddesses in space holding initiation vases, like the Dalai Lama holds when he gives initiation, and they pour divine water onto you. And you imagine that energy flows through your body, filling your entire body, right, and causing bliss in your body. And you say this mantra, Om Sarva Tathagata Abhishekata Samaya Shriye Hum. You say that as the water is pouring into you. Does that make sense? So while you're reciting that mantra, you imagine divine nectar water being poured into you by the Buddhas and goddesses, female Buddhas.
Do you recite that multiple times?
No, just
Wait.
once. And Abhisheka actually is initiation, so it means they're giving you the initiation then. Okay. So then you offer to Vajrasattva himself, right? Now you're offering to the actual Vajrasattva on your crown, another set of offerings. So again, Om Vajrasattva Argam Padyam Bhupe Dupe Aloke Gande Mude Shabda Praticham and so on. If you have a Vajran bell, you would hold them while you're doing that. And you would ring the bell with Shabda is music. So when you come to the bell part, you would ring the bell. If you have a damaru, that little drum, you would do both. That's Shabda, because that's music.
When it lists the Pajam, Pushpe, Dupe, do you go through the whole thing each time, substituting those in, or do you do it just?
You can do it either way. So you know, you can do it either way. You can say Om Vajrasattva Argam Praticam Sa, Om Vajrasattva Pajam Prati. You can do it that way, or if you want to do it fast, if you're in a hurry, you can do all of them together.
Okay.
Either one's acceptable for this. Yeah. But the important thing is that you visualize actual offering goddesses going and offering those things, right? So offering flowers and incense, and that's what's important there, is that you visualize the offering goddesses actually offering those substances. Then you make a praise, right? Non-dual divine wisdom, magnificent inner jewel ornament of all mother sentient beings, supreme unchanging, everlasting great bliss, indestructible magnificent wisdom mind that releases all sentient beings from all negativities of body, speech, and mind, especially with broken vows and pledges. To you, glorious Vajrasattva, I prostrate. And you notice there that Vajrasattva purifies, right? That's his unique quality. Right? He purifies negative karma, broken vows, and broken pledges. Then you can do the mandala offering. He says that's optional, so it's up to you. You can do the long or the short one. See, the first one's the long one, the Om Vajra Bhumiyahu, One Vinsargi Zaji. Or there's the short one, the Saji Buki. So you can just do that, the ground anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, right? So you're imagining offering the entire universe, or the planet, whichever one, to the Buddha. And then there's a secret mandala. So all those are optional, the mandala offerings. But it's nice to do them if you have time. But if you're in a hurry, then you can do it short. Okay. So then, I guess it's worth reading. So then we're the power of regret, right? And you see how remember I mentioned earlier that regret leads to stronger refuge. That's what's taught here, right? So through ignorance and delusions, I have broken and damaged my pledges. O holy Guru, who has the power to liberate me, my inner master, holder of the Vajra, right? That's Vajrasattva, holder of the Vajra. He's holding the Vajra. Whose essence is great compassion. Lord of migratory beings, to you I go for refuge. O Bhagavan, destroyer of all the defilements, who has attained the realization and passed to the other shore, I request you to purify all my negativities and broken damaged pledges of myself and other sentient beings. So there, I just want to point out, this is the point where you would really have to pause and think, right? Right there is where you have to pause and think to generate regret. Because if you just read that verse, that's not really sufficient, is it? So you have to pause and think, okay, did I do anything I regret today? Did I do anything that would ripen as a suffering result? Have I broken some kind of pledge? Have I broken some kind of vow? Have I done something that hurt somebody else? Have I done something that hurt myself? And you have to think at that point and generate regret. And then this O Bhagavan Vajrasattva is more sincere, right? Because then you're actually turning to Vajrasattva on your crown and saying, please help me, I did do this, I made these mistakes. Please purify me and change this. Does that make sense? So I just want to point out, that's the point where you pause to contemplate. Those are those four powers, right? That's what we're going through now. So then comes the power of the remedy, or the power, what did we call it earlier? The power of, I think we called it remedy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so because of this request, right, so first you have to, in other words, don't go on until you've generated intelligent regret. Does that make sense? That's the point. So their pause actually generate intelligent regret. And then you imagine from the home. So actually now, let's go through what you're actually visualizing. So Vajrasattva's on your crown, right? At the heart of Vajrasattva is a moon cushion. And in the center of that moon cushion, it says here, is a syllable hum, right? That's in the middle. And then what you're visualizing, so here's the moon cushion. It's round, right? In the center is a syllable hum, standing upright, like this. And then around it is the mantra of, the 100-syllable mantra of Vajrasattva. Om, in this case, Om, Vajra, Varuka, Samaya, Manopalaya, Ruka, Teno, Vatateto, standing up like a circle around the outer edge of that moon cushion. So you're imagining right in the heart of that Vajrasattva is that moon cushion with the hum and the mantra going around them. Does that make sense, kind of? so there's an obvious thing here that's implied, right? Which is that the Vajrasattva you're visualizing is white in color, but he's made of light. He's like a rainbow or a hologram. Right? He's not solid and cheap. They're not solid, made of like concrete or metal or flesh, right? You're visualizing them as made of light. Right? So these two deities are in your crown, embracing, and you can visualize that same. It's up to you. Whereas if you're not so good at visualizing, you can just imagine that it's at his heart. If you're better at visualizing, imagine at both their hearts. It's better, actually, right? Because it is at both their hearts. That mantra, right? The hum and the syllables. And so what happens is now you're actually going to recite the mantra, right? So you pick up your mala, right? And what you're going to do is so you're visualizing them. You've now generated regret, and you're trying to purify, right? And so then you start reciting the mantra, and it says here, right? You imagine from the hum and the mantra syllables and the moon cushion that Amrita nectar is what he called it, right? This nectar pours down, so it comes down from the mantra at their heart, through their bodies, both of them, right? And then into your crown, and then down through your body. So this white nectar. Does that make sense now? And I want to say something too. So the mantra, now we're going to go through the mantra and the visualizations. So there are different ways to, one thing I want to say is there are different ways to pronounce this mantra, and it's really up to you which way, you can choose either one. If you look at the actual Sanskrit, it's usually Om Vajra Haruka Samaya, right? Tibetans usually say Benza for Vajra. If you actually read, like, most Tibetan lamas, sometimes if they've been in the West for a while, they'll start saying Vajra, like, just to help us. But, so if you take, like, a Vajrasattva initiation, or if you hear a lama recite it, some of them will say Om Vajra Haruka Samaya, Manupala Haruka Denopatita, Dedamaboa. Others will say Om Benza Haruka Samaya, Manupala Benza Haruka Denopatita, like that. And so it just depends on the teacher, but you can do either one. It doesn't really matter. Both are fine. So it doesn't matter actually which one you do. But actually, maybe we should go through. So actually, yeah. So just want to check those. So Om. So over here they have actually, so first of all, like, there are a few things that are important though when you're reciting before we get to the visualization. One is don't recite too fast, right, which means so that you're not being clear. Too fast is always relative. Some people can recite very, very fast while being clear, and that's fine. Sometimes the same person, I've noticed this. Right? Sometimes you can recite fast, and sometimes you have to go slow or you'll make mistakes. So you just go with whatever feels natural for you at that time. But they say don't go too fast and don't go too slow. And then it's up to you whether you want to say Om Benza Haruka Samaya or Om Vajra Haruka, right? But so you say that, so you would be reciting, right? So you would hold your mala then, right? And if you're doing this practice, you probably hold it in your left hand. Right, and so each one you would count. Om Vajra Haruka Samaya, Manupala Haruka Denopatita, Dedo Mevoa, Sutokyo Mevoa, Supokyo Mevoa, Anuraka Mevoa, Sarvasiddhi Me Priyata, Savar Kama Suchame, Chim Shiram, Guru Hun, Ha 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 Ho, Bhagavan, Vajra Haruka Samaya, Manupalaya, Haruka Denopatita, Dedo Mevoa, Supokyo Mevoa, Supokyo Mevoa. Om Vajra Haruka Samaya, Manupalaya, Haruka Denopatita, Dedo Mevoa, Sutokyo Mevoa, Supokyo Mevoa, Anuraka Mevoa, Sarvasiddhi Me Priyata, Savar Kama Suchame, Chim Shiram, Guru Hun, Ha 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 Ho, Bhagavan, Vajra Haruka, Mame Muncha, Haruka Bawa, Mahasamaya, Sattva, Ahun Pe. That's it. Okay. So that'd be one recitation, right? So then you do the next one. And so, should we go through? Do people like? There's a rough translation of the summary of the meaning of the mantra. Do people want? If you want, I can go through an explanation of each word. Or do you want to just? Is it enough to look at the general meaning? What's that?
General.
What's that?
General meaning is good.
General meaning is good. Okay, so you can get a sense of the general meaning there. But if you want to look it up, it's in Lama Yeshe's book, The Tantric Path of Purification, which is a commentary to this practice. So you can look there for it. But so as you recite that mantra, right, you're visualizing nectar is descending, and purifying you. And I guess I want to say one thing though, like you see just the very beginning, it says, "O great being whose holy mind is indestructible in nature," right? So the meaning here is this: is in a sense, this mantra is a request. Actually, you're requesting to Vajrasattva, right, to achieve his and her state. Does that make sense? Or so it actually this practice is in some sense a request to Vajrasattva. So next, I want to describe the visualization of the nectars. I just want to ask people: do people want to break, or should we keep going? It's up to y'all. People getting tired, or are you good to keep going to the visualization? We're good. Good? Okay, keep going. So I want to go through, like, I want to say this too, like, so if you're going to do 100,000 Vajrasattva mantras, there's going to be plenty of time, right? Like, that's not going to take a short amount of time. It's going to take plenty of time. So there are a lot of things to think about while reciting Vajrasattva mantras. So, and you're not going to do any one of them the whole time, right? So I just want to go through a few things, right? One is some of the time you're going to be focused on visualizing Vajrasattva himself or themselves, depending on if there's the consort there, right? So you can spend time visualizing, oh, they're white in color, there's the Vajra, oh, she's holding her skull cup, and her, Vajra knife, and they're wearing silken ornaments and jewels, and you could focus on the visualization. Right? Sometimes you can focus on this descent of nectar that I'm about to describe, right? And then sometimes you can be focusing on emptiness, right? Sometimes you can be focusing on compassion, and sometimes you can be focusing on the negative karmas that you're purifying, right? Like thinking, oh wow, I'm purifying this one, oh, I'm purifying that one, like that, right? So that's those are all things that are valid and reasonable to think about. But you should always, as part of your visualization, include this descent of nectar. It's very important. So if you just recite the mantra and you don't do any descent of nectar, that's not good. So if you're going to do a long session where you're reciting a lot of mantras, start with the descent of nectar, and then if you get tired of that, switch over and think about your negative karma, or about emptiness, or about bodhicitta, and then come back to the descent of nectar. Right? But you want to keep your mind on dharma, is the point, while you're doing this, right? So don't just recite the mantra and think about what you're having for dinner tonight, or something like that. So think about those topics. But then there are various ways to visualize the descent of nectar, and these are important, so I want to go through a few of them. So one is called, there are different ways to translate, but like descending, ascending, and instantaneous, that chases away like a bird, birds flown with a log or something like that. Anyway, but so that one is like this. First one is top down. So you imagine the nectar pouring in through your crown, washing downward through you, and all your negativities. This is the first, in this first set, this is the first one of the first set. So the nectar is coming down through you, washing out all your negativities, and they all come out through the bottom of your body, like through the bottom doors, they call it, and you can imagine them in whatever form is disgusting to you, like pus or what's it called, like tar or scorpion or spider or whatever, but you imagine like gross things coming out the bottom of your bottom and going away, getting washed away. After you've done that for a while, right, like, so you're reciting a number of times, you've done that for a while, then next you do from bottom up, right, so now you imagine that the bottom doors are closed, right, and the nectar starts to fill up your body, and like if you're filling a vessel that has some dirt in it, that the dirt dust or something, the dust comes to the top and spills out. So you imagine like that, right? So you imagine that the nectar's filling up your body, and then out of your ears and nose, that stuff, whatever like dirt is pouring out and purifying. So those are both with nectar, right? It's nectar flowing down. Then the next one, the last of these, the instantaneous, they say is like the analogy they give is like if there's a whole flock of birds and you throw one rock, they all go like that. Or another analogy I give for this is if you walk into a dark room and you flip on the light, all the darkness disappears instantaneously, right? It's not gradual. For this one, you imagine more like light. The nectar pours down through your crown, comes to your heart, and then instantaneously completely fills your body with light, so there's no negativity left. And this one, you can imagine the nectar is just white, or you can imagine it as white with like also like a rainbow with mainly white, but with yellow, blue, red, and green kind of tinges, or like almost like rainbow around it coming down, and it completely eliminates all negativities, just like a light switch. Bright light turned on a room completely eliminates the darkness of the room. So that's one set that's very important to do, okay? I just want to go through a few other sets of visualizations, because this is, if you're going to do 100,000, there's going to be plenty of time. That's the only reason I'm giving these, right? So otherwise I would just teach that one. If you're just going to do 7 a day or 21 a day, then I wouldn't teach the rest, but hopefully you guys are going to, you know, some of you are going to do the 100,000, so then it's going to take the time. So I want to do a few more, visualizations. So, okay, so two, I'll give at least, a few more different visualizations. So one is, one is related to purifying your body, speech, and mind. And for those of you who are familiar with Highest Yoga Tantra, it's also associated with the 4 initiations, the base initiation, the base initiation, the secret initiation, the wisdom knowledge initiation, and the word initiation. But so this one, what you would do, anybody can do this one though, is first you imagine an Om at Vajra, so remember at Vajrasattva there was the Om, Ah, Hum, right? Or Vajrasattva and the consort. So for this one, what you imagine is as you're reciting the mantra, right? First, you could do like, Khenchen Rinpoche said you can do 7 with each. So you might do 7 recitations. And while doing that, you imagine that from the Om first, at Vajrasattva's crown, light rays come to your crown and purify negativities of your body. So you would be doing 7 mantras, and you could be reciting like that. So you imagine that this, from his Om, a white nectar is coming, purifying your body. And that's associated with the base empowerment. It's like you're receiving the blessing of the base empowerment. Next, from the red Ah at Vajrasattva's throat, you can imagine red light comes into your throat, purifies your speech and your throat chakra, and grants you the blessings of the secret empowerment. Then as you did 7 more, you visualize from the Hum at Vajrasattva's heart, the blue light rays come, enter your heart and purify your mind and grant you the blessings of the wisdom initiation. And then for another 7, you can imagine that simultaneously from all 3 places, so simultaneously from the Om, the Ah, and the Hum, white, red, and blue light rays come, nectars, reach your 3 places, and simultaneously purify your body, speech, and mind all at once, and grant you the blessings associated with the 4th empowerment. So that's another, does that make sense? That's another visualization that's a good one to do. Creates good auspiciousness for gaining realizations. Then a couple of more visualizations that can be done are, okay, so actually there's a common, I don't think people, mostly I think people at Greece understand this problem. Sometimes if people do retreats, we're all busy so we don't get this problem. Sometimes if you start doing a lot of practice, sometimes people, if you do a practice and you do it too intently, like if you push too hard in your Dharma practice, in your meditation, then you get what in Tibetan is called a lung disorder, which means a wind disorder, which means your subtle energies get thrown out of balance a bit. But actually in the West we have that. It's called, like you could say if you're nervous, if you're feeling nervous and agitated, or sort of off, or something like that, or but with an agitated kind of feeling in your mind. Actually, we do get that. Right? People can get that in other words, but and in particular, but one version of that is if you push too hard. But actually, we don't usually get it from pushing too hard in meditation. That's only in retreat. We get it from pushing too hard at work. Right? Like you're reading too much and stressed out about your work and then your mind starts to get like an agitated feeling. So there's a Vajrasattva visualization to heal that. So that's a good one to know. So in that one, what you do is, now you're still visualizing Vajrasattva just like before with the Hum and the mantras. But now what you visualize, instead of white nectar, you visualize nectar that's like the color of ghee or honey. That kind of like a kind of whitish, but also golden. And also with the viscosity of honey or of ghee. You know what I mean? Like warm. It's warm, first of all. Imagine warm honey or ghee, warm. Does that make sense? And imagine that pouring down through you and coming down and filling your like subtle energy system. So actually imagine that now, right? Imagine that this warm, you're like this Vajrasattva there, or you can just vaguely, But imagine that, so it's flowing into you, right? Like a kind of, that flows slowly like warmed honey, or like maple syrup, or like melted butter. And imagine that it's like filling up the entire inside of your body, all your energy channels, with that kind of slow, warm, golden energy. Almost, yeah, kind of golden, light golden in color. And totally filling your body from the bottom. So it fills up like your legs, your torso, your hands, your arms, your chest, your neck, until eventually it fills your entire body and even like pours out of you and all around you. So it like flows down over your entire body also, completely filling and surrounding you with this kind of warm, golden, slow flowing, honey-like melted energy. As you imagine it filling you, you think the nature of that energy is blissful, wisdom energy that soothes and heals. That's a nice one, right? Isn't that a nice visualization? And that heals and benefits your wind energies in your body. These next ones I won't actually lead through because you may not have this problem, but that one's good for anybody to do. It's relaxing. But these next two, if you're suffering from some kind of heat problem, like a fever, let's say, or something like that, if you're feeling like too hot, then you can imagine the nectars still white but cooling, like cool. So imagine them being very cooling, and imagine them flowing through your energy system. If you have a cold, or if you're feeling a chill, then you can imagine them as warm. Then also, I'll just say these are I'll just share it. You may or may not want to do this one. It's up to you. But for those who are familiar with Tantra, there are 4 enlightened activities: peace, increase, control, right, and wrath. And you can do those associated with Vajrasattva practice. You would visualize white nectar for peace, yellow for increase, red for control, and bluish, dark blue for wrath. Right. So an example of that is like if you're trying to. I'll just give it a practical example. What I mean, like if you were trying to increase your good qualities, right? If you felt like a lack of merit and a lack of richness of your compassion, right? Then you might visualize yellow nectar filling you, and imagine that that's increasing your compassion and your merit and your goodness. Right? That'd be an example of that. If you're feeling a lot of anger lately, you might imagine the white, which is pacifying, right? Peaceful energy that's pacifying your anger. Does that make sense? So that you could do those kind of activities with this, visualizing other colors. And I'll just give a few more just so you. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. The cold one that was hot, where you visualize warm nectar, you would visualize that as orange in color, too. And if you had the heat one, you visualize it as cooling, I said, but in the color of mercury, like that, flowing mercury. It's a nice visualization. Just 2 more. I'll share visualizations. Let's see. If you're 3 more actually. These Kensrimshe taught. If you're afflicted by these are like if you're afflicted by negative spirits. These are 3. But it says if you're afflicted by, for example, this one would be like negative spirits of the sky, or also from bad astrology or something like that, like a bad star, a bad moon, a bad whatever. I don't know much about that, but if you were, then you would visualize the atoms of the nectar in the nature of Buddha Vajrapani. I'll just share this. If you were afflicted by negative spirits related to place, like the land, the land spirits or something, then the atoms of the nectar would be in the nature of Hayagriva. And if you were afflicted by ones from under the earth, such as the serpent spirits and things, then it would be in the nature of a Garuda. So those are other visualizations you can do. But okay, so that's lots of visualizations you have to choose from now. So if you can do 100,000 or something, or if you can do it for the rest of your life, then you have choices, right? And some of those might not be relevant now, but might be relevant some other time, right? Like if you were having some kind of ailment or something like that. But so you would recite the mantra and visualize and do that for as long as you want, right? If you get tired of visualizing for a while, then you can think, okay, I'm purifying this particular thing, I have this bad habit, I have this habit, I have that habit. You can think of Vajrasattva as purifying that. You can focus on Vajrasattva for a while. You can think about emptiness, right? That there was no doer of the action that truly exists. There was no truly existent action. There was no truly existent object of the action. They were all labeled by the mind. And so, they arose due to false appearance, right? So, in that sense, it wasn't, it was like it did exist, it did happen, but it wasn't truly existent, right? It was labeled by the mind, and it was an appearance dependent on causes and conditions, right? And so you could think about emptiness like that. Okay. So then, you do that as long as you can, as long as you have time for it, at least 21. If you want to do 108, that's good. If you want to do 200 or 500, that's good too. It depends on your time, right? And then when you're done, right, when you're done with your or you're done with your mantra recitation session, it says here, at the end of the mantra recitation, recite the Vajrasattva mantra once more while ringing your bell, right, and meditating on emptiness. So at the very end, if you have a bell, right, like a Vajra, but you would pick up the Vajra, pick up the bell, you would ring the bell, and you would think about the meaning of emptiness while doing your final mantra. It says that. In emptiness there is no I, no creative negative karma, there is no action creating the negative karma, there is no negative karma created. The bell signifies the wisdom of emptiness. Right? So you would think like that. And then, again, you do offerings to Vajrasattva, Om Vajrasattva, Argam, Padyam, and so on. Right? We're up to page 17. Right? On page 17 where it says, right, there was the mantra recitation, then we're up to offerings and praise. Right? So you make the offerings to Vajrasattva, and then you do a praise again, non-dual, that's a praise to Vajrasattva, who is non-dual divine wisdom, magnificent inner jewel ornament of all mother sentient beings, supreme, unchanging, everlasting, great bliss, indestructible, magnificent wisdom, mind, that releases all sentient beings from all negativities of body, speech, and mind, especially broken vows and pledges. To you, glorious Vajrasattva, I prostrate. So now I want to say something quite, this one's important. This is an important point we didn't cover yet. So after you do all that, right, then you think of your, now, so then Vajrasattva is there, right, and he's, he and she are there. And there your guru manifests in the form of Buddha Vajrasattva. And then the Vajrasattva says to you, or they say to you, O child of good family, your negativities and obscurations and damaged and broken pledges are cleansed and purified. Now this is an important point, right? I want you to imagine this. So you're sitting there, right? You did your practice, and then the Buddha says that to you, right? Buddha and female Buddha, I don't know, they say that to you. And now the idea here is that you're supposed to actually think that's true. Right? I think for so many of us, this is the hardest part of this practice. To actually go, okay, so I regret it, right? I did the 4 powers. I took refuge, I generated bodhicitta, I generated intelligent regret, I did my practice of Vajrasattva, which is an incredibly powerful purification method. So now Vajrasattva is saying to you, okay, you did it, you're purified, congratulations, right? And can you actually let go? Like, can you say, okay, yeah, it's done. Like, whatever I did in the past, it's finished, it's erased, it's nothing anymore. Like, that's finished, it's all totally finished, I'm fine, I'm pure, I can go forward, and now I'm free to benefit others without obstacles and to achieve enlightenment and progress to, all the highest levels of enlightenment. Wonderful. Or is there something in you that wants to hold on to, oh no, I'm not so great, I made so many mistakes, I'm so...
I think that's the point of doing this, though, is that you give yourself kind of a do-over.
Yeah, and the hard part is to believe it, I think. Maybe it's not hard, but that's what we have to train ourselves. That's what I'm saying. We have to, agree. That this is important because we have to train ourselves to believe it, right? To say, imagine this, like to say, well, Angulimala killed 909 people, he achieved arhatship, I'm fine. Like, I'll achieve enlightenment too. Everything's good. Right? Like, can you imagine, the goal here is to actually feel a sense of, I don't know, they don't use that term, but it's almost like self-esteem, right? It's like a sense of confidence in your spiritual purity, in your own essential purity, right? And in your capacity for enlightenment, in your own Buddha nature. Right? So I just think this is an important point, right? It says, all your negativity is purified. There's not even the slightest trace of defilement left, and you might continue. Your mental consume is completely pure. So I just think this is worth, if you have time when you're doing it, to actually pause and say, okay, yeah, I'm really pure. Right? Like, I'm fine. I'm soon gonna be finished, I'll be enlightened, right? Like, and really to let go, this is also about letting go of the past, right? At this point, you actually have to let go of the past, right? To say whatever problems I had, like if I did something wrong in the past, well, I purified it, I'm done with that. I can let it go now. I just think that's quite profound, actually, psychologically, isn't it? And so, I just want to say, so try to actually do that, right? Try to have confidence in the practice and in yourself, right? At that point, and say, yeah, good. Padre Sattva says I'm pure, then I'm pure. And I believe it, and now I'll act like that. Does that make sense, Connie? That's a really important point, isn't it? Yeah, if you catch yourself holding on, actually, I just want to say one more thing. If you catch yourself, because I think you will at times, right? If you catch yourself with some habit of holding on to something, like just to pause and go, oh, why would I do that? Like of all things to hold on to and make my identity, because what we're talking about here is our identity, right? Actually, like there's who am I? Oh, I'm the person who did that, right? I'm the person who has too much craving. I'm the person who has too much anger, right? Like, and to pause and go, well, why would I want to hold on? Like, if that's it's a story. All it is a thought, right? And to say, why would I want to hold on to that thought? Like, that's not helpful. Like, that's not my identity. Yes, there may have been some actions in the past, but that doesn't mean anything right now, right? That doesn't mean anything about this moment. That doesn't mean anything about the future. Why would I want to, so if the habit, you may not be able to help it that a habitual thought might arise. Oh, I'm the person who did this, or that's what I'm like. I'm like this kind of person. Okay? But this is part of Tantra, actually. This is part of the skillful means of Tantra. This, because you notice that didn't appear. This verse didn't appear in the other text, right? Because that was a Sutrayana text. In that way, you're supposed to still think you purify, but it doesn't say you're completely pure and you've totally pure. That didn't say this, right? This is unique to Tantra, right? Because it's working with our self-image, actually, right? It's working with our sense of who we think we are, right? And so this is I think is a very profound point if you think about it more deeply, right? So you could actually say, like to yourself, first of all, like, why would I hold on to that, right? That's not. And also, like, is that how I want to define myself? Because that's actually what you're doing, right? When you say, oh no, I'm this kind of person, I tend to do this, then you're defining yourself in a certain way, right? And if you hold on to that, then that's what you'll be, right? Like, whereas if you say, I'm the kind of person who has too much jealousy and craving and, frustration and, kind of, not so great, right? Well, if you hold on to that self-image, then that's who somebody, then somebody comes along, that's who they're going to meet, is somebody who is those things, right? Whereas, and this is not, we're not talking about like being deluded here, but it's saying, well, if you say, well, my essential nature is pure, right? And that's who I want others to meet, is that essential purity and that essential compassion and the wisdom nature, right? Then others can start to meet that other part. I'm not going to say it's going to happen tomorrow that you're going to be perfect, right? But then others get to start to meet that other part of you, right? Because that's what you're identifying with, and what you identify with is what you bring into a relationship with other people. So you have some responsibility here, right? Like if you keep identifying with the negative parts of your past, then you bring those negative parts of your past into your future and into your relationships in the future, right? What Tantra is about is saying, well, fine, to whatever extent you can today, and it's going to change, it's going to get better and better at this, but start today to identify with the parts of you that are pure, right? And the parts of you that are not different from the Dalai Lama, right? And like, let others meet the Dalai Lama in you, like that sense. I'm just using him as the example, right? Let others meet the Buddha in you. And can you perfectly embody that on a realistic level, starting right now? Maybe not, fine, that's fine, right? But you can start to, right? If you start to today say, yeah, okay, that's all finished, and I'm pure, and now I'm Haruka, if you were doing that, right? That's this one. So people are going to meet, when people meet me, I'm not going to tell anybody, but secretly, the energy I'm putting out is like, I want it to be that blissful, wise energy, not something else. Then you're starting something interesting, right? Like, and your relationships will be different, and your self-image will change. And they say that that's the way you'll quickly achieve enlightenment, actually, right? Like, in other words, this is a skillful method to quickly achieve enlightenment, too. So does that make sense? So this is a really, in other words, even though it's just one little part here, is a very important part if you think about it deeply, because actually this is then we're supposed to get up from our session and really feel that. Forget about all that. Like, I'm not that anymore, and I'm not going to do that anymore. And, again, there's a realistic level on, you don't say, I'm never going to do it again if you're doing it 100 times a day, you're no proof. But on the other hand, it's like, I'm going to relate to the essential purity in myself, I'm going to embody that, I'm going to make that the basis of my identification of who am I, right? Who am I? I'm that basic purity. I'm that basic goodness. I'm that basic potential for wisdom. I am, I'm a kind of wisdom energy, right? And that's how I'm going to see myself, and that's who I'm going to bring about in all my relationships. And then if that becomes a very, then I think this purification becomes really something special. And if you do that 100,000 times, wow, like that's something really, you'll be different then after this. Does that make sense? You'll really be different if you do that. If you do the 4 powers well, and you do this well, and you do 100,000 of this, you'll really be somebody quite different. And I'll say too, Lama Yeshe, he said that he really wanted all the students to do 100,000 Vajrasattva practice. All the students of him and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And he said, for one thing, he said if somebody does that, definitely they can't be reborn in hell, after their death. He said not only that, but it's like it's such a profound way for people to become enlightened and to find their basic pure nature, which is who they really are, that they never see otherwise, right? And so it's like actually a really compassionate, I just want to point out this, I think it's a very compassionate idea to do this. It's actually compassion to yourself. Like, the idea here would be, if you really do this Vajrasattva practice well, sometimes we talk about compassion for yourself. I think this is the supreme version of compassion for yourself, right? In other words, this would be saying, like, in a real way, not like in a selfish way, but like in a genuine way. Like, I love myself enough that I'm going to let go of the past, right? And Vajrasattva is a method for letting go of the past. I'm going to, like, purify the past and completely, just let it go, and I'm going to relate to my entire future, through purity, through wisdom, through compassion, through love, and through bliss, actually. Because the idea here, and Lama Yeshe points out too, is that, like, if you do Vajrasattva practice well, the idea is you should eventually become totally blissed out. Right? Like, that's actually what, Vajra in part means bliss. That's one of the interpretations. There are many interpretations of Vajra, the word. But part of it is bliss, and actually Haruka is all about bliss. So that's why Lama Yeshe liked the Haruka Vajrasattva, is he was saying, like, you people should be blissful, is what he said. So the idea here is like that, and like, imagine that. Like, I just want to point that out, like, I think it's hard sometimes to even imagine having enough love for yourself that you think, yeah, what I want is for myself to be completely blissed out and, like, radiating bliss to everybody I meet. And that's the goal of Dharma practice, is to be like some bliss. Bob Thurman translates chakra. Chakra samvara is another name for Haruka, and he translates that as a bliss machine. So he says, like, so the idea is you're transforming yourself into a bliss machine. Can you imagine that? Like, so that's what you're going to be, as a bliss machine that, like, produces bliss everywhere, like mass production of bliss. And sometimes also Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa call it like nuclear bliss energy, right? Like a nuclear power plant of bliss or something. They say that's what this is like, actually, that you're turning your body, actually that's what these nectars are doing in a way. Actually, I want to point that out too. The descent of nectars is not just some random thing, actually. When you get to the completion stage of Tantra, you'll see that these have a deep meaning. And actually they relate to your subtle nervous system. These practices, that's what, all those ones where I said, visualize it as hot and cold and down and up in the middle and, here and here and here, these different chakras. Actually, those chakras and things are related to your subtle energy system. And I want to say this too, like, one day I thought of this, like, I guess it was like in the 1980s, that movie Karate Kid, they did a remake of it, right? Remember this thing where he does this, I don't know, he does like paint this fence or something? Yeah. And then later it's like he blocks the guy from hitting him, and then it was another, what was the other thing? Like,
Wax
on. And it was like a block or something. Yeah, you guys remember. One day when I was studying further things about Tantric Buddhism, I realized, these visualizations are like that. In other words, like, they don't tell you they're not going to tell you every detail of the meaning at this phase, right? But then if you do these things well, when you get to like the completion stage of Highest Yoga Tantra, or even further into the generation stage of Highest Yoga Tantra, then suddenly there's going to be something about your nervous system that you're going to learn. You're going to go, that's like Vajrasattva. Wow, when I did this visualization, I was preparing this chakra for this thing. Wow, that was the meaning of light rays penetrating that chakra. There was something more to that than I knew, at the time. And how cool that it prepared you. You know what I mean? You don't have to know all the meanings to be prepared by it. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So there's like a very, so this is actually, I just want to point out, like, this is compassion for yourself, actually, right? In other words, you're setting yourself up. This is like the best setup for enlightenment. In other words, if you